Yep.
Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host.
Try to turn up the volume of
For only
OBS.
£7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable, fully managed rFactor 2 server, 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours, and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now at sadlercomputers.co.uk.
Right, good afternoon, guys, and welcome to the 8 hours of Daytona. We're about to go into qualifying at the moment, and the GTE cars are on the track, ready to do their things. Sorry, I've just got a technical issue here. Right, that's better. Right, so as we wait for them to get down the out lap and start their hot lapping, to see how this all shakes down. So how this works, the GTs have got 20 minutes to qualify, then there's a 5-minute break, track cleanup, and then the LMPs and the DPIs will have another 20 minutes, and that will set the grid for the start of the 8 hours.
Yeah, we're looking on board with Ibrahim Khan right now. Oh, and there's a small touch between him and I think that's the OSR car. Yes, the Omicron Sim Racing number 80. He goes P3. Very good lap for him. I think fastest sector 2. Oh, and he sets the fastest sector 2. Now on the oval part of the circuit. He's 4/10 faster. Very good lap from him. And now coming to the start finish line, very close. Oh, alright on the red line, and he goes P1 by... Oh, he actually has the same lap time as the guy in P2, Sean Jacobs, driving for number 51 Speedy Might.
Just Speedy Might.
Yes, with the beautiful pink livery. On the exact same lap time as Ibrahim Khan. That's gonna be an interesting fight for the lead. But the race is long, so a lot can happen.
I'm pretty sure a lot will. And somebody else went purple in sector 1 or sector 2. I don't know who that was.
Oh, and Sean Jacobs actually on the out lap, not on a hot lap. Yeah, let's go to watch someone that's on the hot lap. It's gonna be a very close race. Gap to P5 is only 5 tenths. And that's Cameron Santano driving for the other Speedy Might racing car. Now on his hot lap.
He's good. It'll give us, yeah.
His last lap was 1:43.1. Very fast. Now let's see his first sector time. Getting the slipstream from is that a solo sport car? Not sure. Oh, and he goes green on the first sector, only half a tenth slower than the current pole sitter.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, you got a nice drag down there.
Oh, and now we see him. Oh, and someone.
Oh!
Oh,
Yeah,
that's a very bad crash. Yeah, and now his lap is already 5 tenths down in the second sector.
Serious these excellence for you.
And we see him coming down the start finish straight, and he goes now. He doesn't improve, unfortunately. Oh, and now big slide in turn one. I think the lap is already, so he'll probably abort the end, and he goes back to the pits.
Yeah, that turn one is critical for a good lap time.
Oh, and now we see Sean Jacobs being the fastest by 6 tenths in the first sector. That's huge. He did a 58.2, and that's extremely fast. Let's see how he finishes this lap, and on the start finish right now, and he goes P1 by 2.5 tenths. Very good lap from him.
That's very good.
And yeah, he spins to the first sector. Oh, and he actually does purple on the third sector as well, so great lap by Sean and the Speedy Might team. And with their special bar delivery. Very good one. Oh, and now I see Ibrahim Khan coming out of the pits. And now our pit car, Gergo Barov for Cinetex number 69. As we watch on board with him, coming to the bus stop. Hard braking zone, turning in very cleanly. But when he clips the grass, and when he sets the fastest middle sector, 1/10 faster than everyone else. Let's see how he is gonna finish this lap.
Oh, that should be looking good.
Yep. Especially the middle sector, and he goes P3. Oh, and sets the fastest last sector as well by 0.01 seconds. Very nice. He's only 3 tenths down from Sean Jacobs, and he's in P1. Ten minutes remaining in this quali session, so they can still improve. Nothing is done yet. It's gonna be very interesting, especially in the later moments, because the track will be much more grippier due to everyone driving and laying rubber down in the racing lane. So you're probably gonna see the fastest laps being set at the end of the session. Now we are riding along with the Royal Blue Racing number 91 with Goncalo Almeida, one that he just started his fastest lap. Currently 2 seconds down from P1, but very close to the cars in front, so... Oh, and he touches the grass, so yeah, I think that's a pretty ruined.
Yeah. We're at the same place. It's stopped right now. see what it looks like when it cars over the
Channel edited.
sector. Yeah, he had a slow first sector there.
Yeah, 2 seconds down from P1, so he'll need to do very good second sector and third one to improve. Currently P8, so not so bad, but there's always time for space for improvement. And when we see Cameron Sansono going P1 with a 42.4, that's a very good lap from him. It's currently a 1-2 speedy might. Oh, and we see him power sliding here. I think he lost a bit of time, but it's not over. And we see Sean Jacobs coming with a very good sector 1, nearly 2 tenths faster. He had a very, not a very bad, but mediocre second sector, so let's see if he's gonna improve and beat his teammate from the sister car. He's approaching the start finish line, and let's see. And yes, he does with the fastest third sector. He improves by 0.007 seconds, so extremely close between the two speedy might cars.
That is exceptionally close. 7,000 separating them.
Yes. And here on Daytona is actually pretty tricky to be the first guy in P1 because on the first lap you are the only one that won't have slipstream, which isn't really ideal. So maybe they're gonna play some strategy games and help each other on the first laps. We'll see in the race. And now we are riding again with Jorgo Ballo for number 69 Muppet, starting his hot lap. It looks like the Ferraris are pretty dominant here. P1, P2, P3 and P4 and P5 are all
There's been a lot of conjecture about that, but this is showing that the Ferrari has definitely got the pace.
Yeah, I think it has the best power when it comes to, like, same on Le Mans. I think the Ferrari is one of the best GT cars to have on Le Mans, while the Porsche is more corner-wise. It's better in the slower tracks, but we'll see. And we see him improving on the first sector. Unfortunately, still 5 tenths down from P1. Oh, when he comes to the bus stop, clips the grass. Oh, and sets the fastest middle sector. They should be running a very low drag setup. They are hitting very high speeds. And let's see, is he gonna improve maybe in top 3 position? And he comes...
Close.
And no, he doesn't. Half a tenth slower than guy P3. Oh, and he crashes. Oh no, and Ibrahim. Is that Ibrahim Khan? No. Oh yes, it was the guy in P3. Yeah, unfortunately he ruined his lap.
I see Sean Jacobs also touching the grass heavily.
It'll be annoying if the person that hits him was on a flying lap there.
Yes, he was. Yeah, very unlucky for Ibrahim Khan.
Yeah. They got, what, 8 minutes left, almost 9 minutes.
Yes, okay, let me do something really quickly. So we can use the replay system. Okay, now this should be good enough right now. As we are riding along number 37 Glenn Beavis for the Rookie Monsters GT team. He's currently in P9, so an okay quali session for him.
Yeah, 1.7 seconds off the leaders. That's not too bad.
Yes, and only 1/10 slower than Goncalo Almeida in P8, so he can always improve and get a much better position, but this is still respectable. As he starts his flying lap, very good braking in turn 1. Goes a little bit wide, but shouldn't be a huge downside. As we see the DDoS car coming out of the pits as well.
Stayed in the line.
Yes, going wide. Looks like a clean lap till now for number 37, driven by Dylan Beavis. Oh, and he goes back to the pits. I think he had a little. He was down on his time, so he just went back to the pits. Oh, and we need to remember only 2 minutes left in this session. Even if it says 27 minutes, this is both DPI, LMP2 and GT session, so they only have time till 25 minutes left, so a little bit under 2 minutes remaining for them to complete a lap.
Ah! Yeah, that then puts pressure on Glenn to get around and start his flying lap before the checkered flag comes down.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be very interesting.
Oh, and he's gone wide there, letting the car through.
Yeah. Let's change to a hot lap. And Sean Jacobs is in the pits, so I think he's done for this session. Let's see if Cameron Sansano can improve. He's only 1/10 down, so he only needs a good lap and he can get the pole position. And we have Ibrahim Khan, who is actually on a hot lap right now. He improved in the first sector, so let's see if he can. Oh, and he sets the fastest sector 2 by 2/10.
Flyer.
Yes, very good second sector for him, and let's see if he can improve. He only needs 4/10 to go into the pole position, and 2/10 to get on the first row, and he improves, but not enough.
The competition is tight up there.
Yes, only 1/10 between the first and the second row, and 2/10 between the P1 and Ibrahim. So yeah, let's see if is able to get the 2/10 to get pole position as we ride on board with him. Oh, heavy braking. Oh.
Done there.
Let's see, the sector 1 should finish right around here, so it would be a good marker to see if he improves or not. 1 minute into the lap, and he's 8/10 down. Yep, that's probably over for Ibrahim.
Yeah, you don't see him catching 8/10 up in the last 2 sectors.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. Yeah, and he messes up and goes wide. And that's pretty much. Oh, and he sets the fastest second sector, but he went wide, so I think that's gonna be cancelled. No. Oh, and Cameron Sansano actually gets the pole position by 0.005 seconds, and we missed that. What an unfortunate moment.
That must have been a lap and a half.
Yes, that was such a good lap for him.
It's very tight between those 2 Speedy Mike cars. 5,000 separating them.
Yes, it's extremely close. It will be very interesting to see the team fight in the race.
Yeah.
As everyone comes into the pit. Yeah.
And as you're saying, if they control the front row for the first lap, they can help each other to pull a gap on the guys behind them.
Yep. Yes, it did to me very interesting. I didn't pay attention to what you said. Sorry. And now that's the GT qualifying, and it's over. Oh, and some cars are still going, so yeah, that should be a little miscommunication.
Yeah, there's a few cars still out on track.
Yeah, I'm gonna message them. Yeah, it was a pretty good quali, and we see Cameron Sansano on P1 with only 5 thousandths of a second from the driver in P2, who's also a speedy might car, number 51, driven by Sean Jacobs. And then there's Ibrahim Khan, who rounds up the podium spots for today's race. Quali session, sorry. Only 2 tenths slower than the pole sitter. So yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see the Ferrari versus Porsche fight and the two speedy might cars. Yeah, now we're gonna go on to a commercial break to wait for the LMP2 and DPI quali. So yeah, we're gonna be right back.
It's a friendly nudge. The love tap.
Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable, fully managed rFactor 2 server, 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours, and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
And we are back with the DPI and LMP2 quali starting, as we see the every car just rushing out of the pits right now.
Everyone wants to be out the traffic and leading the pack out.
Yes, exactly. It's gonna be a huge mess. Now we're riding on board with Simon Marshall for number 73 Rookie Monsters. Yeah, look at how many cars are out here. We don't need to forget this is a LMP2 and DPI quali session, so there are two classes at the same time.
Closely matched in performance. The DPI is quicker through the twisty parts, but the top speed of the LMP is very close to the DPI. It does make it quite challenging to get past them.
Yep. As we see now the slipstream game. Each one wants to get into the slipstream of the other car so they can get a tow into the hot lap. Let's see now coming to the bus stop chicane. Oh, and we see the Mazda of Rookie Monsters teleporting. Very strange.
Lap. Down the chaos.
Oh, and we see 3 wide on the first lap in the quali session. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I think they would have compromised each other there.
Yes. I don't think that was the best idea ever, but who knows. Only 20 minutes to do a good lap, so everyone is just rushing to get as many laps as they can. Yeah, it's very interesting.
One wonders how much fuel they're carrying. They won't be carrying too much fuel to stay out there and do too many laps.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna do outlap or plus 1 or 2 laps and then come back
Yeah.
and go out again. Oh, and Jan Katau sets the fastest first sector. I think he's leading in the pack, so he doesn't has dirt air, but he will get slowed down by the clean air on the straight, while the guys behind have tow from each other, so it's gonna be interesting to see. Oh, and he sets the fastest sector too as well. Yes.
Yeah. Should be.
Yeah, it looks like clean air was better than tow plus dirt air, and let's see.
Yeah, indeed.
Oh, and he sets 131.8. Very
That's
good
a
lap.
respectable time.
Oh, and what's happening here? Everyone was braking in turn 1. And we have Jan Katau, our pole sitter, and then Calvin Reinhardt, the guys in P3. Yeah, and now everyone is rushing to the pits. There are only a few cars on track. Oh, and now it looks like the Rookie Monsters car are giving a tow to each other. A bit of strategy game. It's gonna be very interesting to see if that actually works or not.
They've both, their initial times are both 9th and 11th.
Yes, not
So they'll be wanting to improve that.
Yep, 1.7 seconds and 2 seconds from pole position, which is not really good.
And more importantly, behind some LMP2s. It's not where you want to start the race.
Yep, exactly. I know on the formation lap the DPIs will go through, but still not exactly the best thing you can do right now. As we see, and he has 2 slower sectors, so yeah, that won't be an improvement for him, unfortunately. Now we're riding on board with Santo Enquist, the pole sitter in LMP2 class, with a 132.9, a very fast lap, and 1 second faster than everyone else. So that's very interesting.
That is a very good lap from Santo.
Yeah, that was pretty much nailed it. Now he's on his out lap, so no sectors registered. Let's see, and he starts his lap right now. As we switch to the onboard camera. Oh, heavy braking in turn 1. As he goes on the throttle very early, gets a good exit. Oh, and a little bit of lag here. Oh, what's happening? Yeah, let's just ignore that.
Oh, he's looking nice and smooth overall.
Yes, it's actually very good for him. Pole position from DPI, and the gap between DPI and the LMP2 pole position is only 1 second, so that's gonna be very interesting in the race. Maybe we're gonna see some DPI versus LMP2 fights, so that's gonna be very nice to watch.
It's very closely matched.
Yep.
Oh, he's a bit slower than his initial time.
Yes, he's close to nothing, pretty much slower in the first lap, so let's see. Oh, and he brakes very well. Oh, and he touches the grass a little bit. Let's see. Oh, and he sets the fastest middle sector. Yes, 1.5 tenths faster than anyone else. And let's see what his lap time will be. He's probably gonna improve, and yes, he does with a 132.7. That's actually faster than a DPI, or is it? No, it's not my mistake.
Yes.
It's a 32.7, not 31.7. Oh, and Patrick
Oh!
Sivasli goes on pole position, 2/10 faster than him
Yeah.
for the Oreca Royal Blue car. Oh, and now we see the Drillers Esports just going to the background. Let's find the new car. Oh, and Calvin Reinhardt for RSS Sim Sport. Oh no, my mistake, sorry. That's actually...
Wheel and Engineering.
No, it's ACC Motorsport number 222. They had a problem with their skins, so they are using a stock one. But they are actually running for ACC Motorsport. As he's on his outlap right now.
He's currently in 5th. He's half a second off the pole, so he can do something there.
Also, if you like our content and like this kind of racing, please subscribe and give us a like. Really appreciate it. Oh, and he slides.
Oh.
A little bit of smoke there.
Moments.
Everyone is on their out lap. I'm scrolling throughout the lap. Oh, look, someone who's not on their out lap. It's Mihai Belashku for F1 number 95, the full Romanian team. He's P7 right now, 5/10 down from the leader, and on the start finish straight he goes. Oh, he doesn't improve actually, 132.2. Yeah.
Just didn't care about the cross.
Okay, lap from him, and as he goes back to the pit. Oh, now we see Jan Katau, only 0.001 seconds slower in sector 1. That's pretty much the same time as he did in the last sectors. Oh, very aggressive in the bus stop, and 1.5 tenths faster. It's gonna be very interesting. Let's see. Oh,
that'll give him a bit of a gap.
Yep. 1,000 of a second from the car behind. Okay, that's very interesting. As he improves 1.5 tenths faster right now. And now we're running with the P2 car. Oh, and he just gets on the grass.
Oh, purple in both sectors.
Yes, that's very fast. Let's go on board with him.
He only needs 1/10.5.
Yep, it's gonna be very close between all the cars. Oh, and he goes 131.4, 2.5 seconds faster than Jan Katau in P2. Such a good lap from him.
Instant lap that.
Yep, very good.
Oh, and Calvin Reinhardt has gone into 3rd.
Yes, he did. Oh, and he's in the pits right now. Oh, now we see his teammate and the sister car, Kes Right-Wild. He's P4 right now, 6/10 from pole position. Yeah, if he gets a good lap, he's gonna be close, but let's see. Only 9 minutes remaining, as he goes very close to the wall on the outside of the oval part. 5/10 down in the first sector. Not exactly the times he wants to see, but still acceptable.
Oh, and Darius Andre has gone into pole.
Oh, Darius Andre, yes, pole position, 131.4. And now we see, oh, Santu and Vist on the outlap, preparing to attack. Oh, and Blake Chickett goes P1 for the Oreca Drillers cars with a 32.5. That's very fast. Very good lap from him.
Yeah, for the Oreca, that's a very neat and tidy lap.
Oh, and now Patrick Sivasli goes P2. Yeah, he's already P2, but he has the fastest second sector with a purple. Let's see if he can improve and get that P1 back. No, he doesn't. Only half a tenth down from the Blake, so he's gonna be very close.
No, that's not necessary, yes.
Now we see Sant Enqvist preparing to go for another hot lap. Let's see. Let's switch the camera angle, not exactly the best one.
Yeah, I don't
Yes,
know,
this is
I'm
much better
down
now.
by 2 seconds in this lap already.
Oh, and he brakes. Oh, and he locks the rears and he touches
Oh.
the inside wall. Very unlucky
That
for
is
Sant
the
Enqvist. Oh, now we see
the
Jan.
danger of turn 1.
Yes, very sketchy corner. And now we see Jan Katou going purple in sector 1. Challenging Darius Andrei for pole position. Let's see. As he clips the grass on the inside. Oh, and but he has a very bad sector too, so not sure if he can improve or not. Let's see. Oh, and he doesn't get pole position.
So he has not improved.
No, he didn't. Yeah, he's 2 tenths down. Very close to P1.
These Cadillacs seem to have the advantage here over the other cars.
Yeah, the whole grid is nearly Cadillacs. I think there are only 2 cars that are not Cadillacs. The one driven by Dylan Tarboton, who's using the Mazda. The inline 4 engine, that sounds very weird but looks pretty fast. As he goes P4 with a 132.0, and then the car driven by Mihai Belashku in P8. Yeah, that's the F1 row car. And that's Acura, I think. Yes. With a V6 engine. As he goes, yeah, he won't improve. And he goes back to the pit. Oh, and now we see Kes right field with the fastest first sector.
First sector.
Yes, very good lap from him.
Oh, and somebody's gone faster.
Oh yes, I think that was oh, not sure who that was. And he goes 1.31. Yes, he improves by not sure how much. Oh, and he spins in turn 1. Oh, and Blake Chickett got a P1 again in the LMP2 class. Very close competition here.
Having a huge battle there. It's going to be interesting to see them in race pace.
Yes, it's gonna be very interesting to see them fight. Especially, I'm very excited about the first lap, because with the very huge straight, the oval part, the guy in P1 actually, I think, has a worse place than the guys behind him in P2 and P3, because he will not have any slipstream, so he will be very slow on the straight.
I tend to agree with you, and it gives the guys in second and third an opportunity to overtake into turn 1.
Yeah. Oh, and Sant
or even
goes
into the bus stop.
First and the second sector, fastest purple. Let's see if he can improve or not. He looks very fast here.
He only needs 2 or 3 tenths to put him onto pole.
Yes, exactly. Let's see if he can improve. And oh, so close, he gets P2. Only 1.5 tenths lower than the guy in P1. Oh no, it's actually half a tenth, the gap. Yes, very close. And now we are looking at the blue steel number 10 of Mika Hakimi. He's on his outlap, so no action. 3 minutes remaining, so we're gonna probably see a lot of cars coming out of the pits in the next 1 or 2 minutes. Let's see if he can improve or not. Oh, and yeah, Mika Kimi on his out lap, very close, preparing to start his hot lap. Now on the last part of the straight. Let's see if he can beat the guys in front. His fastest lap is 1:32.7, so only 2/10 from pole position. Extremely close. So top 5 is 2/10 within each other. That's extremely close. And he goes in turn 1. Very good turn. Let's see, and now we see a lot of cars coming out of the pits, as I said.
These LMP2s are very close.
Yes, they are very close. We have a little issue with the live tower. It's not working, so I'm gonna turn on the banner instead. Yeah, the
Right.
other teams' times are not showing up, so yeah, that's pretty strange, but can't really do anything about it.
Fun and games.
Yes.
He's gone green, so he's at least improved his time.
Yes, he did. Let's see. As we switch to onboard camera with him. Nice bus stop, and he goes green again, only 1/10 slower. If he's only
So
1/10,
tight.
yeah, he'll probably get Samuel Bentley. For he's driving the driller's car,
Yeah.
currently in P4. And let's see, coming down on the start finish line, and yes, he does. He gets P4, and that was pretty
Yeah.
much quali over for him. Oh, and now Dylan Tarboton is setting the fastest first sector, and he goes P3. Very good lap from him. And
A bit late.
yes, the only Mazda car on the track, and he gets the 3rd spot. And now we see Patrick Sivasli going P1. Very good lap from him. Now Santo Engvist on his out lap as well. Let's see if he can improve or not. It's gonna be very interesting. And he just... Oh, and he has some slipstream from the DPI in front, so maybe that will help him. Let's see. Oh, and now the DPI
Pulled
goes...
off.
Yeah, pulls off. Oh, and 2/10 faster than everyone else. That's very fast. Let's see if we can
So,
keep the momentum in the other sectors as well.
that's a very good start.
Yes, extremely good for him. As he touches a little bit the grass here and as well.
Ah,
Let's see. Oh, and Kes right wheel goes P2 in the session. Now let's go back to Santo Engvist and see if he can improve or not. Very close to the start finish line. Let's see. Oh, he sets the fastest second sector as well. And he goes on pole position. Very good lap from him. Extremely good.
and by almost 2
Yes.
tenths, that's very good.
Yeah, almost 4/10 actually. Or that's what.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, half a second faster than the guy in
Yeah.
P2. That was a monster lap. Very good.
Indeed.
Is anyone still out? Yes, Bertrand Savania. Oh yes, he goes P6. Good lap from him as well. And now Pascal Egert for Sim Apex number 66, and he goes P9. Okay, lap for him. And I think that was pretty much it. No one's out.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone is in the pits. And we have Darius Andrei, our pole sitter, by 3.5 tenths. A very good lap from him. And then we have Kes Reitwild for ACC Motorsport, number 222, I think. Yes. And then Jan Katau in P3 for the number 42 Seawolf Racing, the current leader in the DPI standings. So it's gonna be very interesting.
Yeah, he'll be happy with. Well, he will be happier with first, but yeah.
Yep. Still a very good result for him.
Darius Andre's lap was beyond phenomenal. I think he had a 4/10 advantage over Cass in second.
Yes, a very good lap for both drivers. As now we go into the warm-up, 15 minutes till the race starts. Yeah, now it's just a period where everyone will go out on full fuel to get a feel for the car after quali, and yeah, we're gonna see a lot of cars going out.
Yeah, everybody can get a chance to feel what the car feels like with a full fuel load.
Yep, exactly. Everyone will go out and with full fuel and get rid of the quali feel of a very light car and go back to full fuel and a much heavier car. Oh, and I forgot something. Let's have a look at the event details. Now it's the 8 hours of Daytona, around 2 out of 6, 8 hours, and a 5.73 kilometers track. Gonna be very interesting, especially with the big oval. Yeah, everyone is running low drag because you can gain so much time there. Yeah, with 29 degrees track and air temp, it's not very hot, but yeah, tire wear should still be a issue here. As we are running along with number 37 Glenn Beavis for Rookie Monsters Racing Team in the GTA Porsche.
I think tire degradation on this track is not as bad as it was at Silverstone.
Yes, Silverstone was really bad. But yeah, especially the first sector is, and turn 1 is pretty sketchy on old tires, so we're gonna see. And yes, we're gonna go once again to a commercial break and be right back after it's finished.
Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
And we are back with the warm-up session as we are still watching Glenn
Remember
Beavis.
to load the race sets.
Glenn will be having a nice battle in the midfield in the Porsche there.
Yeah, most probably it's gonna be very interesting to watch, especially the GT field with multiple car choices. Oh, and I just realized there's no game sound. Yeah, much better now.
Sounds like you're having technical issues like I've been having.
Yes.
So to go through this, the LMPs, they can run how long before they have to pit for fuel then, Robert?
Between 35 and 40 minutes, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
that's
and the
maximum
DPIs
time.
are right, and the DPIs are much the same. The GTEs can run for what, almost an hour here or over an hour?
Yes, I think right under 1 hour, around 60 or 58 minutes. But with if we include the uh, pit stop time, yeah, it's pretty much 1 hour.
So yeah, it's a long race with multiple pit stops. Much can happen, and pole isn't necessarily, as you were saying during qualifying, it's not necessarily an advantage at this track.
Yeah, it's yeah, with the very big straight, it will be pretty hard to defend. Cause yeah,
Yeah,
it's gonna be interesting to see how Santu and Darius Andrei and Cameron Sansano, the pole position sitters in all three classes, will try to save their position to defend.
yeah, and defending into turn one, it can be tricky. It's a bumpy corner. It's got a you're turning at the same time as you're braking, and if you're having to defend as well against multiple cars, it's can be quite difficult there.
Yep, it's gonna be very interesting to see.
We have to see with the DPIs especially. It's just a shadow as well. And it will be.
One nice thing about this track is you got the very wide pit lane, so it does make it easier to negotiate traffic when going through there, because all the cars, well, in the classes, all the cars will tend to be pitting at the same time, so it can get quite busy.
Yeah, also we should the traffic will be very interesting here with the very long straight. It shouldn't be a huge problem, but if you get a GT in bus stop or a similar corner, you will lose quite a bit of time. So traffic management is an interesting things as well.
In multi-class racing, as always, it's one of the key factors. And yeah, you don't want to catch a GTE car going into the bus stop. Even on the infield, it can be difficult if you're between turns one and two. It's very difficult to overtake there with this little S kink.
Yep.
it's when. Yeah, I've been breaking there, so sometimes I lock up and therefore anything else is there too much. Feud codex is helpful for my voice.
Whisper test. Another try. Do you hear me? Yes or not?
Microphone muted. Microphone activated.
And we just heard Tom chasing our race director for the first hours of this race. And the warm-up finishes, so we should skip to the race session in a few seconds.
But okay.
And yes, and now we are just going to the race session. as we see the grid forming up.
Now the nerves start for all these drivers.
Yes, that's the most tense moment of the race.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give it. I'll wait.
And the biggest chance of an incident happening in the opening laps, which is not what you want in an 8-hour race.
Yep, it's a very long time, so... But there are probably gonna still be some guys going for hero of the race in turn 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna see. And we are seeing more and more cars coming. Oh, what happened to the camera? That's strange. Yep, and we're... now it's better. As we see all the cars forming the
Everyone,
grid.
confirm me again. You hear me, but it should be good now. Go on track.
And we hear the race director again testing the whisper function. This is used for code 80s in case of a big crash. So we need to be pretty sure it works perfectly. And now the formation lap should start in a few seconds. And yeah, we're gonna see. And not again.
It's no spectators here because of the virus.
Yes, of course. We need to keep the distance 2 meters from each other, as we see even on the grid. Social distancing.
Yeah.
And now looking at our leader for the DPI class, Darius Andrei, for the number 64 Simapex car. Let's see. Now this is a formation lap. So no racing for now, but yeah. 1 lap under pit limiter speed, as you see, 80 kilometers per hour. And then we're gonna go racing after only 1 lap of formation, as I said. And we see all the LMP2 and DPI cars moving. Yeah, let's go and look for at the LMP2 cars as well, the 2 Simapex cars. And our pole sitter, let me find him, yes, Santo Enquist. Somewhere in the background, we can really see him due to the DPI cars. Here he is for the Seawolf Net Race Motorsport car.
It's for LMP2.
Oh, what? Can you repeat, please?
That's the pole sitter for LMP2.
Yes. Now, there's Simon Marshall who's behind Santo Enquist. He should be in front. Okay, that's probably a miscommunication, so...
Yeah. I
He'll
see
probably
there's
get
3
solved.
DPIs behind.
Yes. Now let's have a look at our GT grid as well. We see Cameron Sansano and Sean Jacobs in P1 and P2. A very good qualified. They were just pushing as hard as they can. Yeah, it was very entertaining to watch. Then we have Ibrahim Khan in P3 for Seawolf Net Race Motorsport. Gergo Balo in P4, side by side with Ibrahim on the second row, and Max Janssen in P5, summing up the top 5 for our GT class. So it looks like there are a lot of Ferraris on the front side of the grid. Top 5 is 4 Ferraris, only 1 Porsche, so maybe the Ferrari is actually faster on longer tracks with high speed corners and long straights.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as we need to go back to our DPI grid, because they are approaching the bus stop very close to green flag. Let's see. And then here we see our pole sitter Darius Andrei. Let's ride on more with him as well. Now we see the battle for the top 5 on the bottom right, with Darius Andrei, Kes right field, Jan Katau, Dylan Tarboton, and Reinhardt. Calvin Reinhardt, sorry for that. All very close in quali. And
One
then,
lone Mazda up with the Cadillacs.
yep, 5 Cadillacs and only 1 Mazda. The same story as the GT field with the Ferrari and the Porsche. And we are approaching the start-finish straight, and let's see. We should hear the race director saying green flag at any time right now. And we can see the whole LMP2 and DPI grid, very big. Now they are approaching, and let's see. On the start finish straight right now, approaching the start finish line, and where's our race director?
When do we go?
Okay, what's happening to...
And
Okay.
some of the cars are overheating there. They're going to want to be starting soon. There they go.
Oh, and here they go.
Well, it's
Oh.
clean and tidy so far.
Oh, and now we have our third commentator, Tyler Parker. Please say hello.
Yeah, glad to join you guys, and yeah, a little bit of drama at the start. Rookie Monsters number 73 car is smoking a little bit, but that should hopefully take care of itself once they get up to race speed here.
Yes.
But yeah, hopefully that sorts itself out. But interesting start to today's race here at Daytona. No rain in the forecast, and yeah, we're my view is focused on the DPIs right now, so it'll be very interesting indeed to see what sort of pace these guys are able to pull.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting as we see Darius Andrei leading the DPI field in the bus stop chicane, with Kes right field and Jan Katau right behind him, under 1 second. Oh, and now let's see the GT field as well, with Cameron Sansano and Sean Jacobs leading the field. Oh, there's a slow car. There's a slow car. Who's that? I can't find him. Oh, and Gergo Baloch, our P4 driver, he had an incident most probably. Yeah, very unlucky for him.
Yeah, Gergo Balo definitely off the pace, away from the draft right now, so he's going to have a hard time catching up back up to this field. Although it's 8 hours, definitely not getting off on the right foot there.
Yeah, not a very good start for him, but he should be able to catch up 8 hours. Oh, and he's in the pit, so he must have
pits.
damage. Yeah, very unlucky for him. Very unlucky. Yeah, now let's go back to the DPI grid, and pretty much the same order as the lap before that, with Darius Andrei leading and Kels right wheel right behind him, half a second gap. I think Darius is right now pushing, so Kes won't get a slipstream in the following laps. Even if that will hurt his tires, yeah, he's just trying to pull away from him, so yeah, no more slipstream.
We've also got a the number 55, if I'm not mistaken, LMP2, driven by Brian Templars, into the pits, and it's got to be a little bit early service in my calculations.
Had a collision
sure.
with, yeah, those two collided.
Oh yeah, I
and
see him.
He's going to lose a lap already to the front of the field.
Yeah, Brian Templars. Now he needs be very careful, because this is a blue flag situation. Yeah, he needs to get out of everyone's way right now. Because
Track is
Ballo's leaving the pits right now, but he's gonna get swallowed up here by what looks like the front half. Oh, big
oh,
contact
and now we
actually, right
see,
behind.
yes, I think that was Pascal Egert and
Oh,
yes, that
Yep,
was Pascal
yep.
Egert.
Pascal
Let's
Egert and Jeff Closa.
yes, very unlucky for him. Let's see the replay. And the replay is somehow not working. Yeah, just
Well, I'll just give you my account because it was actually perfectly viewed through the camera that I was using watching Gregor Ballo there. And basically, it was Egert who kind of got it going a little bit too much speed into that first international horseshoe there, and unfortunately ended up just sort of sliding in and tapping Closa and basically giving him a hip check out of the way.
yeah, very unlucky moment for him. He
he's
showed
also in the pits.
who?
Luca Gray.
Oh, Luca Gray.
Yeah, Luca Gray came into the pits as well, so that's first DPI taker into the pit stops, but definitely an unscheduled stop there by Luca Gray.
Let's
And
see.
I also think we had a little bit of contact too. Simon Marshall was running up in fifth place actually, and ended up dropping all the way back down to 13th place, which I believe is the last car on the in the P1 or DPI field.
Now there's Yanis as well, our P8 seater, driving for number 99 OPP Racing, and Luca Gray, of course, yeah, he pitted, so not a very good start for him.
It's not the way you want to start an 8-hour race. There's obviously been a lot of contact.
Yes, not exactly the best start, but it's an 8-hour race, so I'm pretty sure they will be able to catch up and maybe fight for points.
For sure.
As we see Kes Rightfield approaching really fastly. Now on his slipstream, he might go on for the inside.
Oh, he's going for it. Nah.
Let's see. And now Darius protects the inside line, so he keeps the leading position. Very good start for him, and all the top 3 drivers just staying very close from one and another. As we see the gaps right now appearing on the screen. Only 4 tenths between P1 and P3, so the field is very close. Oh, and now we see Blake Chickens going for a move on Santu Enquist in Sector 1, or right on his bumper. And oh, what a
Ooh,
slide
don't
that was.
touch.
Yes. That was very scary for Blake.
Good racing.
Yeah, Blake was able to keep the car under control, although he's got a slidey rear end right now, really chucking it into corners.
Yes, and now he has slipstream from Santos, so maybe we're gonna see a move on the bus stop, maybe on the inside. We'll see as we go. We see the current speed. Oh no, 1v on battle. Oh, and he goes on the outside.
Oh.
No, not really.
Oh yeah, that's an interesting maneuver there. Protocol in real endurance racing is slow car stays low, fast car goes high. So I'm actually going to say that Darius and Cass there actually took the improper line. They should have, I hate to say it, checked up a little bit and went around the top side, as Reitfeld has a huge lockup on his left front there going into the turn 1 complex here at Daytona. So definitely some stuff that the stewards might want to keep their eye out here. A lot of aggressive and, albeit slightly irresponsible driving from some guys early on in the faster class. Just make sure you got to keep your nose clean for the 8 hours, boys.
Yeah, don't go for anything risky or dangerous. It's an 8-hour race, so no need to do that. Oh, and what's that car in front? I think that's Luca Gray being lapped, yes. Now we see the leaders catching him really fast, but oh yeah, he pitted, so he's already one lap down, I think. So very bad start
Indeed.
for him.
And we have Jesus Canuto pretty far off the pace as well, but I don't remember that car coming in for a pit stop. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong on that for sure. Oh, and yeah, guys, come on. Driver briefing. Go high on the slow car.
Oh, what happened?
I was just watching Jesus Canto there. Come on, let's be smart in the bus stop here.
Oh, and
A
now we
lot of
see
cars.
Darius Andre and Kes Wrightville, sorry for interrupting you,
No,
going
that's
into
fine.
turn 1, side by side or close. Now and Kes backs out. Oh, and Jan Kato goes
Oh!
deep. Oh,
Jan Katao went way
Yeah.
wide. Calvin Reinhardt there just basically Tokyo drifting through turn 1.
yes, not exactly the best line out there, but yeah.
Well, the other thing we need to take into account, 8-hour race, it's going to be interesting to see, first of all, what compound tire these front runners are on, and can they keep the compound underneath them?
Also,
Go ahead, Robert.
great news, GT traffic is right next to the DPI grid, so it's gonna be very interesting to see if oh, and Darius gets very close to the wall now, following Luca Gray, who should go out of the way because
Oh,
of
let's
his...
not take it 3 wide.
Oh no,
This isn't
oh no,
NASCAR. Come
that
on,
was so
boy.
close. Luca Gray backs out, gives space to Darius. Yes, he does. Now on the bus stop.
Yeah, so, oh, big cuts going into, yeah. Yep, there's contact right there. Cass Reitfeld, being a
Oh, and we
being
see a car
bad.
spinning in the
Yeah,
background.
yeah. Cass Reitfeld just door checked one of the GTEs,
Yes, that
trying to
was...
get by Luca Gray there, and yeah. I know a commentator shouldn't say this, but I'm gonna take a page out of John Hindaw's thing and say there's some penalties that need to be handed out to some of these DPI drivers at the sharp end of the field because they are driving like a bunch of meatballs right now.
Yeah, I agree. It was very risky.
So early in the race. It's bizarre.
It's just it's tragic, and though it's a fun league, come on, man. You're not making it fun for everybody. You gotta keep it in line. Some of these maneuvers are just absolute trash, and my opinion, I'll own up to it, but the replay file will stand.
Oh, and now we see Blake Chickett stepping Santo and on the yes. Oh, and there was contact. Blake Chickett was very close to spinning out there, but he catch the slide and yeah, it's good now. As they go on the main straight.
We've actually got a pretty good battle right now. We'll focus on the GTE class, which has been quite quiet actually, but those two Ferraris there from Speedy Might are just going at each other. It seems like every lap. Sean Jacobs right now in the lead. Cameron Cinsano wants to take the lead. They're heading into the trial portion of the track, heading into turn 1 now, and Sean Jacobs is going to maintain his advantage, although Cinsano takes a wider line there. We'll see if he's able to carry some speed out of that corner. Not able to. So Sean Jacobs definitely pulling away and sort of flexing his muscles, but Cinsano had a huge lead early on. Sean Jacobs with a little lock up there on the right front. Yeah, these Speedy Mike guys definitely dominating from the get-go, as we have Max Jansen and Ibrahim Khan now.
Yes, going
battle
side
for
by
P3,
side.
and Khan takes it from Jansen.
Oh, and now we see the DPI leaders catching up to the GT leaders as well.
So this will have major implications because, come on there, bud. Just check up a little.
That was one big...
Another dive bomb by Cass Reitfeld. As we see Luca Gray going wide there, just getting muscled out of that corner, braking too late. I think he just did that, almost hitting the barriers. Good job to stop it. But yeah, big implications now as the as the sharp end of the DPI field, overall leaders are able to get by. Oh, and another just mind-boggling late maneuver there from Darius Andre. Yeah, doesn't matter if you're fast if you're serving stop and go penalties.
Yep,
That's all I
exactly.
can say.
Oh, now
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be team managers writing in soon for some complaints and investigations to be done.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the nice thing is with some live marshalling here, is we have a P3 right now, P3 battle going on. Yonkatao on Dylan Tarbot, or Tarboton. Dylan able to take the place away from Yankatao.
Oh.
So put that Rookie Monsters car up there in P3 as he's doing the work that needs to be done.
also
Getting
Blake,
that car up.
and we see Sant and Blake Chits fighting for the P1 spot in LMP2 class. So yeah, that's very interesting. Blake Chits got the leading position for a few seconds, but Santo managed to get it back as now they overtake. Oh, and big crash! Santo spun. Oh, what an unfortunate moment.
It was tough racing there, and you don't have as much downforce as you would normally have in that second half of that international horseshoe. So you've really got to rely on the mechanical grip of that car. And unfortunately, it looks like Santu just exceeded that grip limit, and unfortunately went into a spin there. But good job not collecting anybody and sort of minding his own mess.
Yep.
I think he was helped by Blake at that stage as well.
Yeah, he had a little tap. Oh,
Tap, yeah.
Blake. Oh, Blake, you gotta know your car, bud. As he almost gets into the back of the third place runner in GTE, Ibrahim Khan. So we have Simon Marshall into the pit now, from basically running on last place for the DPIs, and switching out with Angus Tong now. So Angus Tong into the car. Angus, I know Angus personally from being in Rookie Monsters as Robert. I know you probably done
Oh, and
Angus
big
a little bit
crash!
here and
Luca
there.
Gray spun right in front of the track. Sorry for that, but they were he nearly took out the leaders. That was
close.
Yes.
That's a big crash there, as Angus is going to need to hopefully be careful there, as Pascal Eggert coming in, and yeah, definitely some strategy going on right now, as this is the opening of the window for the DPI cars, at least. Opening of the window right now of taking the alternate strategy. If you guys are into that sort of thing, but yeah, alternate strategy right now. This is the opening of the fuel window, where you can kind of start to make it. As yeah, we see Luca Gray. That's going to be unfortunately day done and dusted for him. Oh, not Luca Gray. There's still another car out there.
Yes, Patrick
Sitting.
Sivasley, Royal Blue Racing number 13.
Oh no, is that Patrick says you'll have to help me with that name.
Yes, Sivasley.
Zlasvi?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he just
Okay.
DNF'd.
Zlovazi.
Yeah, very unlucky moment.
That's just my apologies there, Patrick. I'm not very good on the Polish Slovakian-esque names. But yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be day done for Royal Blue Racing, who had a good entry. Actually, no, Matthew Clipp, the team manager over there at Royal Blue, does a great job of organizing that that group. And unfortunately, day done for their P2 entry, unfortunately. But yeah, Luca Gray into the pits. It's just an unfortunate accident. That turn one and then the little S's that come out of it, so tight. Not a lot of room to maneuver, especially when you're in a higher or faster car. So just very unfortunate there situation that Luca Gray and Patrick Zavasi, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna call you Patrick now. But Patrick got into, unfortunately. So it's too bad. It's a lot of sliding going into that bus stop. A lot of sliding there.
Also,
The first of the penalties have been given out.
yes, that was what I was about to say as well. Darius Andrei, the leader, got a drive-through for a collision with number 73. Oh no, that wasn't. It's actually F1 Row Endurance team, the only team that's running the Acura car. Let me see if I can find them. Yes, I can. They got a drive-through for a collision with number 73 car. I think that was Simon Marshall,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, very unlucky. And
Yeah, that'd be the reason they dropped so far down the order early on in this race. But you know, the old adage though holds true. Definitely, I'd rather have my problems early on in the endurance race than toward the end. You can definitely claw your way back and manipulate strategy to your advantage with 8 hours. But 8 hours, well, 7.5 hours to go, give or take. But yeah, unfortunately, just it's just bad to start off that way. It can kind of sap your confidence and your drive to keep going sometimes. So we've got a maneuver there between, actually pretty good fight here between Santu Engvist and Mihai Balascu.
yeah, LMP2 versus
Balascu,
DPI.
yeah, Balascu in that Acura DPI, and I believe Santu's in the P2. So yeah, showing more muscle and grunt than the P2s in real life as Balascu comes into the pits now, and it's getting to be around that time, depending upon pace, where you're going to start to see a lot of the DPIs come into the pits. I had actually forecasted it out to be about 35 to 36 minutes is how far they would run. But I think I was using a slightly too conservative lap time, especially the way that Darius Andre and Cass Reitfeld are running right now.
We had it at about 21 to 23 laps, so I've been wondering why it's so early, and particularly with Simon and Angus doing a driver change. Yeah.
I will say, look for an alternate strategy deployment there.
True.
They fell down the field, so there's no reason not to come in, take the pit stop, get a clear track, or clear-ish track, and then sort of work that alternate strategy to see if they can't get back.
Yeah, fair enough. Makes sense.
See, just looking myself, Mika Hakimi right now, just going by one of the GTE cars. Ooh, had a little bit of a dust up there. Cass Reitfeld again just flew to the door, and Dylan Tarboton looking to run down Cass Reitfeld. Tarboton has done yeoman's work on in this P2 car. I want to say that he's a rookie Monsters car. Should know that. Probably get chastised for not. So we're coming up on some more lap traffic here, GTE class. But Dylan's done just yeoman's work right there, keeping the tires underneath. Cass is struggling, and this is why you don't run like a wild hare in the beginning of the race. Your tires will not stay underneath you. Very good job by both drivers going around the outside of that GTE. But Dylan's got the run. Dylan's got the draft. Dylan on the inside. Cass Reitfeld on the outside, heading into the bus stop. No crazy.
And he's done it.
Yeah, Dylan done and dusted. Tied.
That car looks very, very good and stable under him.
Yeah, it's hooked up for sure. And I'm not gonna toot our own horn there, but you know, that livery looks great. Not a default livery, but you know, we put work into it. So.
The big question is now: can that Mazda keep the Cadillac behind it down this oval?
Yeah, the draft is very, very strong, but Dylan just able to, well, a little lock up there, but Dylan able to really do what he needs to do, although that GT traffic is not going to help him. Not going to help him. It's just a ballsy maneuver there from Cass. Don't know if that was called for, but Cass's tires have to be shot. He's just not getting much traction off of those corners and not able to drive as far into the corner with as much velocity and brake as deep as Dylan. Oh, come on, guys. Come on, guys. There you go. Beautiful job. Rookie Monsters teamwork right there. But, yeah, Dylan doing the business. It's Cass Rifle just got left in the dust there. So, about 1.3 seconds from Darius Andrei to Dylan Tarboton. It'll be interesting to see if he closes that down. He lost the 10th right there, but we'll need to keep an eye on that, actually. See if that's something that's gonna be an issue later on, as Dylan right now making short work of cars in the bus stop, and yeah.
Oh, and we have a very good fight in the GT field between Ibrahim Khan and Cameron Salsano. Ibrahim just got past Cameron a few seconds ago. Right now they are still fighting, but Ibrahim started to pull away. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see them fighting for that P2 position.
Is Cameron experiencing problems, do you suppose? Because he's now fallen far back from his teammate.
No, I think probably Sean just has a very good race pace. He already pulled 3 seconds from everyone else in his field, so...
Well, if we do look, yeah. Cameron's laps have been all over the place. I think it's a little bit of traffic at play also, but yeah, his race pace is running about 44.9s right now, relatively consistent, so high 44s, but yeah, definitely, I think with a clear track right now, we'll get a true sense of what's going on, but the GTEs are just, it's literally life or death right now, when it comes down to survival in the GTE class.
Oh, and we also see a fight for the lead in LMP2 class between Samuel Bentley and Blake Chickett, and Sun 2 seconds behind them catching. There are two drillers cars fighting for positions, but they most probably just stick together, and so they won't lose time fighting. Yes, we see them coming on the last part of the oval section of Daytona, approaching the start finish straight. Oh, overtaking now the GT of Rookie Monsters. I think it's
Davis.
yeah, it's Glenn Beavis.
A bevy of Beavises in that car today. They are a quick family. I will say that.
Yes.
Glenn the senior, Matt the junior. But no pace loss between either of them, it seems. So they're definitely a car to watch in that GTE field, especially once Matt gets in that car.
Yeah, Matt is one of the fastest GT drivers in ARL, so he'll probably make a pretty good recovery. 30 seconds lost, so...
And he loves that Porsche.
Yes, and he really does. And let's go back to the LMP2 fight for the lead. The gap is already extending, so probably Samuel will just pull away. And we have a fight for P3 and P4 on in the DPI class between Jan Katau and Kels Reitwild, the number 222 ACC Motorsport and Seawolf Netrace Motorsport, as they are approaching the leader Sean Jacobs.
Rifelt is definitely struggling with that car. He's going backwards at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Reitfeld is just he's catching traffic in odd places, but I think he's just done too much damage to those tires with those early lockups and slides.
Yeah.
You gotta treat it right. As unfortunately, Dylan hasn't been able to really close that gap to Darius Andre, but we shall see as we have a driver change in the LMP2 field. The number 66 LMP2, I believe it's the FBBL team, Peter Schoenemann in, and I believe it was Pascal Egger out. But as we'll take you back up to the sharp end of the field.
Dylan caught up half a second on that lap, so he's doing something right.
Oh yeah, that's really shorn down quite a lot. Was out to 2.3 seconds last lap at the bus stop. So
yeah.
Very, very interesting. Darius must have caught some bad traffic. Looking at his lap times, he's mid 33s, it seems, mid to high 33s. So we look at Dylan's lap times, mid to high 33s as well. So definitely.
Oh, and Dylan goes for the move on Darius Andre. Sorry for interrupting you again. But
No, that's fine. As long as it's a move for position, Robert.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to.
Yeah. But yeah, not the best place to make a maneuver coming back onto the transition from the infield to the oval.
Oh, and now on the bus stop, we see Darius Andre really sticking to the inside of that turn, while Tarboton went a little bit wide, but not a huge issue. And now with the slipstream, will he be able to make a move in turn 1? Let's see. Oh, what a big difference when it comes to the stop speed.
That Cadillac just has the legs, sure.
Oh, and that was the touch. Oh no. Very.
Darius is.
Now. You can't go deep into turn 1 like that.
Daddy, was that my fault?
Huh?
Was that my fault?
We tell Dylan we can't tell him over the broadcast just yet.
Okay, it looks like the replay system is broken, so I'm gonna stop using it right now.
But yeah, it's interesting. That's all I can say. I didn't see the incident, so I can't give my opinion. But if he turned in on you, he turned in on you. There, Dylan. But we'll see what the stewards. Our opinion really doesn't count for anything, so it'll definitely be on what the stewards think.
Yes. Let's see if you're gonna get any report or not.
Well, I'm sure there'll be a report filed. It'll just be whether it was egregious enough for
yes, it's already
penalty.
posted.
Yeah. Yep.
That was fast. Not gonna lie.
Jeff Closa into the pits. Wondering if this is going to be a driver's change. I'm surprised the P2s aren't able to go a little bit farther on their strategy.
Yeah, and we see.
Yeah, that does seem to be short.
Mm-hmm. But again, maybe a little strategy. I didn't calculate out a P2 strategy. Darius has definitely got some damage here. Coming into the pits, changed his tires, and we'll see they do a driver change at all or get him out there. So.
Oh, and Mika Hakimi just got the fastest lap of the race in the LMP2 class. 20 seconds behind the leaders. Maybe he is gonna push and catch up, but 20 seconds is a pretty big gap, so we'll
He
see.
he he is all alone.
Yeah,
So
pretty lonely.
it definitely makes sense. And that blue steel car just buzzing around the track. But yeah, I agree with Chris. It was definitely interesting. I thought the P2s would be able to go just leg out a few more laps than DPIs, but
Yeah.
optimum balancing. So, but yeah, race pace being is what it is, we should be looking at basically the leaders starting to come into the pits here, I would think, within the next lap or two. I would think it would be this lap, but well, Cass Reitfeld into the pits, so evidently I'm calling
Yeah.
that
Oh,
team
and
strategy right now.
Calvin Reinhardt in the pits
And
as well.
Teammates
this is
into the pits.
This is the window that, in fact, they've gone a lap further than I was expecting the Cadillacs to go, so I'm quite surprised. Mind you, there was the formation lap, of course, which is counted into this, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My calculation was it was right on this lap was when you would be able to come in and pit. You wouldn't have enough, and we're starting to see a lot of the P2s come into the pits now. So definitely interesting. Really interesting to me that Mazda. First of all, Yanka Tao must be getting amazing mileage, doing a very good calculated run, and that's gonna really come out and help him, I believe. And that Mazda is just not indicative of real life, unfortunately. Mazda is a very greedy car on the fuel, but in rFactor 2, definitely a fuel conscious car.
Yeah, with Mazda has an inline 4 while the Cadillac has a V8 engine, so I think it's gonna go for a few more laps. It clearly uses less.
Also, yeah, there's Jan in now, and Dylan keeps going. But it does have the bigger tank as well, I think 76 litres as opposed to the 65 of the Cadillac.
So it is bopped in that regard, yeah.
Yeah.
So no further action on the incident between Dylan Tarboton and Darius Andre. So it was a race incident, so no penalty awarded.
Yeah.
And I've just realized we've been completely, with the action at the sharp end of the field being what it is, we've been kind of leaving out the GTE field, as Sean Jacobs right now still leading in GTE, Ibrahim Khan P2, Cameron Sensano still in P3, so it's basically a Seawolf net race sandwich in between two pieces of Speedy Mite bread, and Max Jansen in that other Ferrari doing what he needs to do in P4. Blaine Heary in that other Ferrari P5 in GTE.
Yeah, their field has strung themselves out quite a bit. It's the joys of being lapped by the Foster guys. You end up losing touch with the guy you were sort of racing against.
And our leader, Dylan into the pits. So it'll be interesting to see. I factored in a pit stop at about 60 seconds. So it'll be really interesting. He had about a 55.6 second lead over Cass Reitfeld in P2. So the undercut worked. Well, Darius had his issues, but the undercut worked pretty well for Reitfeld there and Reinhardt. So it'll be very interesting to see where Dylan comes out, whether he gets any advantage from extending that stint an extra 2 laps from his rivals.
Yeah.
Slot back into third, I would think. Maybe fourth.
Yeah, I wasn't able to get a good delta calculation of what the pit stop would deal. Actually, Dylan's rolling. Cass is on the front stretch. Yeah, he'll lose it, but it'll come out in P2. Because Calvin.
Yeah, Calvin's too far
Reinhardt,
back.
he might catch him into turn 1, but he's gonna be. Oh, it's gonna be close. Oh, he gets held up. He gets held up by P2, so he's going to lose. Oh, oh no, no, no.
And Calvin's gonna. Oh no, he keeps the hit.
Oh.
That's
Dylan did a good job not crossing the line there, so that was a good job on Dylan there, because that would have been a penalty for sure. And yeah, just keeps ahead of Calvin Reinhardt. That was intense.
Oh, now we see Jan Katau going for a move on Calvin Reinhardt. The Seawolf driver who's leading the championship currently.
And he gets held up.
Yeah, they got that GTE right around him, so it's a little track limited extension there by Jan, so that'll be interesting.
And let's see if the slipstream helps him or not. Oh, and he's so much faster than Calvin. Around 20 kilometers on, I'm not sure if I saw correctly or not. Oh, he gets such a good exit. Now he goes on for a move on the outside, let's see. Oh, it looks like Kelvin is still not giving up, side by side.
Yeah, those caddies have good legs. It's just Jan's too close to get the good draft, so an outside into turn 1 is going to be hero work. Yeah, drove it in deep, drove it in too deep, but he did a good job of saving it. So you don't have to make the pass here, bud.
There we go.
Oh, what a...
Right, there you go.
Oh.
Locked up on the slid. Nope, not going to
And
have
he
it.
goes on the grass.
And that's gonna
have
be
it.
cooking his new rubber.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely don't want to be putting heat into tires that are that. It's such a fine threshold with the rFactor 2 tire. You want to push, you want to extract as much as possible, but if you do that, you're going to end up hurting yourself on the long run. Which is exactly what I was going to say with the Cass Reitfeld. We'll see if he's able to, now that he's not actively racing anybody, keep that rubber underneath him a little bit better. But Dylan seems to be faster than him. His outlap, Reitfeld's outlap was a 44.7. Dylan's outlap was a 44.9. So Dylan 2/10 slower, but we'll definitely have to see what his first actual hot lap is this time around.
Yeah, we'll get a good idea now. Oh, and Jan is trying again on Kelvin. He's done it.
I think he's got it this time. Although Calvin still has the inside line, but
No.
Jan should be able to really drive around the outside there. He's just too far outside. Oh, it's 4th place in GTE right there.
Max
Involved in
Jansen,
that mix. Yeah.
number 68.
Max was worried about the rain this weekend, but definitely nothing to worry about now, as we're going to be seeing sunny skies here in Daytona all race long.
Which is how I like it.
Oh, and now we see Santu Enqvist catching up Blake Checkits after the incident where he spun. Only 1 second gap now, so that's very good for him. Very good comeback.
And the battle for P3 in GTE is heating up as Ibrahim Khan and Cameron Sansano are just probably about 4/10 back from each other.
Yep. And now
So-
Cameron has the slipstream on the back straight, so he's catching up pretty fastly. Let's see. Oh
and
wait, no,
I
go.
can't speak. Oh, go ahead, Robert.
No, okay, yeah, I was
Hey,
about...
but 18 10 seconds.
Oh, and now if you have a code 18 in 10 seconds.
smash
But
on
let's
the
have the
oval.
platform issue again in my life. You are on the second sector, there's so car.
Also a slow car on the second sector. Who's that slow car on the second sector? Trying to find
It's
it.
a GTE. I just don't know who it is.
Okay.
Ah, it's Jesus Canuto.
Oh, Jesus Canuto, yes. GTSBR number 114. Very unlucky. As he goes in the bus stop. Oh, very dangerous. That might be a penalty. Extremely dangerous there. He just came back on the track without caring about anyone else.
I don't know if he hit another car but I saw cars going into the wall up there, so I don't know if he was involved in that.
Yep, very strange. Oh, as we see, Tarboton is catching Cass right wheel extremely fast, around 2 seconds per lap. Only 2 seconds separating them. Oh, as he punts a GT that goes straight into the wall. That was a huge crash. Let's see if I can find it. Yes, that was Walter Mendes, Sunfair Racing Team. He seems to be okay, not a lot of damage, so I think he should be able to continue. But that might be a penalty for Dylan, who knows. We need to see. Oh, and Blake just got the fastest lap of the LMP2 class with a 1:33.969. Very fast lap.
Not stressful. Not stressful.
Yes, and now I think we're gonna go into a commercial break, so stay tuned. We're gonna
Yeah,
be
I
right back.
went for the inside and he moved in front of me, so I went to the next to him, and we didn't switch on my end.
Are we commercial, Robert? Okay. Well, my connection died, but I'm hopping back in. So what did we miss?
Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
We'll meme him next race.
And
I want
we
to
are
make sure
back.
all of our cars. Oh, hey.
Yep, we are back racing once again after the commercial break. As we see Dylan Tarboton only 8 tenths behind the leader. I think Kies didn't change tires, so that's why he's much slower now than before. Maybe he went for the double stint on them, who knows. But Dylan and Jan Katau is catching him really fastly.
Unless he was on mediums to begin with, which if that was his pace on mediums early on in the race, my lord.
Yeah, if he didn't change tires, we'll explain how he got out in front of Dylan as well, so yeah, it's a possibility. But he doesn't get the drive onto the banking either.
As we've got to move or for the lead right now. Dylan on the left side or outside part of the track, heading into the inside part. So we'll have the inside line on the bus stop, and he's able to pull it off. Cass having to take to the grass though.
Such a good
Cass
move.
did not want to. Yeah. It was a little late to me. But then again, Cass ask a race driver to back out of it, and you're gonna get a no every time.
Oh, now it's Jan
The
Katau.
Mazda's gonna get swamped.
Yeah.
Jan is there as well.
Oh, three-way fight for the lead in the DPI class. Such a good race in the first hour.
Jan has that very wide line into turn one, and he's usually able to make it work.
Dylan's got to try and put a lead on or a gap on the Cadillacs before he gets onto the banking.
Yeah, he'll get swamped. GTE car might not help him. Oh, come on. You can't go that wide, bud. Gotta watch your mirrors. Who was that?
I think that was Connor Bell for ESRG Racing.
Yeah.
Currently in 12th
Connor.
place.
Connor Bell on that
Yeah.
M8. Well, what we'll do is
Oh,
we'll give you
and-
a quick... Oh, go ahead, Chris.
No, I was just saying Cass got the run out of the bus stop there and he's going to get the job done on Dylan now. Oh!
What happened?
Dylan went onto the apron and then the GT car came down onto the apron with him.
Yeah, just head into the pits there, bud. But yeah, that's just traffic.
Yeah.
That was a huge crash.
Sometimes you're the bug, other times you're the windscreen.
Oh, but that was a big hit.
Yeah, and that's going to have destroyed Katal's car as well, I think.
Yep, very unfortunate moment.
Yeah.
And yeah, Dylan is in the pits right now. Still 7 hours to go, so that shouldn't be a huge issue, especially when he showed a really strong pace.
Yeah, indeed, indeed.
As now we're riding along Jan Katau, trying to catch Kess right field. We don't know if he has damage or not though, so it's gonna be interesting to see if he's gonna pit or not, or just continue to the end.
See, Katal's also got a stop-go penalty assigned to him. So he is having a hard day down there.
Yes, he's extending the track limits in the chicane, so
Ah, is that what it's for, right?
yes.
Little bus stop rule breaking going on. We see Angus Tong back into the pits, but if I'm not mistaken, that should be right around when they would need to make their second stop. But one of our stories of the race that we definitely need to keep an eye on is traffic. And unfortunately, Dylan on the short end of the stick there with the traffic. But right before that, I was going to try and do a full field rundown. So we'll start with the GTEs. Sean Jacobs still dominating out in front. Because we're starting to see some of the GTE cars come in, which is what we should be seeing for them. Sean Jacobs in P1 in GTE, Ibrahim Khan still in P2. Cameron Sansano not able to close that gap, but close behind Ibrahim Khan P3. Max Jansen P4, who's been able to close in on that group. Blake Heary actually, let's take a look at that on broadcast if we can. Blake
Oh
running
yeah.
across the grass there. Yeah, that was very odd. I wonder if he got a little help. But Blake Heary P5 in class. Giancarlo Almeida in P6, Glenn Beavis P7, David Arguron, Aguaron in P8, Gergor Balo P9. He had some problems very early on in the race. Glad to see he's climbed up there. Linus Lindvall just came out of a pit stop. That's a new driver. Driver change there. Is that P9? Yeah. Luca Gray's not in that class. David Martin, P11. Connor Bell, P12. Alex Tunbridge, P13. Valter Mendez in P14. Jan Fenstra, P15. And Inca Rivali in P16. Because we're starting to see the leaders, Ibrahim Khan in and Blake Heary in for GTE. So we're starting to see the sharp end of the GTE class come into the pit stop. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye out there as Ibrahim Khan serviced and done. And out there, Heary still in his pit stop there. We also have Chris Gitsov and then LMP2 in that pit as well. But we'll go ahead and we'll take you up through the P2 field as well. And we have in P1 in the P2 field, Santu Engvist, Blake Checketts in P2, Samuel Bennett, P3 in class, Bertolan Seviana in P4 in P2, Tayun Lauer in P5, Mika Hakimi P6, Peter Schoenemann in P7, Louis Seiss in P8, and Jeff Closa in P9, Chris Gitsov in P10, Brian Templars in P11, and I know we have another P2 down here somewhere. Yes, Luca Gray in P12, and out of the race and unclassified is Patrick Zavalasi in what would be P13 if I'm not mistaken.
You're getting better at pronouncing that, Tyler. I'm impressed.
It just takes me a while. But yeah, he's unfortunately unclassified in the last position in the P2 class. We'll take you through the DPI field here. Cass Reitfeld, P1. Calvin Reinert now in P2, so he was able to get by Jan Kitao, who's back into the pits. Again, very early, very interesting right now.
He's serving a stop-go penalty.
There you go. There you go. Thank you there, Chris. But Calvin Reinhardt P2, Jan Kitao is going to be dropping through the field. There's contact right there. Darius Andre and Luca Gray got caught behind one of the leaders in GTE and heading into the first curve of the International Horseshoe. And
Kitao is pitting. Sorry, Tyler, I was wrong.
Why am I still trying to use the replay feature when it's not working? That's the 5th time or something. Or yeah.
I keep on hoping that we're going to be able to see a replay, and then I realize it's not going to happen.
Yep. Oh, and we see smoke. Someone is going off track as well. I don't know who that was.
There certainly seems to be a number of incidents at the moment taking place around the track.
Yeah, when you have a lot of cars on a pretty, not very big track, because Daytona is only 5 kilometers, yeah, you're gonna have a few touches and scratches and incidents.
Yeah, the joys of multi-class racing.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody spun out. I didn't see who it was.
Oh, and we
Yeah,
have,
unfortunately. Oh, go ahead, Robert.
yeah, we have Glenn Beavis in the pits right now for number 37 Rookie Monsters car.
That should be a scheduled stop, and I believe Matt Beavis is going to be hopping into that. So watch for that car to have a little Beavis magic.
Yes. Oh, and the leaders are in the pit as well. As we see Matt Beavis moving, yes, and Matt is in the car right now. Prepared to see fastest lap after fastest lap.
But yeah, actually, Chris, I'm having to log back into the server. See if you can run down to the DPI field at the roughly 1 hour mark. See who we have where. If you would mind.
100%. Let's go through it. So, leading comfortably with a 13-second gap at this stage, according to my figures, is Cass Rietveld. He seems to be doing a good job up there. Behind him, Calvin Reiner, 13 seconds behind. Obviously also in the Cadillac. Then we've got our pole sitter, Darius Andre. He's in third place. Another 5 seconds off Calvin's position. Okay, Santu's in the P2, so we don't need to worry about that. Who else am I looking for? Jan Katau is fourth in class. He is some way back. He's been serving stop-and-go penalties. He got collided.
Overall.
Yeah, P10 overall. He got hit by Dylan with that coming together around the banking. So yeah, he's had a tough day in the office. Behind him is Dylan. I'm not too sure how far off, but some way off the leaders, a lap behind the leaders in fifth position. Then we've got Janis Osechowski. I hope I got that one right.
It sounded good to me.
And I think that is the first. No, that's also a Cadillac. Then we get to. Where is it? Ianat Basila, also a lap down, down in 7th place in class and 14th overall. Then we've got Angus Tongan, the other Rookie Monsters car. They're in 15th overall, 8th in class. They also had a collision in the opening laps, and that dropped them down a bit. And then we've got Luca Gray down in 9th in class and 24th overall. He was knocked out, I think, on the opening lap, if I'm not mistaken, and that pushed him right down the order from the get-go. So he's had a tough day there as well.
Yeah, surely he's struggling with some damage on that car. Not at 100%, as we have Gregor Balo into the pits. Probably, I would say, is probably a scheduled stop. But yeah, some shakeups, definitely. We got some fast cars down in the order. Be interesting to see if the secondary drivers who hop in are able to pull them up the order a bit. And we're just gonna sit back and watch this drama unfold. So definitely interesting. I guess thoughts on the first hour at least. It was a fractious start. A lot of elbows out and dive bombs to be had. Chris, I don't know if you maybe had the same feeling about that watching the first hour, but definitely interesting to boot. I don't
Yeah.
know. What did you think about it, Chris?
Well, but certainly for exciting sprint racing, I'm not so sure if I'd want to be in those cars for a start of an 8-hour endurance race, to be honest with you. But
Yeah.
the guys seem to be overexcited or really pushing hard, and not, my strategy at the start is to let the FOSS guys go if they want to. You don't want to risk your car and get damage in the first hour. It's not what I would want. But as you said, if you're going to have damage, rather get it early, and then race is over instead of wasting your whole day in the office.
Definitely, definitely. The old adage holds true. You know, you can't win it in the first hour, but you sure can lose it. Um, Unfortunately, we've seen that for one of the P2 Royal Blue Racing cars already, as Calvin Reinhardt had a moment in the last half of the International Horseshoe. He almost took out one of the Speedy Mite Ferraris. Just a huge tank slapper going into there, and that was a moment indeed. But yeah, I guess also I think you're hopping into the car too as we go on in the race, right, Chris?
Yes, indeed. That's just what I'm sort of looking at now. I'm going to have to love and leave you guys now because my stint is going to start in the next few minutes anyway. So until after that, I will join you guys a bit later on.
Yeah, thanks,
Wonderful,
Chris.
yeah, great segue there, Chris, and best of luck out there and keep it clean. So and tell Dylan good job as well. So best of
Thanks a
luck,
lot,
and
guys.
we'll see you later on.
Great
But yeah,
stuff.
yep. And Robert, I guess what are your impressions so far as the first hour of this race?
It was,
7 more to go.
yeah, very exciting, a lot of fights. And oh, the leader just got a drive-through penalty, number 220 for ACC Motorsport car, driven by Kes Rightfield. That's gonna spice things up, really. It's interesting
Yeah.
because
Well, he'll probably fall down to P6 overall.
no, not P6. P6 is like close to being lapped. I think he will be around P3, which is 15 seconds behind. So he
Is that how
will,
long a drive-through takes?
yeah, a few seconds.
Oh. I figured he'd have to slow down to pit speed, go through, and he'd lose at least, well, probably about 30 seconds. So yeah, probably around P3, P4. Nope, I agree. I was thinking a whole pit stop there.
Yeah. So yeah,
But
P2 and P3 in the DPI class are really close and catching up him. And now with the drive-through, it's gonna be even more interesting because oh, and it was big lockup here. Yeah, it will probably have a three-way battle for the lead. With the two ACC Motorsport cars and Simapex 64, the pole sitter. So it's gonna be very interesting to see who's gonna be on top.
and Cass Rightfeld's probably having a deja vu moment as Dylan Tarboton on the underside of him makes the pass, not for position unfortunately, as Dylan was involved in some contact with the GTE earlier on in the race, but definitely able to motor by Cass Rightfeld, who will be within the next, I'm sure, 2 laps coming into. Oh, as Cass almost gets it completely sideways and turned coming into the pits, and he had to take evasive maneuvers, and he is riding the apron
That's
for
very
some reason.
strange. He might go into the pit or what
Yeah,
happened? Yes, he is right. Oh, big lockup that will destroy his tires.
for sure, for sure. I wonder if he's coming into the pits for actual service.
Now he will do 1 second. Oh, he's actually getting service.
Yeah. I hate to say it. I don't know how you guys have it set up, but you shouldn't be able to do your drive-through and get service at the same time.
So this track has a little glitch. The drive-thru are not
Hmm.
working, so you have to do 1 second stop and goes. So, and I think refueling or changing tires while serving the 1 second stop and go is not allowed. So yeah, I think he
Okay.
will have to do it one more time.
Yeah. So that's actually going to drop him well down the field, for sure. As I guess my previous prediction was correct, but we had no way of knowing. So. Oh, so we've got Simon Marshall up in here. He might be up for an interview. I don't know if we're looking to bring people in for interviews at all here, Robert.
Yes, we can bring them here for an
We could
interview.
definitely do that. Let me let Simon know.
Oh, he needs to complete the form in the interviews channel, and I'm
Hmm.
gonna put him in here. And it looks like we have no fights currently. Oh, we actually do for the lead. The number 51 Speedy Might Racing and number 71 Ibrahim Khan Seawolf Race Net Race Motorsport. They are currently fighting for the lead, I think. Or no, for P2, sorry. Oh, and then LM2 is actually leading the race at this point. So it's very interesting how the slower class is leading the race when there is a faster class in the same race. Oh, and the number 71 Speedy might blocks the wheels in turn 1. And oh, there's Max Jansen as well, just waiting for them to make a mistake to profit. Oh, and now a little touch between Ibrahim and Cameron Sansano, and Ibrahim gets a very good exit out of turn 4, I think. Now they go to the left and the right before the 180 degrees turn. Oh, now I see Max Jansen on the right on the bumper of Ibrahim Khan. It's very close. Maybe he'll make a move on the straight. And no, he does. Oh, big lockup from Cameron Sansano, who, oh, very slide into the bus stop. That was very close to a spin. And we see the second row of pits from both the IMSA cars, the DPIs and the LMP2s. No. And now we see Max Jansen going for the inside in turn 1 on Ibrahim Khan, right side by side right now. Very close fight between all the three drivers. Oh, and Max goes wide, loses a lot of time. Only 5 tenths separating P2 from P3. Oh, and Ibrahim touches Cameron Sansano again in that was, let me check, in turn 3 on the horseshoe. That was the second time in the same corner where Ibrahim touches Cameron Sansano.
Indeed.
Oh, now we see Ibrahim going right on the bumper of Cameron Sansano again in the bus stop. Now riding on board with Max Jansen, driver for number 68 Sim Apex Racing Team. Now in the slipstream of Ibrahim Khan, going so fast on the start-finish straight, maybe looking to go for a move on the inside of Cameron, but it's very close, so I think he'll just back out. Yes, he does. Goes a little bit wide. Oh, what a good line, because Cameron and Ibrahim both went wide, but yeah, Ibrahim covers the racing line. And now Max going oh, and we see the number 42 of Seawolf Racing Team dive bombing Cameron Sansano in turn 3, yeah, made him lose a position to Ibrahim Khan. Let's see if Max can go for a move as well. That's gonna probably be a report. We're gonna see what the stewards will decide, if that's gonna be a penalty or not. Oh, Cameron Sansano really early turning, touches the curb on the inside. Very good exit as well. Only 3 tenths between top 4, except the leader, who just pulled away a 4-second gap from everyone else in the class. That's Sean Jacobs for Speedy Might Racing number 51. And now coming straight into the bus stop. Oh, really good line from all drivers. And Cameron Sansano is drifting in that corner, really unstable car. Maybe that will have an effect later in the race, or it's only the tire wear. And now Max in the slipstream of Cameron. Let's see if he goes for the inside or the outside. He's still there, right on his bumper, catching Ibrahim Khan as well. He looks go for the... Oh! Switches to the inside, really.
3 wide
early.
there.
Yes.
Yeah, my goodness.
Oh,
yeah, I
and
was gonna say that... Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, Cameron just... He didn't touch him. He didn't touch either of them.
Yep.
But Cameron, unfortunately, just got kind of caught out there. And, yeah, definitely a little bit of an issue there for Cameron Sansano. The thing is through the tri-oval, the top is kind of the faster line. You're able to carry a little bit more speed up there. But unfortunately, you want to get it all the way down, pinned close to the apex, a late apex for turn 1. And it's tough to do that when you've got a car underneath you. Kind of have to take that wider line, and that doesn't really get you the best drive off of turn 1 into the little S's section at International Horseshoe. So it's sort of a trade-off of where you want to make the pass.
Yep, exactly. It's a matter of deciding if you want a good entry or a good exit. And now we see Max right on the bumper of Ibrahim Khan. We'll probably go for a good exit out of bus stop so he can overtake him in turn 1. We'll see. Yeah, it's very close. Oh, and now Cameron Sansano is slowly dropping. 1 second gap now. Not very good for him. While the other two drivers are within 2 tenths from each other. And now Max with the slipstream, he's so much faster than Ibrahim. 5 kilometers faster.
Oh, but a P2 or DPI is going to make that interesting there. As Katao and a P2 with a big bomb on the inside places himself in between Sansano and Jansen as that P2. I saw something naughty from the P2.
Yeah.
Whom is that? I think that's Vladislav Milislenko.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw you cross the line. Oh, and there's a hit.
Oh,
there's a hit from
big
one of the
hit.
drillers, and you gotta stop going forward. Stop going forward, drillers. There you go. Yeah, that's gonna be a report. And who was that? The driller's car. Was that Checkets? Or was it Bentley?
I think it was Samuel Bentley, most probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Vladislav just kind of got in there. I was gonna say I saw him cross over the pit line, the solid line there, so he's gonna probably be getting a warning from the stewards, but just kind of got it sideways into that the latter half of the international horseshoe, and fortunately Bentley was unable to get out of the side of him.
Oh, now we
Bentley
see Max
just
going for the move and he overtakes Ibrahim Khan. So he again.
no, go. Yeah, but Khan able to struggle back on the inside, so Khan's actually ahead, heading into turn 1.
And we see Cameron Sansano coming back as well, so a 3-way fight for position, the second place.
Oh, Max goes into the grass a little bit there, but yeah, Khan, the thing is with that Porsche, it just tries to kill you off that corner. You get such a good entry, but then mid-corner and exit, especially on lighter fuel, it's just trying to murder you. And this is about the lap where it sort of gets hairy, as we have one of the, yep, that's Blake Checkets right there, going underneath that GTE battle, as Samuel Bentley is coming up fast also. And all this battling is just allowing Sean Jacobs to just walk away with the GTE class lead. Yeah, Jansen's going to be under pressure from Sansano here, maybe at the bus stop. Sansano is going to brake earlier and just sort of follow Jansen in. Although there's some heavy P2 traffic behind. Is that? Yeah, Milisenko has been able to get by Bentley there, but Bentley all over the back of Milisenko. As Jacobs pops out there, Jansen pops out there on Khan, as Jansen's gonna also fight with Khan heading down into turn 1, but Bentley able to pull off the maneuver on Milisenko. As Milisenko just gets that car all out of sorts, going through the apex there, but Bentley passed.
Oh, and we also have a fight for the second position in the DPI class between Darius Andre and Calvin Reinhardt.
Well, tell us about it, Robert.
Yeah, there seemed to be like a 6 or 7 tenths gap between Darius Andre and Calvin Reinhardt. Oh, and Calvin blocks the rear wheels. That was a big slide, and he loses 2 or 3 tenths. Yeah, but I think we should focus on the GT fight more.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll keep it. Oh! Gergely Nagy had spun it coming out of the S's section, going into the first curve of the International Horseshoe, and just got clouded by somebody. I didn't see who, but he just got clouded. It might have been might have been Katao. I'm not sure. It was a white car, and yeah, it was just a big hit involving Nagy. He had spun. And we'll have to see if anybody comes into the pits. That was definitely damage.
Oh, and now we see Max Jansen going past Ibrahim Khan again on the outside of turn 1, and let's see if he's gonna stick to it. And Cameron Sansano going really fast, but yeah, he backs off, doesn't do anything very crazy, and goes very wide in turn 1. And we now see a very good fight in the first sector. 2 tenths difference between P2 and P4, that's extremely close.
And we're going to go ahead to the front of the DPI field right now. Well, not front, but close to the front. P2, Darius Andre has second place. Calvin Reinhardt wants it. And we're going to be able to see if maybe they're able to finish this battle as Andre gets stuck behind a GT. Andre, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh, and now blocking wheels, nearly a dive bomb, pretty scary.
Yeah, no, that's all I can say is no.
Yeah,
that was a not what we want to see, unfortunately. I was gonna say he's gonna get boxed up by this GTE and have to concede the position, so put Calvin Reiner up to P2 and Darius Andre down to P3.
And let's go look back at the GTE fight. Oh, nearly 3 wide in the bus stop, and Max I think made it. Yes, he made it. He overtook Ibrahim Khan on the outside of the bus stop chicane. That was such a good move. Big balls from Max Jansen. Now he gets the second place in the GTE field. Let's see if Ibrahim Khan or Cameron Sansano can try and overtake him again in turn 1. 1 second the gap between all the 3 drivers, and going 3 wide in turn 1. That's such... Oh, and Max Jansen, because he doesn't have slipstream, gets back into P4, and Ibrahim Khan loses it and sprints into a LMP2 and collects Cameron Sansano as well. What a bad moment for Ibrahim Khan, and Max Jansen just gets away with the position. Very good choice to back out of that 3 wide position in turn 1. And yeah, Ibrahim Khan has damage. Such a risky maneuver, 3 wide in turn 1. That was inevitably a big crash. Yeah, let's go back to the fight in the DPI class between Darius Andre and Calvin Reinhardt, and now we see Andre overtook Calvin again and pulled a 1 second gap. Very good from him. Now going on the start finish on the oval part of Daytona and still pulling away from Calvin. And also for a few seconds we had an LMP2 leading the race. I think that was Samuel Bentley or Blake Chicketts. And yeah, I think we're gonna go into a commercial break and be right back in a few minutes.
Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
And we are back racing on the 8 Hours of Daytona Ace Racing League Endurance Championship. And we are now looking at our two podium places in the TPI class. This is Darius Andrei for Sim Apex Racing Team and Calvin Reinhardt for ACC Motorsport. Looks like Darius managed to pull away like around 1 second, which is a pretty big gap. He needs to get rid of the tow he gives to Calvin, because that's what keeps him right behind him. And yeah, he gets a very good exit. The gap is around 8 or 9 tenths, yes, 9 tenths, and Darius is pulling away from Calvin, so that means that Calvin doesn't have any sort of tow, so that's good for Darius. As he overtakes the LMP2 right before the bus stop, Calvin gets slowed down again. Oh, that was a pretty close to hitting the wall. I'm not sure what happened there, but yeah, it was pretty risky. And looks like this is the only battle on track at this moment. So yeah, we're gonna keep watching it. Now, both cars approaching turn 1. Oh, and Calvin losing a bit of time in the braking zone, but yeah, he had a much better exit, so he's able to catch him again on the... Oh, and now Darius later slide. Maybe his tires are really worn out. Oh yeah, sector 1? No, never mind. And we are very close to approaching the 2 hours mark in today's race. 2 hours out of 8. And we had a lot of good fights, so yeah. And yeah, now we see Darius Andrei pulling away from Calvin, 1.3 seconds in only 1 lap, so that's a pretty good margin, and he's still pulling away. Top speed wise, I think Darius has a very good setup. He's just in the slide here in turn 1, lost around half a second, and Calvin touches the grass on the exit, so he loses even more time. Gap is now 2 seconds.
And we have a DNF here from Jeff Closa. That might have been the car that I saw clout the side of Gurgly Natty or Nagy. That might have been that car. But yeah, unfortunately, SV Racing car is out of the race.
Yes, the last year's champions, Scuderia Ventus, are out of the race after having a very bad first race, barely scoring points. Yeah, I think it's mainly because their top driver Santo Englist left the team and moved to Seawolf Net Race, and now yeah, they are just not going well. The season is not going well for Scuderia Ventus.
Unfortunate. Not sure, Robert, if we checked in on the GTE lead or positions recently.
Yes, we did after the incident
All right.
between Max Jansen and Cameron Sansano. We
Mm.
currently have Sean Jacobs leading the race with Max Jansen 5 seconds behind him in P2. Then Cameron Sansano for Speediamite Racing Team number 71 in P3 after suffering an incident with Ibrahim Khan, who's now sitting in P4. And then we have Linus Lundvall for Solo Sport Racing in P5. Blaine
Jan
Harry.
Jan Katau into the pits again.
Ooh, okay. Is that a scheduled pit stop or is it
I really don't know. They've done some odd pit stop work, to be honest with you. I've also had a couple of disconnection issues, so I don't have a complete log to look back on, unfortunately. But I would think, let me double check my quick guide here. If it's been 17, I don't know if you can look this up, Robert. If it's been 17 laps since his last pit stop, or 7 laps since his last pit stop, then technically that's within the pit window, unless he's driving it all the way to the full tank, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's not a scheduled pit stop, maybe a little scratch, a little bit of damage or something happened. Because a car can go from 22 to 24 laps without pitting a DPI car, and he went only 17 laps, so yeah, there should be something.
It could be an ulterior strategy maneuver. 17 laps is when the alternative strategy window sort of opens up. It's sort of toward the back end of the half of that. But if you take a pit stop at around 17 laps, you can effectively just run full stints all the way till the end, and then do a short fill at the end, and on your last pit stop, and make it to the end. The short fill being, I want to say, what is that?
Oh, yellow in sector 1. No, it's gone.
About, you'd basically be adding about 45, yeah, about 46 liters of fuel is what you would take on at the end of the race. So it could be a strategy maneuver, but definitely interesting to see that he came in that early.
Oh, also, the battle for the first position is getting closer and closer. Kessler Rightfield is losing a lot of time to Darius Andre, around 2 seconds per lap, and there's Calvin Reinhardt very close behind Darius as well, 2 seconds gap between P1 and P3, so... Oh, and we see the leaders coming. Yes.
Reitveld's into the pits. Reitveld's into the pits. So our pole sitter's back on the point position, leading this race.
Yep. Let's see if we can pull away from Kelvin Reinhardt.
Nagy in the P2 into the pits.
Yeah, the track is looking pretty clear. Oh, we have a battle between Matt Beavis and Walter Mendes for P9. Yeah, Matt Beavis is pretty fast right now, catching up to the guys in front. So this should be a pretty easy move, I think. Let's see.
For the sorry, he's been running low 45s for the most part in open air.
Yes, and that's a acceptable time. Not exactly the fastest one, but it's not slow either. Oh, and Chris Tarboton, Dylan, sorry, is in the pits as well. Maybe he's gonna change drivers, so
Yeah, I can imagine that's going to be the driver change there. But they've been able to extend their fuel almost 2 laps farther than any of the other DPI cars.
yep, they are the only Mazda running, and as I said, Mazda has a inline 4 engine, the smallest engine from all DPI cars, so yeah, it's more efficient, and they have a larger tank as well. I think so, yeah, they have a much
By
longer
about
stint
2
than everyone
liters, yeah.
else, yes. As we see, Matt Biv is catching up Mendes for Sunfair Racing Team. Oh, and he brakes really well here, no lock. And he's only 1/10 behind now. Maybe he's gonna go for the move, or no, he's gonna wait till the straight to get in the slipstream and just go
I
for
bet
it.
he makes
Yeah,
the maneuver at the bus stop.
yeah, same. He's very
Matt's
close.
Matt's measured enough to definitely make maneuvers, smart maneuvers.
Yeah, he's a very
Ooh, is Connor Bell gets very close to to Max Jansen. Um, they're going into turn 1 and just tons of DPIs now as we nope, that Katao just ran into the side of Connor Bell, unfortunately, at the north half of the International Horseshoe, trying to get by. It was a heated battle between him, Reinhardt, and no, not my bad, not Reinhardt, but Cass Reitfeld, and I believe that was a P2 in there as well. But yeah, he and Cass Reitfeld again battling it out, but Yan Katao's the one who hit the side of Connor Bell going through that turn. Just DPIs need to understand, yes, you're fast, but you don't get to extract the maximum every lap. It's just a little bit too much contact around Daytona today.
Yeah, everyone is really aggressive here, mainly fighting for positions. And we have a very big lead, I think 40 cars, if I'm not wrong.
So
And so,
Yankatao, sorry again, Robert.
no,
Yankatao, they're splitting the GTE car, one of the Speedy Mike GTE cars. So it's definitely one of the top 3 cars. Is Yankatao and Cass Reitfeld again, basically battling it out. As yeah, that's a P2 of not Samuel Bentley. Whom is this? Vladislav Mostolenko in the mix there, but Cass Reitfeld and Jan Kitao definitely battling it out for P5 overall. Blake Check gets into the pits again. Blake's been into the pits multiple times, I think serving some cut track penalties and just some driving penalties, unfortunately. So fortunately, he's starting to fall down the field in the P2 category.
yep, and now we see Jan Katau getting closer and closer to Kes Reitfeld. 3/10 now, and he's really fast, so he might go for the move in turn 1. 10 kilometers faster, and he goes on the outside 11 kilometers faster. And yeah, he makes it on the outside of the straight.
Careful though, he slotted in too early there. Cass is going to have a good run into turn 1 on the outside there, and able to keep it off Katao's left rear fender. Katao's going to have to drive aggressively. Cass, that's a penalty, Cass. You crossed that line. I saw you do it. But yeah, unfortunately, tempers flaring and red mist rising with these two drivers trying to get past each other.
Yeah, it was a pretty tense moment in turn 1 with Kes going a little bit wide and Jan Katau covering the
Mhm.
racing line, so
It was good close racing though.
yeah, it's a
You
good
know, it's
racing.
good close racing. That's what we want to see. You know, guys getting close, but you know, just not touching. As we're heading up on hour number 2 here, within about 10 minutes, we'll be breaching that point.
Yep, 2 hours in, or close
Mm-hmm.
to 2 hours in actually. So 1/4 of the race done, 6 hours to go. It's gonna be very
Oh
interesting.
boy.
A lot of fights. We had, I can't even remember how many position changes we had in the first 2 hours.
Oh yeah, it had to have been as many as I mean, it kind of looked like a United States NASCAR race, as many positions. Like when they're in the draft, they're just all sort of shuffling back and forth and back and forth. And yeah, just crazy. I would say opening 10 minutes. It was 10 minutes it started to settle down, but yeah, just crazy opening 10 minutes for sure. As Cass Brightfield has seemed to have dropped off Jan Katau by at least a second and a half almost. So Katau uh, navigating or getting luckier with traffic than Cass Brightfield has been. And maybe Cass just taking it easy on those tires now.
Yeah, you might save a little bit because I think his strategy is to double stint. Because we saw in the after the
Mhm.
first round of pit stops, he had a 20 seconds gap without doing anything, and
Mhm.
then he was extremely slow by the end of the stint. So maybe that's his strategy right now, putting softs or mediums and doing 2 stints instead of one.
Well, let me ask you this, Robert. Would he that wouldn't have been from him changing just single scenting softs then, correct?
Oh, can you repeat? Sorry, I didn't pay attention.
It wouldn't have been from him single stinting softs though.
Yes.
Like the time wouldn't have worked. As we actually have our leader in Darius Andre, former leader into the pits. So Darius Andre coming into the pits now at roughly lap 68, which that would be, I want to say that's around a scheduled stop. As Santu's out and Rob Moore into that P2 Seawolf net race car, and Andre looks to be staying into this car. It's full service pit stop, definitely. Yeah, this is a scheduled stop definitely for Andre. Just a lap short of what I thought they would normally be coming in on, but definitely not out of the norm for certain. But yeah, Jan Katau definitely on an alternate strategy um, than than the leaders, so that'll be interesting to watch as he's still sort of the sharp end of the field.
Oh, and Darius Andre got a drive-through for exceeding track limits.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Not very good from him.
No, Reinhardt into the pits, so our leader now into the pits. Yeah, that's gonna cost him, you know, easily another, what, 25 seconds having to go through the pits there.
Oh, and now we have a fight for P6 between Angus Tong and Yanis Ordzakowski. Oh, when Angus goes for the inside in the bus stop and he makes the move. Very good from him.
Mm-hmm. He's been honing his skills on the kart tracks in Canada, Angus has been. He's got some YouTube videos of his races, usually finishing on the podium, so
Yeah.
definitely knows how to slide a car through the tight stuff, Angus does. Samuel Bentley coming in from overall P3 into the pits. That's going to put now, we'll give you a quick rundown here as we're getting close to about 5 minutes before 2 hours have eclipsed in this race. So P1 Darius Andre, but he is going to have to serve a stop-go penalty for exceeding track limits. So that'll then put the net leader, Calvin Reinert, back up into P1. Jan Katau is effectively going to be in probably net P2, but currently P3 right now. Cass Reitfeld still about a second behind Jan Katau in P4. Dylan Tarboton, great recovery drive after having some issues early on with a GT car in a high-speed section of the track, is currently P5. Samuel Bentley overall in a P2 is 6th overall. Rob Moore actually now inherits that P6 in the Seawolf Net race car. Blake Checketts now as we're getting oh, and there's, you got to check your mirrors, boys. There's contact in the pits between Jamie Tatui and Mika Hakimi coming into their pits. Don't know if the stewards are going to issue a unsafe release or anything on that one, but yeah, Jamie Tatui now P8, Angus Tong P9, Mika Hakimi into the pits P10, Janis Orchikowski in P11, Vladislav Moselenik in P12, Ainut Busila in P13, Pascal Eger P14, Louis Sace P15, Ben Fenneman P16, Chris Gitzov P17, Bertalan Savanya in P18, Luca Gray P19, Sean Jacobs, our first GTE car, is in P20. Max Jansen, P2 GTE in 21st. Cameron Sensano is in P3 in GTE, 22 overall. Linus Lundvall, P23. Blaine Heary into the pits at P24. Ben Crooks into the pits, taking over for Ibrahim Khan. Moving up to P24, Blaine Heary down to P25. Goncalo Alimeda in P26, Matt Beavis P27, Ruben Artiaga P28, Alex Tunbridge P29, Gregor Ballo P30, Connor Bell P31, Andre Lino P32, Johan Van Doren P33, Jesus Canto P34, and Malcolm Schneider in P35. Cars out of the race, Jeff Closa and Patrick Ziblasi. That's our full field rundown. Blake Checkett's back into the pits now.
Nice. And I just
Along
realized
with-
we don't had any timing on tower in game on stream action. So I just turned them on. Sorry for that.
Oh, wonderful. Hey, we caught it before the second hour, so
Nice.
no problem.
Oh, now a fight between Kes Reitfield and Jan Katau.
Yeah, as we actually both missed that penalty as I was doing the full field rundown for Darius Andre, dropped him down to P4 overall. So Calvin Reinhardt, Jan Katau, and Cass Reitfeld, your top three in DPI. But yeah, definitely a battle right now between Jan Katau and Cass Reitfeld. with somebody right behind them. Might be Angus Tom? A little bit farther back? No, Angus is farther up the way. Another darkly colored, what I thought was a DPI, but Cass Reitfeld now going in, has the inside line, going into turn 1, but unable to make anything of fruition as Jan Katau crosses that solid yellow line. Lot of lot of solid yellow line crossing going on, or solid white line crossing. I mean, for that pit entry or exit line that we are not supposed, the drivers are not supposed to be abusing, but have been on a few occasions to advance themselves a position or put a car a lap down.
Yeah, no. Oh, and what happened to... Oh, and Darius Andre had to serve the penalty, so... Yeah, that's why he dropped a few places.
Yeah. Yep. Still about 21 seconds or so ahead of Dylan Tarboton, who's been in that car quite a while. Imagining though, is they're going to be coming up on their what would it be, third stop here, that they are going to be he and Chris are most likely going to be swapping out.
Yeah, it's time.
It's Dylan putting the maneuvers on 2 fighting GTE cars, and you know what? Kudos to those GTE cars. They are doing a phenomenal job of getting out of the way for some of these faster prototype cars today. So anyways, we've just eclipsed now about 2 minutes, so roughly probably a lap and a half. The 2-hour mark. Robert, any thoughts on the race so far? Anything from teams that you thought you might see more from, or any surprises that you weren't expecting?
So I'm very excited. I'm very surprised by ACC Sim Motorsport, currently in P3 and P1. They had a very good race in the first 2 hours, so yeah, they're looking very good right now. Maybe even take a win and a podium. For podium is pretty much. Oh, and we see a solo sport racing car spinning. Oh, and he collects 2 DPIs. That's Jan Katau and Kies Reitwild. I was just speaking about them. I think that's the commentator cars.
Oh yeah, it might be.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, a big crash here. I think they have damage, so they might pit.
That's too bad. Katau had a brilliant, in my opinion, the Seawolf Net Race DPI had a brilliant alternative strategy going, and unfortunately, this is just gonna throw a spanner in the works on this.
Yeah, not very good for them. And yeah, with a very interesting strategy, underfueling the car, just pushing a lot, and then yeah, doing more stops but being faster overall. Yeah, very unfortunate for them, and the touch they had with the GT right now.
But their sister P2 car not far off, only 3 positions behind of the front running, or actually 2 positions behind of the front running sister car in DPI. So overall podium might still be on the table.
Yep, it can still happen.
The field has kind of strung itself out a bit, although we are getting a pretty good battle here between a P2 and a DPI, as Angus Tong in P8 and Jamie Tatui in P7 are fighting. Tong definitely having the superior equipment, taking the high side as they're heading into the bus stop, but Tatui has the more, I guess you would say, semi-optimal line, but again, Tong just too much going through there. Tatui really sliding that P2 car. Tatui's going to be right up on the bumper, though, of Tong. We'll get the draft. It'll just be whether or not that DPI of Tong has the legs to sort of pull away from Tatui, which seems it does. Seems it does, as Tatui is just unable to get their GTE car, removing himself from the battle. Tatui, though, looking to maybe do a dive bomb. Nope, thinks better of it. Good man, Jamie. Good man. And that's going to move Angus Tong, Rookie Monsters number 73 car, which had issues early on from a spin. And we're also having some frame rate issues for their earlier driver, Simon Marshall, I was told. Just able to claw themselves back up. They were 13th overall at one point in time in this race. So great recovery drive by Angus Tong.
It looks like there's Samuel Bentley, the driver for Drillers Esports. I think they are currently P2, and he wants to get interviewed. I message him, and yeah, if when you come, you'll get.
Chris gets off. Chris gets off. Big spin coming into the second portion of the International Horseshoe. Cones a flying. So if anybody was using those as break points, they're gone now. But Chris Gitzoff got it all wrong going into that southern half of the International Horseshoe here at the Daytona International Circuit. And oh my, that was a big moment.
And it looks like we have Samuel Bentley ready for interviews, and we're gonna drag him.
Yeah, bring him in.
And here he is, Samuel Bentley.
Hello.
Hey Sam, how you doing?
I'm good. How's everyone here?
Doing all right. You guys were having a fun race up toward the sharp end of the overall field earlier.
Yeah, I was leading at one point, but then a GT decided to push me off the track.
So how is it out there? So from where I'm sitting, and again, I'm not sitting where you guys are sitting, as we're actually having a really good battle right now between Darius Andre with Cass Rightfield. How elbows out is it out there between the GTEs, the P2s, and the DPIs? Seems some of the DPIs are abusing their speed, so to speak.
Well, I'm not sure which one it was, but I did have a stint-long battle with the Lightning McQueen DPI.
Okay.
Because if you get near a DPI, and you can just keep taking their toe, and then it kind of keeps you at their speed a bit, as long as you nail the bus stop right. You can just stick with them. So you can kind of, it was getting a bit hard, a bit aggressive there, but it was fun to say I was fighting a faster car.
Yeah. No, that's good. And yeah, I'm actually a little surprised about the distance. I figured the P2s would be able to go a little bit farther than the big cut there by Andre. Yeah. Anyway, I'm surprised that the P2s weren't necessarily able to go a little bit longer than the DPIs, but
yeah, I'm not sure on how much fuel DPI takes.
65 liters for the Cadillacs.
That's less than Oregon takes.
Oh, y'all only have 65 liters on there, not 75?
We have 75.
Yeah.
The DPI is less than us. But
Yeah.
I guess it just, I don't know if they've got like a hybrid system in or something. Must be
Mm.
better on using it, but it's just not really that much faster than the P2s. A low DPI against a top P2 is kind of like, it's close. I was fighting them in Silverstone.
Oh, Andre with a big slide going into the southern half of the International Horseshoe there. As we have Angus Tong in the pits. Yeah, no, that's interesting. Yeah, I figured the 10-liter advantage. Unless you guys are burning fuel at a higher rate, don't give me your fuel burn rate. Don't want to give away strategy.
I don't know it either.
But yeah, no, just surprised at that. Outside of that, track conditions. What were your takes on track conditions at least? And I guess traffic could be the other big thing to talk about out there.
Yeah, well, it'd be better if it was wet, as we thought it would be. It would be way more fun to watch and maybe drive. Mix the field up. But your track's fine. It was improving. When I managed to come out the pit and not have any traffic, I just went like a second faster than my best. So I could push. But yeah, I think I've been pretty lucky. I haven't really had many people in the bus stop. Except for the one guy did running outside and he hit me.
And sorry there. And Cass Reifeld is going to get P2 overall from Darius Andre. Darius Andre with a big dive into the northern half of the International Horseshoe. Ooh, they touch fenders, but no harm, no foul. And Andre able to keep in front. Those tires have to be screaming there, wouldn't you think there, Samuel?
Well, I'm not sure because I'm watching a GTE on the stream right now.
That's the best part about Daytona, is there's battles all around.
Oh yeah, it's definitely hard to pull away from a car if they can just get your toe, and it's like, at the start with me and Blake, I was just towing him for this whole stint.
Yeah. Oh, Pascal Eggert, DNF. That car though had some issues, involved in some heavy collision. Well, not heavy collisions, but definitely involved in some argy-bargy there. Actually, I think you had a run-in with them, the sister car with Vladislav Mosalenko.
What is the car? What car is it?
It's the
is it a P2 or a GTE?
Yeah, it's a P2. Taguchi or Tiachi, the real Feel 8 car.
Well, let me get the spotter guide up.
Yeah, number 65.
I only really remember how cars look.
Yeah.
Oh, big crash!
Yellow.
Oh, that wasn't me.
Go
No,
ahead.
that was my teammate.
Is Blake? All
It
right.
was Blake who plowed into him.
Robert, where's the big crash?
A P2 and P3, Darius Andre and right wheel crashed in turn 1.
Oh, the two DPI guys just crashing again, huh?
Well, that DPI, cats. Oh, I mean it's delayed. Okay, yeah. I'm a bit behind.
Okay, so unfortunately I need to restart the game, so we're gonna go into a commercial break and be right back in a few minutes.
If I run away.
No, don't run away yet.
Alright. Well, I think he took like 10 seconds out of Rob Moore. I don't know who he is now.
Yeah, he's right behind. He's P6 overall. Rob Moore is P5.
Yeah, everyone's leading.
But Jamie's a
And we are
lap
back
down,
live.
so.
Jamie's a lap down.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we a lap down?
Well, because, you know, pit stops, driver swap.
Oh, they're like 20 seconds behind Santu. What? I'm confused.
And we are back live.
Oh, no, no, lap down to the overall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You went on to the car in front. Okay.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
Jamie Tatui only a lap down overall, not to class leader.
Yeah.
Rob Moore, they should be on the same lap. Rob Moore is looking to be put, well, he's going to be probably put a lap down at some point in time. As Calvin Reiner is quickly closing on Rob Moore leading the P2 category. But Jamie Tatui not far behind. I would say probably about 3 to 4 seconds. Maybe more. No, more than that. Probably about 8 to 10 seconds behind. But closing quickly as Samuel Bentley, who's joining us in the booth here, we're just discussing how fast boy Jamie Tatui is, which he is a fast boy.
Yeah, he does a lot of the big leagues, like VEC. And I don't know, most of Asha, I'm not really sure what he does, but he is fast. So I'm hoping he can claw back from the mistakes I made with some GTs and collide him with a DPI at the bus stop somewhere, I think.
And we have Cass Reitfeld in from P3 overall into the pits, making what I would think would probably be another scheduled stop. Very interesting indeed. So what's Driller's got on tap for us in the continued ARL season, Samuel, and potentially other ventures that you guys are looking to get into?
What are the future of Drillers?
Sure.
Well, I'm mainly involved in the smaller leagues like ARL, but I mean it is this league has grown. I've seen it's gotten much bigger than it was when it first started. And like VSRA, we were in there, but they're still going. It's mainly an endurance team, so like VEC, we've got a lot of teams in there, and a lot of top drivers, like Jamie and Henry, who's also in the 27. I'm not sure how his paces are going, but he's a
P10 overall.
But he is a McLaren Senna Pro, so this might be a bit of a change for him.
Oh my!
And I'm sure he will easily pick it up. This is probably the best in the team. I think he's only like a 10th off straight away on the fastest lap of the P2s.
That's pretty good. Oh, Luca Gray's become administrator. How about that? Yeah, no, very interesting. Oh, Cass Reitfeld actually might have been coming in for a stop and go penalty. Although, no, there's somebody new in that car. Kalle Leistola is in the car Cass Reitfeld was in. But yeah, Jamie now setting his sights on. And Kalle completely missed the bus stop chicane. Completely missed it. So be interesting to see what comes from that. That might be another stop and go penalty if he didn't slow it down for long enough and for far enough. Yeah. Your car, actually the 28, is looking to catch. Ooh, that was kind of close.
I can't see anything you're talking about.
Oh, well, I'll just listen. I'll just give you the rundown. Yeah, Jamie got very close. Kalle broke very early for turn 1, and Jamie got close, had to kind of go to the
Oh.
high side. They've just
Oh, yeah,
gone
it's
over
a-
the northern loop of the horseshoe there, and Jamie, they just gone through the little kink, going to the southern loop of the International Horseshoe. Jamie on the outside going to get boxed in by a GTE car, but able to go down on the inside of that GTE car there. So, yeah, wonderful. It'll be interesting to see if Jamie's able to catch Calle Lastola here. I doubt it now that they're on the straightaway, and he's a little bit too far back for the toe. But yeah, definitely almost had him there for P5 overall. But DPIs are what they are. Although he closes so much under braking and just attack. Ooh, track cut, Jamie. Careful of them track
Oh,
cuts.
you stop watching him on the stream.
Yeah.
I think
I
he
mean,
hasn't really done any practice, that's the thing. But he'll definitely pick it up. I've told him, but
yeah. Don't touch the grass.
I feel like you can give it a little tap.
Just a little. His was 2 wheels off.
It's a little tap.
So
we used to get a toe in, but I'm like 20 seconds behind.
It was more of a soft bludgeoning of the grass.
It's like you gotta pay for the grass or something.
Well, we were actually talking about that in practice yesterday for rookie monsters, and we were talking about how the Michelin Pilot Challenge in real life, they're kind of the step down from the IMSA WeatherTech cars. In GT style, they have TCR cars, which are basically like touring cars with arrows strapped on. And they actually can't really turn in the bus stop because a lot of them are front wheel drive. So they just plow through the grass. And I was listening to this one driver talk about it, and he's like, yeah, we take so much grass that by the end of the race, he goes, we had made a rut in the bus stop to where you knew you were taking the right line if your car bounced off of the curbing into the rut and then bounced up off of the curbing and back onto the track. He goes, that's when you knew you hit the line correctly. So yeah, it's definitely interesting. As Callie's really struggling with this car a little bit. It just keeps getting out, and Darius Andre now and Calvin Reinhardt have effectively almost lapped the field.
Yeah, I think I saw a GPI give Jamie a little smack into the turn 4.
Mm-hmm.
If you count 1 and 2 or
It
not.
was probably Calle Lastola in that AC Sim Sport Mustang sampling, not real sponsor car. But yeah. But no, Jamie's still trying to hunt down Rob Moore, who's in P1, LMP2 overall. Jamie Tatsui P2 in LMP2 not overall, but LMP2 class, followed by Mika Hakimi in P3 in the LMP2 class. DPIs, we have Calvin Reinhardt in P1, Darius Andre in P2, and Jan Katau in P3. Those are also your overall leaders. And in GTE, we will pick up on that, as I've been neglecting that class like nobody's business. Is Sean Jacobs still leading out there? P1 in GTE, 19th overall. Max Jansen, P2 in GTE, 20th overall. And Lazarus Filipakos, P3 GTE, 21st overall. And those are your leaders in each class, as we have Darius Andre into the pits again. Wonder if this is for a actual stop. I need to just bring that up. That's for Sante. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see if that is an overall pit stop. Have to do some maths real quick, and gosh knows I like doing maths. But yeah, no, Samuel, I guess thanks for joining us. I think Robert had to bounce, so feel free to stay and add your 2 cents if you want to hear me commentate. But if not, and you got to get going, I totally understand.
I've already head back to the boys in the drillers chat.
All right.
Cheerleading.
Wonderful. All right. Well, thanks again, Samuel, and we look to see you later on in the race. And stay safe out there and have fun.
All right, thanks.
Yep. Bye. And we have Rob Moore, our leader in P2, heading into the pits now. So that'll give the overall lead to Jamie Tatui, or not overall, the class lead to Jamie Tatui, as Rob Moore is going to be in the pits for regular service. So this has got to be our regular service pit stops here. Yep, these are going to be our regular service, regular scheduled pit stops on a full fuel load. Tank stops, I was able to calculate that out real quick. So it'll definitely be interesting to see when these guys come in and where. Again, Jan Katau should, yep, Calvin Reiner into the pits, that's scheduled. I had these basically at about 92 laps, which is just about where they're occurring right now. So, definitely interesting. That they're coming in pretty much on schedule. Well, not interesting really, but Calvin Reiner into the pits, so our first overall class leader, or overall leader of the race is into the pits here, right around lap 92. So yeah, regularly scheduled. We'll see if Darius Andre peels into the pits here, as he might not, because he has come into the pits a couple of times before, so he might be off sequence of it, and he is. So Calvin Reinert's heading out, but Darius Andre into turn 1. Calvin Reinert, though, has the quicker line, easier line, coming out of the pits, and Reinert keeps in P1, but his lead is now down to probably about a second and a half to Darius Andre, and Reinert's going to be on cold tires. So Darius Andre, the time to strike is now. And Jamie Tatue into the pits.
User disconnected from your channel.
Most likely a scheduled stop. Jamie Tatui, the overall leader in P2, or the class leader in P2, is going to be getting out, but I think he's going to lose, and he will lose probably the lead to his teammate in the other E-Drillers Motorsports card, Henry Sinek. But it is going to be a bit of a battle. Nope, Rob Moore is able to get by Jamie Tatui, so Jamie Tatui losing 2 spots during this pit stop. Mika Hakimi, who was overall P4 at that point in time, coming into the pits there. Yeah, Jamie Tatui dropping from P1 down to P3, but not much separating the top 3 in P2, so very competitive class indeed. Janusz Orchowski or Zakowski into the pits, and Martinez J. Carlos into the pits as well in P2s and DPIs respectively. Miko Kimi still in the pits, Hakimi now out of the pits, but nearly 3/4 of a lap down to the top 3 runners in P2. And we have a driver change for the number 99 Cadillac DPI, the Anas Kazundik. Anas, I am sorry, I am mispronouncing that name, but Anas Kajundzik into the car. Kajundzik into the car for the number 99. We also have more P2s coming in. Henry Sinek into the pits, so he will now relieve the lead back to Rob Moore, but Jamie Tatui is just hounding Rob. Coming up on Rob right now, going to be hounding Rob for the lead. Is Jamie Tatui just a demon right now on that fresh rubber. Henry Sinek still into the pits, as this will be interesting to see if Mika Hakimi can catch him. No, he cannot. Although Hakimi now just entering the front stretch, and Sinek just leaving the pit lane after pit speed limiter. So Hakimi, start finish line, yeah, he's probably going to be, he's not going to be anywhere close to Henry Sinek, as Sinek joins very, very close to a GTE car. Was a little bit farther over than probably what he should have been. But right along board with Jamie Tatui and Rob Moore has been able to get that car gathered up underneath them and keep a little lockup though from the right front, but been able to keep a good distance. As we have cars DNFing, well, a car DNFing, Aiden Williams, a DNF most likely on a driver change disconnect issue. Unfortunately, and that is going to be all she wrote for the 360 Motorsports number 36 Cadillac. Just watching the battles around. Calvin Reinert now has a 2.2 second lead over Darius Andre. A 5-second lead over Jan Kitao, who's roughly about 3 seconds behind Darius Andre. Kelly Listola, almost, well, about 55 seconds behind that group up ahead. Then followed, not too far behind, well, about probably a quarter of a lap behind by Christopher Tarboton, and then Angus Tong about another quarter of a lap behind Christopher Tarboton. Oh, and I have totally missed that. Hopefully we didn't, but Jamie Tatui has been able to get by Rob Moore, so Jamie Tatui able to slink up in the draft and basically get by Rob Moore. So that's going to put the number 28 Drillers Esports car driven by Jamie Tatui and Samuel Bentley today up into the class lead of P2. The lead for GTE has closed ever so slightly more, as Max Jansen has been putting in some good lap times and being able to close the gap a little bit to Sean Jacobs, though not super significantly to where he's in attack range yet. But could we start to be seeing some driver fatigue within Sean Jacobs here, who's basically been at the point end of this field since the drop of the green flag? Scrolling through and seeing where the other GTEs are, seeing if we have any good. Ooh, as Ruben Artiaja almost took out P2 in the P2 class. Came down a little more aggressively than what you would have thought. And right through the pits. Oh, this is a dangerous situation. Ruben Artiega, huge incident through the pit lane on the front stretch. Kind of got pushed in through there, and he is out of the race with a crash and ruined suspension. So that'll be our fifth DNF of the afternoon. Max Jansen's been able to close that gap a little bit to Sean Jacobs, but again, not significantly enough to where Jansen's able to mount any sort of challenge or pressure on Jacobs other than waving at him nicely through his rear view mirror. Calvin Reiner able to extend his lead over Darius Andre to 3.3 seconds. Jan Kitao, though, is slowly closing on Darius Andre, although we're expecting vastly different fuel loads in that car and tire wear on those tires. Oh, Angus Tong into the pits. So we had a car, a GTE car, if I'm not mistaken, just going far too quickly down pit lane, and another DNF. Same team as Ruben Artiaja out of the race. Angus Tong getting what seems to be regular service. Hey Santu, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, hello.
Oh, great. Hey, I'm pulling you in here because I got nobody. And I need somebody to talk to.
It gets quite lonely.
Well, it's just everybody's kind of strung out. Well, not anymore now. We got Jan Kitao on the butt of Darius Andre there. So this is going to be an interesting fight. About a tenth of a second separating the two DPIs, P2 and P3 overall. So this will be interesting. Kitao is going to be on a different fuel load than Andre, though. I'm fairly certain of that. That Seawolf Net Race team, which I know you're a part of, y'all have opted for a different. Oh, little cheeky maneuver there by Andre. A little block thrown on your teammate Jan. But y'all have opted for a very interesting strategy in DPI, one that I am not so certain won't work for you.
I mean, I don't know really about the strategy, but like I know that we've tried to focus more on the top speed on the setup, and that's kind of causing us problems with both cars. But as long as we get close to people and can have fresh tires, we can drive away. It will depend at that point when you have no pace in the corners.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting setup approach for sure. Obviously, speed kills, but you can't kill with speed if you're going slow in the corners. So it'd be interesting to see. You guys are at the sharp end of the field again with both cars, so it's not necessarily not working for you. Just remains to see if the overall prize won't be the route that y'all took. But you were out there early on, Santu. Tell us what your thoughts were on that race, especially the start. Seemed hectic.
Well, yeah, it was quite hectic, I have to say. Like, being amongst the DPIs, they were eager to get past, obviously. Some have the pace to get past. Got hit by a couple of them and had to struggle those 3 stints I did with that. We were down about 10 kph top end. We lost about a second per lap. So now we're just trying to, we fixed the damage, we're just trying to get back to everything, but it seems like we might have some invisible damage, as they say, in the car that's causing us problems at the moment.
Yeah, the phantom damage that never seems to go away or repair itself. As we just have, speaking of phantom damage, that might have been what was plaguing Vladislav Moselenko. Although he had some pretty obvious damage when he was spun around with one of the Drillers Esports cars. I believe it was Blake Chelitz at the southern half of the International Horseshoe. Oh, probably about 40 some minutes ago. But unfortunately, Vladislav has had to park that car for the day, bring our retiree mount up to 6, which is quite high for this time in the race, I would have thought. Think the same, Santu?
Yeah, I think I was expecting maybe 1 or 2 retirements in the race, just because it's quite an open track and it's pretty hard to hit walls or kill an engine or anything like that. So I'm a bit surprised as well at the moment with the amount of DNFs we have, but I guess that just sometimes happens.
Yeah, as hard as everybody's pushing, and as I hate to say it, as much contact as there was early on, and sort of elbows out driving, definitely something I hadn't seen that was that crazy since my days in GPVWC with the Formula cars. That's usually what you see on the first couple laps, not a 8-hour endurance race. Yeah. So your team, Santu, Seawolf Net Race. Seawolf Net Race. Your team is running in P2 in class, 7th overall. You turned the car over to Rob Moore. What'd you tell him before he got into the car?
Well, I told him that just do what everybody else does. We've seen some, obviously, the stewards were going to be strict on the cutting of the bus stop, but it seems like it's a gentleman's agreement to not report people, so everybody is cutting in the grass a bit there. So we are just doing what everybody else does and hoping we can somehow finish this race in a good position. But you never know. Like last
Yeah.
race, I got crashed out, and it just happens sometimes.
Yeah. Now, well, your sister car just made a great maneuver on Darius Andre, so they're now up to P2 overall. So they're going to be setting their sights on Calvin Reinhardt, who has about a 5-second lead over Jan Katau. But we'll see if Darius Andre fights. If Darius and Jan fight, they won't be able to catch Calvin. If they don't fight and they work together, they might be able. They might be able to actually catch Calvin there. As wow, Darius is just taking some very interesting lines to overtake slower traffic, and yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, it's a bit tough with some of the cars. Like if you get passed just before the oval part. Oh, that's quite an interesting line, actually. I have to say myself.
Yeah. Yep.
We might see a report happening for that, but
yeah,
I have to see what's going on with that.
It's not the first time we've seen a maneuver like that, especially from the cars sort of at the sharp end of the field. Not so much from your team. I haven't seen much of that, but definitely the number 64 and the number what is that? The 5, the Mustang sampling in the Welling car. Seen some, and the number 64 car. It's definitely seen some interesting lines taken, for sure. But yeah. So track conditions. What were they like?
Well, at the start, obviously, it was quite green. Like that's the usual in every race, but. I'm not sure if it was the damage for me personally, but it felt quite slow compared to what we had in qualifying. Like it was the same track and same rubber and all of that kind of fancy stuff, but it felt very different from what I was used to in qualifying. I think the track has gotten quite fast at the moment, so 33s for a stint in LMP2 should certainly be possible. Nobody's yet doing those, so we shall see.
Yeah, I was actually interested to know that the fuel stint didn't go as long. Is it fuel dependent or tire dependent on the LMP2?
You mean compared to the DPI?
Yeah. Because the DPIs, they're running about 23 laps per stint, give or take. The Mazda's been able to do, I think, almost 26 laps, which is just blowing my mind right now, which might actually end up being their saving grace. But very interesting to see that the LMP2s, there's not much of a spread, even though the P2 has about 10 extra liters. So obviously you guys are using more fuel per lap than the DPIs, which is, I guess, it's just interesting to me.
Yeah, I think most of the cars in LMP2 they are running quite high mix also on the engine, so
Yeah.
that might have something to do with that. But in general, the DPIs they have a more efficient engine, so they can run a bit longer.
I see. Well, interesting there. Sorry, I'm just doing some quick lap calculations, trying to get everybody's as we stopped working again. My Excel does not want to work with rFactor 2 open. That is just too bad. But yeah, it looks like y'all's main competition out there for the Seawolf Net Race team, as usual, your arch nemesis, Drillers Esports. I've seen you guys race quite close and quite fair and quite well in VSRA as well. You guys have spilled that over into ARL now, and I'm sure there's no love lost between those two teams at times.
Well, I think we have the skill is quite close. If you look at the esports guys from Drillers, they might be a bit faster. Like the ones that like Cynic is at the moment he's driving. They might be a bit faster than the other guys, but usually Drillers and Seawolf it's pretty close. DSRA has been last season it was a fight every race pretty much, and now it seems like we are fighting again. But like we've reported Driller cars for using drivers that were not on the lineup, so we shall see on what Stuart's decide with that.
And I think your sister DPI car might have just come in for a pit stop there, as Darius Andre was afforded a stop-go penalty from the live Stewart, most likely for a track cut at the bus stop. I was taking some liberties there, but I think the Seawolf Net Race DPI car came into the pits there just now, and that has turned over the lead to Calvin Reinhardt's still in the lead, but turned over second place to Kelly Lestola there. So it'd be very interesting to see what Jan's able to do, and if he's able to sort of cut down that lead to Calvin Reinhardt, because Reinhardt should be coming into the pits not too far from now. But yeah, any I guess any other thoughts or anything from the race, Santu, that you thought? Any scary moments out there? I might have lost Santu for a second. I'm sure he'll circle back around, but yeah, we have Callie Lestola into the pits, so I'm expecting Calvin Reinhardt to be coming into the pits next time. It'll just be interesting to see as Jan Katau has a 1 minute 6.3 second gap to Calvin Reinhardt. If Jan Katau is able to get Calvin Reinhardt when Calvin Reinhardt comes in to make his pit stop. As you can see, the Seawolf Net Race guys have sort of aligned back up into that normal race strategy where all the DPIs are going to be coming in and pitting roughly together.
Yeah, it's an interesting race for sure, and it's great that everybody is this close at this point. And not much more from me. I just hope that we can see a race to the end for the win in every class, and that would be the best thing for everybody.
Yeah, no, I would have to agree with you 100% on that, Santu. I mean, I think we're all here because we like racing and we want to see a good, clean, hard race. And yeah, everybody get the result that they, put in the work for. But well, I'll let you get off, Santu, if you need to, and do whatever else you need to do. If you'd like to stay here in the commentators booth, feel free. Yeah, Darius Andre and Calvin Reinhardt extending that. So he might have turned down the mixture due to his lead a little bit. But Darius Andre coming into the pits. But yeah, Santu, if you need to head off, it's great having you here. Feel free if you want to stay. If not, I know you're probably busy, so.
Anyways,
drive through funnel.
thank you.
Huh,
I will head out.
All right. Yep. Have a good one, Santu. Have a great race later on.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I myself am actually going to have to take a break. So I will join you all at about noon my time, which will be in another couple hours, or about an hour or so from this time. But looking forward to seeing you all then. I'll give you a quick rundown of each class's top three. We still have Calvert Reinhardt in P1 overall, Jan Katau, P2 overall, and Darius Andre, P3 overall in the DPI categories. Andre coming back in for another drive-through penalty. So he'll be dropping down, I'm sure. In P1 overall, we have Jamie Tatui. Or no, sorry. P1 in the L1P2 class, we have Jamie Tatui. We then have Rob Moore, P2. And Henry Sinek in P3 in the LMP2 class. GTEs, we have Sean Jacobs, Lazarus Philippakos in P2 in GTE, Sean Jacobs in P1, and we have Przemysław Matika, Matika in P3 overall in the GTE class, or in P3 in GTE. So I'm gonna leave y'all there, and hope to see you all in another hour. Enjoy the race.
I remind everybody racing that you are not allowed to talk in the in-game chat, otherwise you will be given a 10-second stop and go penalty from now on. So no talking in the in-game chat, please.
Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
Hey guys.
And Nick is here. He'll be the broadcaster for the upcoming 4 hours of this race and also commentating a bit.
Yeah, I'm excited to get to it. Looks like I missed some of the cool stuff, but anyways, 4 hours should be fun.
Okay, so the stream might lag a bit now, but yeah, it should be up in a few seconds.
Mic test, mic test. Well, welcome back everyone. I'm Nick Barnsdale. I'm going to be taking over for the next 4 hours of Daytona. I hope you like the sound of my voice because you'll be hearing it a lot over the next 4 hours. Looks like I've missed the good stuff. As I said before, I heard there was a big battle for the lead early in the race, but it's well and truly settled down now with Jan Katau just storming away with the lead. LMP2 still to play for. Enqvist only 19 seconds away from Rusinak. And it looks like that the strategy in the GT class means that Premislav for the Semapex team has distanced himself from the speedy might of Talbot. I get the standings out just so I can give you guys a rundown halfway through the race. I don't have live standings, but you can make of it yourself what you will. We have Seawolf leading the DPI class, and I also want to get the teams out so that I can contrast that with what's currently going on. You have Seawolf, number 42, in the lead of the championship, and they are in the lead of this race by a large margin. Looks like they may add to their lead if things keep going the way they're going. Jan Katau putting in a great performance, and from what I can understand, Ben Gielzinski made a great drive before I got here. Rookie Monsters.
Nick.
Oh, hello.
Could you get me out of this for some reason? I somehow got here, but I have no idea. I'm currently driving, and like I have no idea how I'm here at the moment. So if you could kick me out, please.
Okay, sorry. It looks like we have Santu on a live feed in here. Okay, I'm gonna kick him out. I am unable. Chimal, can you kick him out?
I can try.
Sorry, Santu. And there he goes. So you got a little bit of a live look into the helmet of Santu Enqvist, who seemingly unwittingly joined us as I started commentating. He is currently racing. I've got to get the live timing open so I can see how he's doing. But just to look as I do that at the standings, Drillers is leading the LMP2 class, the number 28 car, Royal Blue, in second. And over in the GTEs, Semapex, after a dominant first performance with Premislav and Max Janssen, is still leading, and they're going to pick up some good points in this race, I think. Still a long way to go, but they've looked on the pace throughout. Even though I haven't been here, I've been following along a little bit, and it looks like they've been doing superbly. I need to find the live timing link now. Maybe someone can send it to me on WhatsApp. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Anyone. Oh, I'm silly. I have live timing in the control panel. Don't send me the live timing because I have it right here. We have Jan Katau leading the LMP2 class. Actually, I'm going to grab the standings for each class right now. Let me get the tower. Here's the RSS DPI class. Seawolf is leading by a lap, although they've just gone into the pits. I'm going to take a look at that. Jan Katau is now in the pit lane. There's Chris Tarboton, who is second for the Rookie Monsters number 55, also second in the championship. The 64 Sim Apex in third. They had a big battle for the lead earlier, falling a bit behind now. Sebastian Astapol driving for them at the moment. Later in the race, you could also expect to see Darius Andre taking over the wheel. He's going to lap a GTE right now, coming through the very banked corners of Daytona. The 73 Rookie Monsters in fourth, driven by either Simon Marshall or Angus Tong at the moment. I'm going to switch over to them. It's driven by Simon Marshall. Cam Roger is in the Mustang Sampling Racing car, which is a new entrant, I believe, this weekend. Haven't seen them before, but they're doing well to start to be fifth at the halfway point. Patrick Rustanak sitting in sixth for the 28 OPP car, although the graphic has it listed as number 9. Not 99, and yes, it is number 99. Jonas Kaufmann, Janis Orzakowski, who won the Assetto Corsa Competizione race a few weeks ago. Then it goes back to the number 95 F1RO team, driven by, at the moment, Santu Engqvist. Unless I'm going crazy. Perhaps I am. The graphic says something different. Maybe it's a driver change. Henry Sinek running 8th for Whalen Engineering Racing, apparently. Number 31, I believe they're also a new addition. And the number 36 360 Motorsports car has retired. I believe Santu is actually in the LMP2 class. I think the timing is just messing with me a little bit. Yeah, in fact, Patrick Rustanak and Santu are in the LMP2 class. Apologies for that. Those are the class leaders. Let's switch over to them now and check the LMP2 running order. If I can find the thing to allow me to do that, which I apparently can't. Oh my gosh, where is it? I can't find it. Well, this is silly. Apologies. Here's the LMP2 class standings. Coming up on the left side of your screen. The Drillers team is leading, as they often do. Patrick Rustanak, Sam Bentley, and the Nico Wierzbicki trio is leading the race. The Orica of number 46, that is Seawolf Net Race, is running second. Santu in the car, teamed up with Rob Moore this weekend. In third in the LMP2 class, there's Henry Sinek, driving also for Drillers, the number 27 car. Blake Checketts and Ethan Lim, Joey Frolic. Apparently, they've had a driver change since the team entries were released. Henry Sinek's not on the list, but I'm assuming he subbed in. Then a few DPIs separate them from Bertzelin Savagna, who's running fourth in class for Penguins Racing. The number 97 teamed with Gergely Nagy, if I'm reading that right. Ayman Hakim further back for Blue Steel. They're doing well today. Mika Hakimi, Ayman Hakim, Amir Havik, the Malaysian trio, in 12th overall and 5th in class. Then I think that's a default car. Martin Terbrache. No, that's an RSS DPI. Brian Templar is in the LMP2 number 85 for UGX Verenga Team Red, teamed up with Ben Fenema. Then it's the Orica 07. I think that's just a default name. Number 14, Luis Saiz for Stratos Racing. He teams up with Carlos Martinez this afternoon. Then we go back to some DNF'd cars. Now the battle that's really the one to watch at the moment. Let's take a look at the GTE class. Swapping out right now. The Ferrari 488 Sim Apex has taken the lead after the pit stop phase by 9 seconds over the Speedy Mite car. That one's Przemysław Machika and Max Janssen. Who's in the car at the moment? It's Przemysław. He's had a solid stint so far. Came out, picked her up right where Max left off, and he's been driving consistently so far today. The Speedy Mike car, though, not far behind. Jeremy Talbot currently in that car, currently entering the back straight. That's the number 51 Speedy Mite, teamed up with Sean Jacobs, Greg Hall, and Andy Dixie. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Sean Jacobs is the Virtual Endurance Champion Division 1 split winner from last season. So pretty good achievement for Sim Apex to be ahead of them at this point in the race. There's a long way to go, though. We know a Division 1 VEC car won't be giving up quite so easy. Also have to applaud them for the funky livery. Cameron Sansano is 21 seconds adrift of the Speedy Mite in the 71 Speedy Mite. He's driving with Lazaros Filipakos, who just recently got out of the car, and Rob Timpen. They're followed by the 74 Seawolf, Ibrahim Khan, and Ben Crooks. Then a long way back, the number 80 OSR car, Omicron Sim Racing, with Blaine Heary and Bruno Soren. Then further back, you can find the 69 Sim Apex, doing a little bit worse than their teammates on this occasion. Gergo Balach and Nikolai Navod driving in that car. Then it's the Royal Blue number 91 of... Ooh, that's a tough name to pronounce. I'm going to say Gonzalo Almeida, Edgar de Rijk, and Colin Maciak. Definitely butchered one of those names at least. Edgar de Rijk is currently in that car. Then we go to Bradley Sellers in the GTE. That's a Rookie Monsters car, number 37. Glenn Beavis and Omar Shaikli is teamed up with him. And currently last in the GTE class is Jan Feenstra, unless there's more. I think there's more cars. Yes, and they're just not showing it. So Jan Feenstra for the 355 Ferrari GTE. That's DC Racing with Johan Van Doren and Edward Hoekstra. Further back, not on the list, is Vinicius Del Vecchio, driving for the number 118. He's not on the list. I think the numbers in here might be a bit off. Ferenc Christian Kabay. Ferenc Christian Kabay? I'm going to call him Christian Kabay. Christian Kabay, they are 12th in class. Number 75, DDoS Racing with Alex Tunbridge. Then it's David Martin. We'll ride on board with him as he goes through his lap at Daytona. He's in 13th place in class for the number 12 Solo Sport along with Malcolm Schneider. Then it goes back to Sam Gudgeon, and these, I believe, are the retired cars. Vladislav Mochilenko, the LMP2 bid for Sim Apex is over today. Let's cut back on now to the battle for the lead in the GTE class. Here's Premislav. He's running along just ahead of the Speedy Mite, although I think the Speedy Mite's dropped back. I don't know exactly what's happened to them. Jeremy Talbot's quite a ways back. The gap was just 9 seconds a few minutes ago, but now I believe Jeremy Talbot may have made an extra pit stop, may have made a mistake. I don't know exactly what happened there. It's possible my live timing was just off, and perhaps they hadn't finished coming out of the pit lane yet. Either way, Sim Apex has a healthy gap in the GTE class. It would be a big win for them to come home with today, and they'd really strike their place in the Constructors' Championships way above the rest. I've been given an interview request by Max Janssen. That would be great. I'd love to get him in the chat. I'm going to ask him for an interview, and that makes me realize I am not on TeamSpeak at the moment, so please bear with me. I'll be quiet for a second because I have to get TeamSpeak up and running so I can interview Mr. Max Janssen for your pleasure. Last weekend, he didn't think Premislav would get to the line, and he was incorrect. His teammate proved him wrong. I'm interested to see what he has to say today. I might, in fact, add him to the Discord call because it would take me far too long to get TeamSpeak open at this point. I can ask him to join Discord. Please ignore my typing. I don't know if he will be able to get into the chat. Oh, I can drag him. Okay. He's in race, he says. Okay, he's in the race chat. I need to go drag him over. I think I can do that.
Hello.
Here's Max Janssen. Max, you guys are doing pretty damn good. Talk us through how your first stint went.
Yeah, it went really well. I was sticking with the guys in front, and then I think one guy took the other guy out, so I was like second. And then I started catching the first guy, so it was really nice, really good stint. But yeah, we have a problem with the driver swap.
Oh, okay.
So my teammate probably has to drive 5 stints.
Oh my. Well, we know Premislav's a solid driver. Now, any solid driver would be under load for 5 hours. What do you think his coping strategy will be in the car driving for that long?
Honestly, I've never driven so long in the car, so I would imagine it will be like really hard, 5 hours in the car. I hope he can do it.
Sorry about that. 1 month ago, I asked you if you think Premislav can win the race. You said no, and he won. Do you think he can win the race?
It was not offense to him, but
no, I know.
I
know. Just kidding around.
I was like, I didn't really know that we were so far in the front, in a good position. But yeah, he really did a great job. But once again, like 5 hours is really. I'm hoping for a podium. That would be really nice. Again, for a podium.
All right. Well, you're setting the expectations pretty reasonable. I think a podium would be the least of what you want right now. But
yeah, definitely.
You guys are driving good. What I've been told is that the Speedy Mite car contains a VEC Split 1 winner. So if you could beat him today, that would be
that would be really nice. Yeah.
What are your hopes for the rest of the season?
I just hope we can stick to the front and have great battles. Really, really great battles.
Well, from what I've been told, there's been some of those today so far.
Yeah, I had a great battle with I think one of the, I don't know how it's called, like the pink car, the pink Ferrari.
The Speedy Mite, yeah.
Yeah, we had some great battles with them. Also with the Porsche. That's really good top speed.
Max, well, let's have a little bit of fun. Tell us about yourself. Tell us some of the things you like to do other than sim racing.
I only do sim racing, nothing more, man.
No rapping?
Rapping? I'm not Schmurda, man.
I'm
not the real Schmurda. So yeah, I did a lot of sim racing and just a lot of gaming, you know. Not only sim racing, but yeah, also shooters. Really nice. Rainbow Six Siege.
Oh, okay. So you're an esports
guy. Gamer. Yeah. I want to be competitive in the shooters and in sim racing, you know. So
nice. Well, you're certainly competitive in sim racing. I don't know how well you shoot, but I know you can drive.
Not that great. Not that great.
Anything else you want to
add? Nah, man, I'm good.
All right. Thanks for joining us. Good luck with the rest of the race.
Thanks, man. Good luck with the stream.
Thanks.
See ya.
Bye bye.
You.
That was Max Janssen, driver of the Sim Apex number 68 car, currently leading the GTE class. It'll be interesting to see if they can get to the line. Premislav going to be under load for the final portion of this race. He's already been in the car for an extended period of time, and looks like he's going to the line. Be interesting to see how the strategy works out. I know they pitted just before just before Speedy Mite, so I'm not entirely sure what the strategy is going to look like, but I can tell you it's probably going to be a pretty close finish. Back to the leaderboard now. I'm going to switch back to the full banner so you can see the top few in each class. Doesn't look like there's very many battles brewing at the moment. I'm going to look down the timing sheets to see if there's any gaps that we can monitor. Cam Sansano looks like he's being caught by Jeremy Talbot. Jeremy's only 9 seconds behind Cam Sansano. He was a bit further behind, I think 11 seconds just a few laps ago. I'm going to turn on the battle optic now, and you can see it's about a 10-second gap between the two cars now. The 71 car I can't actually find. Apologies. The 71 car of Speedy Mite and the 51 of Speedy Might are running second and third. So whether or not they catch the Sim Apex today, it would be a pretty good day for them, I would say. Both a double podium, as you see Cam Sansano maybe struggling a bit with the tires there. The front, apologies, the fronts were definitely scrubbing through the tight right-hander there as he goes through another one. You can see the amount of track he uses up, just optimizing his line through every corner. And now he's going to head on to, I believe that is into the horseshoe. And now down towards T4. An interesting track, Daytona. You really want to optimize it for the straights because that is a large portion of the track. But you really can't sacrifice those corners in the center. The track doesn't have that many fast corners. The high-speed section is just the embankment, which is flat out. Hopefully, if you've got your setup right, and then you go into the very slow-speed middle section. So it's an interesting setup challenge. I don't know how the teams have tackled it today. I haven't sat in an endurance car in a very long time, but you can see Cam Sansano just on the limit there. The tires really want to slide out from under him, but he's just keeping them in tags, and that really is the mark of a great driver. Looking down the order, I don't see too many battles brewing at the moment. They're all pretty big gaps. This is, in fact, the closest gap at the moment. Actually, Mihai Belascu, let's switch over to him, is chasing down Anis Kuyundzic for P8. Mihai Belascu driving for the number 95 LMP2. Apologies, I moved the overlay. Oh my gosh, I'm clicking everything except the thing I want to click. He's driving the number 95 DVI car for F1 ARL Endurance, chasing Anis Kuyundzic, who is in the number 99 DPI for Racing OPP. Looking at the standings, Racing OPP is the only team to score of those two. So I'm sure the number 95 car, Mihai, will be looking to make some points and get on the board finally in the Constructors. Well, not finally. This is only the second race of the season, if I'm not mistaken. But still, you do want to be scoring points, and they're on board with that today. And it's not a Lightning McQueen livery. If so, that's amazing. I don't know if it is or not. Gotta have to get a better look as he goes by. I think it might be. I gotta check the spotter's guide because I think that's really cool if they've gone with the Lightning McQueen look. I think they have. I think that's a Rusty sponsorship on the shark fin. I really hope they do well now because that is such an awesome livery. They've even gone with the number 95. Whoever came up with that in that car, whether it was Mihai or I can never find the drivers when I need to. I just need the team standings if I can find those. Whether it was Mihai or Petr or Jonat, I applaud them. That's definitely my pick for the coolest livery of the afternoon. Enough about liveries, back to the race. Things have started to settle down. It's just about that point in the race where we stop seeing battles and we start seeing drivers switch to long-term consistency and trying to save the tires, perfect the strategy, yada yada, all that kind of good stuff. Speaking of which, the Orica Drillers, number 28, the Drillers car, apologies, just came out of the pit lane, so now they're 1 minute behind their teammates in the Drillers car, the number 28, driven by Patrick Rustanek, Samuel Bentley, and Nico Verzbitsky. Let's cut to them now. If I can find the button. Let's cut to them. Patrick Rustanek is now in the number 28. That Drillers car. Drillers having a good day today. One of the bigger teams in the field today. Doing very well. Dominating the LMP2 class. The number 46. That's not a Drillers car. They could be on for a nice podium. The number 46 in LMP2 is Seawolf. Has not scored a point yet. They finished 11th last weekend, or not last weekend, but a month ago now. I think they'll be very happy to score a podium yet. Unfortunately, we don't have any interviews. No one wants to come talk to me. I'm gonna check the stream comments just to make sure everything's okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's complaining about my voice or my sound or anything. What's up, chat? Just give a shout out to them. See what they have to say. Still 3.5 hours to go in this race. If we take a look at the championship standings, I believe the leaders are actually the ones doing very well today. In fact, yes, Seawolf, number 42, leading the championship. They're currently leading the race, and it looks like they're going to extend their gap by a big margin. The Rookie Monsters, number 73, is in third in the championship. They're going to pick up some nice points, shooting possibly above their teammates in the 55 car. The 64 Sim Apex finished 9th last weekend. They picked up 2 points. They're currently running in third, so a nice day for Sim Apex as well. Unfortunately, their LMP2 bid retired earlier, but still 2 podiums at the moment. 1 win is a very good result, I must say. Looking at the AC Sim Sports cars, I don't see any of those say the number 224 or the number 222. Let's look at the overlay. No, I don't see any of those cars yet today. They may have retired earlier. Perhaps not. But yeah, I don't see them in the DPI class, so I'm guessing they took this weekend off, perhaps some personal issues. Racing OPP, they're having a decent day. They scored 10 points last weekend for a 6th place finish. They could come away with some points today. If I'm not mistaken, they're currently running 8th in class. Now over to the LMP2 class, the 2 drillers cars, and the lead drillers, the number 27 is now into the pits. And it looks like, according to live timing, yes, the number 28 has gone by the number 27 car, so it's a driller's afternoon. The number 27 taking quite a long pit stop, almost a minute now. Patrick Rustanak, the car we've been following the whole time, has taken the lead. Let's switch over to the number 27. Ethan Lim is now in the car. I think that is a driver swap. I think it previously was a different guy driving. It was it Ethan Lim? Yes, it was Ethan Lim, so no sign of Blake Checketts or Joey Vrolic at this point in the race. I've been tagged in the streamers chat. Check the interviews. Looks like we've got an interview to do now. Mika Hakimi is standing by, the Blue Steel number 10 car. They are currently running in 5th in class. Let's bring him in. Can I drag him in here? Invite to server. I don't think I can bring him into the server. Well, let's just join the interview waiting room then. Mika, what's going on?
Hello.
How's
Good to hear from you, Nick?
How's the race going?
It was going good. I drove for, well, a personal record on mine, about 231 minutes straight from the race start.
Impressive.
Like just 9 short of like 4 hours.
Wow.
Because like just really I was just putting in a lot of like hard work to really, because I really wanted to get the podium, because we were close to getting the podium in the last race, if you recall, if it weren't for that incident with the Sim Apex car.
Yeah.
But yeah, sadly within like 5 or 6 laps of my teammate getting into the car, he made a mistake at the bus stop and crashed the car, and we had about like 3 minutes and 42 seconds of repair, so it's a good podium, I guess.
Yeah, you guys are currently 102 seconds off of P3 in class.
Yeah, I think we're a lap behind as well, right?
No, well, you're a lap behind the leader in class. I think, if
alright.
I'm reading the live timing correctly. I could be completely wrong. Yeah, sorry to hear about your incident earlier. What are your hopes for the
Yeah.
rest of the race?
Well, there's still about like 50% of the race to go, or
Yeah.
slightly less. So a lot of things can happen. I don't know. I guess I just hope for the guys in front to like blow up their engines.
I don't blame you. I'd probably be hoping for the same thing too.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a possibility. So
Tell us about
yeah,
Blue
but
Steel.
like,
How did Blue Steel get formed,
uh,
and how did you get your drivers?
well, Blue Steel was actually formed by well, the founding members are Amir Hazik, Ayman Hakim, who's driving right now, and also Sim Kaiwen. They're the ones that started the team back in like 2015, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I only joined the team around last year. It was Amir Hazik that sort of like it was just like at a local sim racing event at Sepang International Circuit.
Oh,
So
cool.
he that's kind of like how we met. He kind of saw my potential. So since then I joined Blue Steel, and now we're here. So still a bit of a long way to go, but in the past 1 year it's been pretty awesome.
Yeah, you guys are always pretty competitive. A bit down in your luck so far this season, but the pace is obviously there.
Yeah, the pace is there. It's just a lot of bad luck. I guess that's just a Malaysian thing.
That's okay. Sorry to hear that. Now, this is a bit of a cliche question. I ask this to everyone, but what do you expect for the rest of the season for Blue Steel?
uh, somewhere in the top 5 or top 3 in the team's championship, I guess. I don't know after this round how it'll turn out. I mean, 5th is still pretty decent result so far, but
Yeah.
still a long way in the race to go. Yeah, just hoping to be honest, improve as much as we can and take the fight to the big boys, but I don't think we have the resources for that yet. But I mean, we'll get there.
Yeah, you guys are sitting 4th at the moment with 14, but unfortunately the leaders are currently really leading the field.
Yeah. Also, I noticed that qualifying was quite close for the LMP2 field just now, because I qualified 4th, but I don't think I was like more than 2/10 off the leader, so that's quite competitive.
Oh, that's interesting. I wasn't around for qualifying, but interesting.
I think the pole was 32.5, and I got like a 32.6, but it was only good for 4th. So qualifying's like it was quite competitive as well.
Yeah, I mean the gaps aren't enormous in the LMP2 field. It's not like 2 and 3 laps. Some of them the top 3 are all within a lap. It looks like, so somewhat close.
Yep.
Anything else you want to
add? I mean, I don't know. I mean, in terms of like performance so far, yeah, I mean, the team still got a long way to go, as you see, because like I might have made a mistake within like 6 laps. So as a whole, the team still got quite a long way to go. But personally, I just kind of like really want to use my spot in the team to really like show other teams what I'm capable of.
Okay.
So yeah, I hope I did put out quite a statement, I guess, because I drove for like almost 4 hours straight, and I was able to like maintain quite a good pace. And I mean, I don't know if it's like obvious, but we're like double stinting the tires, so that's not an easy thing to do, but I managed to make it work. So it's I mean, in terms of making a statement, I guess I kind of did it, but I mean, that's for the teams to judge.
Yeah, nice. Well, congrats on a good drive. Do you have Faith with you there today?
I knew that pun was coming. I mean, she's that's another thing actually. She's been like a really good race engineer so far. Even though I was like, she was unavailable for like the first hour and 2 hours, and I mean, sadly, my teammate Ayman, who's driving right now, he left me as well for about 2 hours plus to go play Valorant.
Oh
so,
no.
Like, yeah, I mean, I guess that's why he binned it after like 6 laps. So, I mean, if he was there watching me drive, he probably could have done better. But I mean, that's part of life. At least I had faith in me after like an hour or so.
Sounds like there's some tension over at Blue Steel.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that hard to commit. So I don't know why he was off playing other games, but that's for the debrief.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's like a multi-21. We'll talk about it later.
All right, thank you for having me, Nick. You've been a great commentator so far, by the way. I have to comment on that.
Oh, thanks so much, Mika. Thanks. You've driven a good race as well yourself. So thanks for coming to join us. Good luck.
All right, thank you for having me.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Mika Hakimi of the Orica Blue Steel driving in 5th currently, the number 10. They'll pick up some good points for the championships if they finish in this position. I believe 10 points. That'll shoot them up to 22 with the... I can't tell. Is the Royal Blue? Yeah, the Royal Blue is not in the top 5 at the moment, so they would pass them as the points currently stand. They would also pass the Sim Apex number 66 car, which is ahead of them, which retired earlier with Vladislav Mochilienko in the cockpit. However, Drillers number 27 is making their own statement. They would pass them. So it looks like Blue Steel has a big shot at moving into 3rd today, which would be a nice little achievement for them, I think, considering what Mika was talking about. Here's Santu. Santu now driving in 2nd place, with what I must say is another cool livery, and these two are actually quite close together. Although I think him and Ethan Lim, I don't know if they're racing for a position right now. Yes, in fact they are. Ethan Lim is right behind Santu Enqvist. I can't tell why the timing isn't showing that. Let me put up the battle for look at the battle graphic. Oh, the battle graphic is up. So we've got a battle for P2 and 3 in class. Yeah, the timing seems to be stuck, unfortunately, for Ethan Lim. So this is for position. We have a battle for P2 going on right now in the LMP2 class. Just a second separating Santu Enqvist from Ethan Lim as they come around the steep embankment. Not much time to be found here. Whoever's behind will get the slipstream, of course. Now they have to negotiate the overall, sorry, not the overall leader, who the P2 car, not the P2 car, the car in P2, of, oh my gosh, I don't even remember, of Jeremy Talbot, sorry, he's in P3, not P2, Jeremy Talbot, for the Speedy Mike car, which a pylon yeeting itself out of the way of Santu Enqvist. Santu probably commanded it to leave the track as he's driving. So Santu seems to be pulling out a little bit on Ethan Lim. Maybe he has a bit more pace. Maybe his tires are a little bit better. I actually wish the live timing would show how long they've been on the tires. Unfortunately, it does not. It's close between these two, but it looks like the upper hand right now has to go to Santu Enqvist. There won't be an attack from Ethan Lim just yet. Santu doing a great job this evening, afternoon or morning, wherever you are in the world. If you're Malaysian like Mika Hakimi, it is the morning. I believe it's like 6 or 7 a.m. there. Santu driving for the Seawolf car, driving with what's become kind of a bit of a rivalry in this championship. Drillers versus Seawolf. Seawolf, of course, they were competitive last season, and now they're fighting at the top with Drillers once again. If we look at the standings now, I've got so many tabs open, you should really see my screen right now. Seawolf currently in... Oh, they're not on the board in the LMP2 class. Apologies. Seawolf is in 11th. They didn't score points, so apologies for that. Yes, they did retire. I remember last week interviewing Santu after he retired. It was a bit sad to hear because he was pretty proud of how well they were doing before the incident. And yeah, he retired now. This GTE car that they have to negotiate, Cam Sansano currently in P2. Oh, bit of contact between the LMP2 and Cam Sansano in the background. The LMP2 has to take avoiding action, go into the pit lane road. That's not what you want to see when you're lapping a GTE. Now these two going side by side through, I think, turns 12 and 13. Ethan Lim has the advantage, now going into the left-hander. Sorry, that must have been T4 and T5, although maybe I'm lost. Yeah, that was T1 there. I think they just finished their lap. Santu Enqvist comes out in front of Ethan Lim. And Ethan Lim makes a big mistake, gets his slide on. He managed to save it. A very nice save from Ethan Lim. If he did save it, I got to check on his car. Ethan Lim, did he save it? Yes, he's still right behind Santu. So, wow. I can imagine. I think they might have to change the seat before Ethan Lim, sorry, gets out of the seat. that is a hair raiser of a moment, especially if you're in a tight battle for a points paying position. The Penguins car, number 97, is now in the pit lane. Gonna cut away from that battle just so I can check who's in the driver's seat for that one. It's Bursel and Savagna. It'll be interesting to see if they change drivers. Let's go on board with Ethan Lim. He's trying to chase down Santu, but after that slide, I think the tires may be overheating, and he had to cool it down a little bit, so that battle is looking over. I'm actually going to refresh the leaderboard, so hopefully that pit lane, that little graphic gets refreshed. Yes, it does. And this battle, unfortunately, appears to be over. Ethan Lim made one little mistake. Maybe he got a bit of dirty air. Maybe he just got too overzealous into a corner. Maybe he had to take avoiding action on Santu Enqvist. Nonetheless, he's now 3 seconds behind. And Santu can get just a little bit comfortable in P2 in the race. It'll be a nice bit of redemption for him after a bit disappointing outing a month ago over at Silverstone, I think it was. Please tell me it was Silverstone. I would look. I would be embarrassed considering I think I commentated over the race. It must have been Silverstone. Silverstone it was. I do remember right. My memory. I don't have Alzheimer's. That's good to know. Gonna check the live timing to see if there's any other battles brewing. We have a 3.6 second gap from Sebastian Astapol to Cameron Roger. They're split by Santu Enqvist, who is a lap ahead of them, so 4 seconds separate them. Roger and Astapol for 4th and 5th. Astapol looking to make it a podium, perhaps, although that might be a little far-fetched at the moment. The Rookie Monsters is quite a bit in front of them. It's a 29-second gap from the Sim Apex to the Rookie Monsters car, and you see Astapol, or is this Astapol? A big mistake made by Cam Roger here. No, this is Sebastian Astapol. Big mistake by him. Wow. And disappointing to what looked like another battle brewing. Sebastian has spun it. So Sim Apex looking less and less likely to achieve that double podium. An unfortunate turn of events there for Sebastian. It is a bit tricky, especially on worn tires. Sometimes the rear just steps out. You get a little bit too comfortable with the car, and it punishes you for it. The car just lets you down. Now the Seawolf leading the races into the pits. That's Ben Gielzinski. He's swapping tires now, which leaves Chris Tarboton. He's a lap behind, so he's gonna unlap himself here from the Seawolf of Ben Gielzinski. But he'll have to go around one full more time to be ahead, and he may not even unlap himself here because Ben Gielzinski is out of the pit lane in a hurry. Doesn't look like they filled up too much, and yet Ben Gielzinski is going to maintain his lap lead now. Wow, what a drive from him. I remember he was just incredibly solid at Silverstone. I think it was a performance just about as good as this. One lap ahead for pretty much the whole race after some early skirmishes. The GT cuts off Chris Tarboton, who is now in second, and I'm sure he'll have a few words and maybe a choice gesture for the GT as he goes by. That GT does let him pass pretty quickly. Now coming up to Chris Sansano to lap him. He's doing well today in second place in the GTE class. He's battling not on track but in spirit with Premislav Matika. Premislav lapped the second sector a bit faster than him, but Jeremy Talbot was a bit faster through the first, so a little bit of just back and forth going on. I don't think any driver's really gaining in terms of that fight. The top three in the LMP2 class very separated from the rest. The Drillers cars split by, I keep forgetting Steve's name, the Seawolf. The Seawolf driven by Santu Enqvist. The number 64 Sim Apex is now in the pit lane for the DPI class. That's Sebastian Astapol, possibly coming in to fix damage. Disappointing for him to spin like that, but that's just racing. Everyone makes a mistake once in a while. Even four-time world champion Sebastian Vettel. Some make it more than most, like for example, Romain Grosjean. That's not to compare Sebastian to Romain. But yeah, spins do happen, and you really just got to throw your hands up, especially at this point of the race. It didn't cost them anything. There's still 3.5 hours to go, or 3.25 hours to go. And it didn't cost them position, cost them maybe 15 seconds at the most, but it does also cost them a pit stop. The number 55 Rookie Monsters is making a pit stop. They are currently in a podium position, but that may not be anymore after the pit stop. The number 73 Rookie Monsters will move up to second. Here's Chris Tarboton in the pit lane, so the Rookie Monsters both in a double podium position. Cam Roger overtakes for the podium spot. I don't know how the pit stops are going to shake out, but now the JGC Mustang Sampling Racing, that's a mouthful, is now on the podium. A very nice effort from them. Gotta remember to keep checking the waiting for interview room every once in a while. Everyone was screaming at me to check the interview room last time. Ethan Lim, I've gotten a message in chat. I think that's Joey Vrolic. I can't exactly tell because his usernames are different. Ethan Lim, rFactor 2, next Martin Hemmingson. So is Ethan Lim making his first start in rFactor? That would be an interesting thing to say. Maybe we can get Joey to join the interview room and I can ask him about it if he feels like it, if he's not too busy. I don't think he's driving at the moment. I'm just going to scroll down leaderboards. Gonna switch over the leaderboard to show you. I've got a. Oh, that's not important. Gonna switch over the stream to show you the current drivers. This Cam Roger laps Kristen Kabay. Let's take a look at the drivers. Ben Gilzinski, Simon Marshall, Cam Roger, Chris Tarboton, Mihai Belatsky, the top 5 for the DPI class. Good drives by each of them today. Unfortunately, we saw a mistake earlier by one of the other drivers. That was, oh my gosh, Sebastian Astapol, which I have to say is a pretty cool name. So make of that what you will. That is a cool name. Also got to say this is a pretty cool livery: the gold, the white, and the silver. With Cam Roger. Cam Roger's car, not the Rookie Monsters, the Mustang Sampling. Switch over to the driver box. We don't have any battles going on right now. Blaine Heary is in the pit lane. He's in 5th in the GTE class. Premislav, the leader of the GTEs, crucially has now made his pit stop, and he is further down in 4th. So the strategy is getting all confusing. Cam Sansano takes the lead of the GTEs. He's 11 seconds up the road from Jeremy Talbot. In 2nd place for the number 51 Speedy Mite. Then Michael Wozniak for Seawolf in the number 74 car. He's been racing in endurance for quite a long time, so no surprise that he's doing well. Premislav now finds himself 67 seconds behind the lead, which is about the length of a pit stop, just a little bit less than a pit stop. Pit stop will take you about a minute and 15 seconds. Linus Lundvall, another former Sim Apex driver, in 5th place currently. He's in the number 15 car. I should really keep the teams open at all times. I don't know why I can't ever find them when I need them. Linus Lundvall for the number 15 Porsche Seawolf Racing. So another solid outing for Seawolf. Santu Enqvist doing very well in P3. You have Linus Lundvall in P5 for Seawolf. Just a very nice outing from those guys. Of course, Ben Gilzinski leading the way for them as well. So they've got a winner, or what looks like is going to be a winner. I don't see any reason to believe Ben Gilzinski's going to make some kind of a mistake. He's leading the way. And then you have Santu Enqvist on the podium in the LMP2 class, and Linus Lundvall scoring some good points in 5th. A solid outing for Seawolf, a solid outing, of course, for Drillers, and a very nice day as well for Sim Apex and the other team, and Rookie Monsters. Rookie Monsters doing quite well as well also. I'm going to check the stream now. Does Joey want to come on? Maybe he's not. Pit stop's only 30 seconds, says says Max Janssen. We had an invisible car in the pit lane, so he had damage and a long pit stop. Disappointing for the Sim Apex that was doing so well. I guess they just had to take a long pit stop. Linus Lundvall going side by side with Janis Orzechowski, an official Ace Racing League winner. Of course, no contest because one man is in a GT and one man is in a highly engineered car, the LMP2. I'm a bit disappointed, guys. No battles to speak of, really. They've all gapped out. Here's a battle, actually. Sebastian Astapol in the back of Mihai Balascu. He's only a second away, and I don't know if this shakes out to be for a position, but they're fighting for P7 overall, and of course P7 in the DPI class. So interesting fight here. I know Sebastian will want to be making up for his earlier miscue, and one way to do it would be a nice on-track overtake for Mihai Balascu, just to restore the confidence a little bit. I know when you pass a car, you just get that feeling inside, especially after a long battle. And here goes Sebastian Astapol right up the inside of Mihai Balascu. He has too much speed on Mihai, and he has taken P5 after some pit stops were made, I think. I had to check the live timing. It says 7th. Oh, that's because 2 LMP2s are actually ahead of them. So that's 7th overall, but P5 in the DPI class. Shows you how good those rookie Monsters cars are doing today. Rusinak and Lim. No, those are not. Those are Drillers cars. Apologies. I should really switch back to the teams overlay because I'm getting lost with the drivers. Let's switch back to the vehicles. Yeah, those are 2 Drillers cars. The rookie Monsters are the ones doing well in the DPI. So the Drillers are pretty much untouchable today, but Sebastian Astapol gets by Mihai Balascu, and it looks like without any complications, he's going to storm off to take 5th for Sim Apex, even after a pit stop. Applause to him for a nice move. Nothing fancy, nothing too cute, just right up the inside in the embankment, and he's got the move done. We've got a visitor in the chat. Who's this? Who is this? It's Joey Vrolic. He has joined us. Joey, what's going on?
I'm good, man. How about you?
Well, my
just chilling.
Oh, okay. Sebastian Astapol just had a massive crash. He smashed into the wall. Sorry for that. Just had to commentate over that. So, Joey, the Drillers are 1-2 in LMP2. Talk about how the day's going for the team.
Yeah, 1-2, quite good. I mean, we're just chilling at the moment. Just having a good time. There's a couple of new guys for us, like Ethan, his first race. So yeah, they're just chilling. They're just having fun.
You said it's his first race on rFactor 2 in the chat. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Wow. What do you know what he did to prepare to be racing so well?
I know we did some Chinese leagues, on Gran Turismo or something, but in rFactor 2 it's just practice, and there he is.
Yeah, he's doing incredibly today, and the team is going to pick up some big points in the standings. Joey, are you set to drive today?
Nah, I've sold my wheel.
Oh, okay. So Joey, you say your drivers are chilling, but you're doing the ultimate chilling. You get to sit back and watch the magic happen.
Just playing manager really for the time being.
Football manager?
I don't mind.
Oh, just manager of the manager of the team.
Yeah, just chill in the voice chat. Nothing serious.
What do you hope Drillers can achieve for the rest of the season?
I mean, 1-2 would be perfect, but I know Seawolf and the other guys are not going to make it easy, so we'll just see what happens.
Yeah, the number 28 car is leading the championship for the LMP2s, and now it's leading the race. Tell me about Drillers. You're one of the bigger teams in endurance sim racing. So how did you guys get started?
Well, yeah, quite a while ago we just wanted to race. We had a group, just a couple of mates. We just started and we've been improving ever since. So we're in VC and stuff, and we're doing quite well here. But most important is that we have a fun group to play around, and that is always a good atmosphere. So it's not all about the driving.
Of course, that's always really what's about. You want to have fun. You don't want to drive just to drive. Where does the name Drillers come from?
I honestly have no idea. It's just a fun name we came up with, and we're like, yeah, let's use it. No one used it already, so there we go.
All right, that's about as good of a reason as you need, I would say. Anything else you wanted to add?
Nothing really. Just have fun with commentating over the race. You're doing good, man. I'm enjoying the stream.
thanks so much. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for devoting some time to driving and putting some teams in ARL.
Yeah, man. See ya. Yeah, have a good race.
Thanks, you too.
Cool.
Joey Vrolic, team boss at Drillers Esports, a VEC team, also driving, also dominating in the LMP2 class in ARL. Ethan Lim, in his first race, is running. Is he P1 or P2? Sorry, I have to get these standings out. My mind just goes sometimes. He is in P2 in the DPI class, quite a ways behind his teammate Patrick Rustanak for the number 28 car. But after today's race, I think they'll move up to second in the team's championship, if I'm not mistaken, in the constructors and the individual car championship. So props to Ethan Lim. rFactor 2, believe it or not, does have a learning curve. If you've just played rFactor 2 or if you've never played rFactor 2, it's quite a bit different from every sim, especially Gran Turismo, which Ethan was playing before. And I know he must have had to practice for. He must have really had to sacrifice a lot of his time to be prepared to race like this. Although it is a testament to his pace that he's driving so well, despite not having very much experience in these cars. Just a short water break there. Sorry, my voice is getting a bit dry now. I've got a new mention in streamer chat. Reset. Okay, I've been told to reset the overlay. I guess the stream's going a little bit funky. Let's reset the overlay. Yeah, it's not perfect. rFactor, I applaud the Studio 397 devs for implementing such a cool little overlay. It gives us so many tools. I can switch drivers just just like this. Let's ride on board with Ben Gielzinski, and he can take us through his lap of Daytona. While I talk about Studio 397, they took over rFactor 2 from Image Space a few years ago, and they've done such a good job to improve the game. Case in point, this stream, I think they just did it really to get ready for the 24 Hours Le Mans event they had. But it's really handy. It's really useful. Of course, it still has a little glitch here and there, but overall, it's a massive improvement over what the system we used to have to do, which is set a sim hub overlay and set it in OBS, and then you have to be watching the game and switch the drivers yourself, and then you have to switch over if you want to change the overlay. It was a nightmare, and rFactor 2 has made it so much more accessible for any league that wants to run its sim. There's been a change in the GTE class. One of the GTEs pitted. Let's go over the GTE class right now. It's gonna switch the overlay so you can see the full standings. Well, not the full standings. It only goes to top 10. I wish it extended further. But the number 71 Ferrari is leading for Cam Sansano currently at the moment. That's a Seawolf car, if I'm not mistaken. Number 71. I lost the teams. I really need to stop doing that. Oh my gosh, where is it? Okay, it's on Discord, but I had to change it. So we have the number 71 GTE for Speedy Might. That's Speedy Might, apologies. Speedy Might having a very nice day today in the GTE class. They're 1-2 at the moment. Sim Apex though, looking to have something to say about that. It's Premislav and Max once again fighting for the win. Quite a bit far behind now, unfortunately, due to a very long pit stop. The number 75 DDoS racing car has pitted, and the number so that's going back to further down the order. So apparently it does show further down the order. Fourth is the Seawolf racing car. They're 102 seconds off the lead at the moment, but it is some nice points for them and an overall good day for Seawolf. You can see the last place car still going is the Solo Racing number 12. Absolutely in 12th position, 8 laps behind the leader, but they really want their points today. I think they're 2 points for finishing. Number 5 is the in 5th place is the OSR car, 122 seconds behind, and then you have the GT Seawolf. So a bit of a change in the order. I think the Seawolf pitted, if I'm not mistaken. Here comes Ben to lap another GT, something he's been doing a lot of today, and something that really factors into how well a team can do in endurance racing. It is about the pace. It is a lot about having consistent, fast pace. But if you can't lap cars, that's going to be a huge detriment to your race. Yellow flag in Sector 1. Don't exactly know what that's for. perhaps just someone went off track. rFactor 2 can get a little bit finicky with the yellow flag. Sometimes if you go a few meters off the track, they'll throw out the yellow flags even though you're perfectly fine. I think with the race coming down, assuming it's coming down, I'm just going to check the standings to see if we have any battles we can look at. No, nothing doing at the moment. Let's follow on board with the Sim Apex car of Premislav as he tries to extract some more pace to chase down the Speedy Mites in first and second. Now I think would be a nice time to play a word from our sponsors, Sailor Computers, who sponsors our server, Simplymod, our title sponsor, and the other one that I keep forgetting. Jesus. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry to whoever. Oh, Lift Esports. So I'm going to play a word from our sponsors as I go take a water break. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Here it is.
Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable, fully managed rFactor 2 server, 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
We're back for the Simplymod Endurance. Oh, apologies, I turned the game audio way down. We're back for the Simplymod Endurance, 8 hours of Daytona, just 3 hours to go now, just about round 2 of the championship. Thank you to our sponsors. Without them, it really wouldn't be possible to host this league. Thank you so much, and please do check them out if you're interested in any of their products. But we're back, still riding aboard with Ben Gilzinski as he goes through his paces. Sorry, this is not Ben Gilzinski because he was just passed by... This can't be Ben Gilzinski, I don't think. No, this is Premislav. Oh, okay, I was going to say... It wouldn't really make sense if he got lapped by an LMP2. This is Premislav Machika. He's trying to catch the top two, Jeremy Talbot and Cam Sansano. Unfortunately, Sim Apex has had a bit of a bad luck stroke. And we've got the event data on for some reason, so I'm just gonna refresh the overlays, and that should go away. There we go. Nope, it has not gone away for some reason. Oh, okay, I've turned the intro on. Sorry about that. Gonna show the event data just now. Airs Daytona. It's round 2. Track is 5.73 kilometers at the Daytona Motor Speedway. One of the classics in endurance racing. And just play the intro so I can thank some of the people who have helped us today. Paun, Robert, and Santu, they do great jobs to get this league up and running, and they've really worked hard to provide a great experience. And so far, it looks like, by all accounts, it's been a great one. Thanks to everyone who's commentated today. I think Robert Paun, Tyler Parker, I wasn't here when he was commentating, but I'm pretty sure he did. Not sure if Lodewijk stepped in the booth for a little while. He said he was going to, but I was not watching the stream earlier. I was a bit busy. Thanks to those guys, and Chimal, of course, the man who runs a lot of things, Steinprinz as well, for ARL. Back to racing action now. Enough gushy, boring stuff. Jeremy Talbot is only 11 seconds adrift of Cam Sansano. I've got to turn the tower back on as well. And let's turn on this. Sorry for commentating over what I'm doing with the stream. I'll stop doing that now. Jeremy Talbot, 10.9 seconds. I'm going to turn this off. 10.9 seconds to the leader. I believe it's his teammate. Okay, it's not going to give me the battle for a second because they're so far away. So I'm just going to turn this off. Cam Sansano, 12 seconds up the road. His teammate in the Speedy Might. I'm sure he'll want to beat him in this race, especially considering, if I can find the standings, it does have championship implications. Speedy Might will be wanting to make its way up the order. It hasn't. It actually has not been a big point scorer so far this season. In fact, I don't think they scored in the first race in the GT class. Yeah, I think they did suffer some retirements, unfortunately. So they'll be wanting to make some inroads on some time that they've already missed, some points opportunities that that's already passed them by, and they're doing so right now. The number 71 Speedy Mike car is now in the pit lane, which may give the Sim Apex car a chance to get back into P2. There's Cam Sansano getting his pit stop underway. I think he's changing his tires right now. If we go on board, yeah, the car is lifted to the side. So let's go on board with Premislav as he makes time back on the 71 GT car. Gotta hand it to Premislav. A bit of a disappointing pit stop phase for him, but he's kept pressing on. Looks like his pace is there. He did lap just a bit slower than Lazarus Filipakos. Oh, sorry, no, it was oh my gosh, I can't. The guy got out of the car 20 seconds. I can't remember his name. Lazarus Filipakos' teammate. He's got back in the car now. I believe Lazarus started the race for Speedy Might. Now he's got to hold off the Sim Apex car, and he hasn't done so. I think the Sim Apex has emerged in second. The live timing is trolling me. The Sim Apex is now 13 seconds behind after the pit stop phase. Unfortunately, that's what an abnormally long pit stop is going to do to you, and now it's all down to if Premislav has the pace to catch him. Lazarus, they say, came back from the dead in the Bible, so he hasn't been dead yet today, though, so make of that what you will. It really means nothing, and I'm just rambling on about nothing at the moment. So, sorry about that. Just something that I wanted to point out. Premislav is the guy who's got to come back from the dead. Not back from the dead, but make up some time that was unfortunately lost earlier. The timing has turned off for some reason. That's not good. We definitely want to see how much time's left in the race. Let's turn that back on. 2 hours, 55 seconds to go in the Simplymod Endurance 8 Hours of Daytona Ace Racing League race. And now the lead car in the GTE class, the 51 Speedy Might, is into the pits. Jeremy Talbot is taking his stop. It looks like the Speedy Mites have taken a very similar strategy to each other. Not congratulations, but it's just interesting to see how they've all gone for the strategy, each individual strategy. And the Speedy Mites, it must have worked out that one strategy is optimal. And it's worked out for them so far. They're running first and second today. A nice comeback race from them. What was I gonna? Oh yeah, I was gonna switch back to all for the standings, and you can see what all is going on. The number 42 Seawolf is leading the way. I'm not sure if that is how it was previously. That's Ben Gilzinski in the car, I think. Number 42 Seawolf, yeah, Ben Gilzinski absolutely smashing them today. It looks like it could be a runaway championship already. JDC Mustang Sampling Racing, I think they retired last weekend. If I'm not mistaken, that's the car Blaine Heary drives, and we interviewed him afterwards. JDC Mustang, yeah, they did not score last weekend. No, it looks like they may have just not entered, although I do specifically remember seeing they may be listed as DC Racing, actually. I'm not entirely sure about that. If I get confirmation on that from one of my helpers, I think they may be DC Racing. Although I may be incorrect. And is there a code 80? I think there may be a code 80 because Lazarus has drastically slowed down. Is he going about 80 kilometers an hour? That would be interesting to find out. I think there may be a code 80 in effect at the moment. If I can get some confirmation on that, maybe in the ARL group chat, if someone's watching that can tell me if there's a code 80 currently going on. I'm not in TeamSpeak because I recently installed a new drive and I don't have TeamSpeak installed, and I think now would probably be a bad time to install it. Pretty sure there's a code 80. I'm going to turn that on in the graphic because there's absolutely no reason they'd be going slow otherwise. Code 80. We are under safety car conditions. I'm guessing the yellow in Sector 1... was for some kind of incident. Yeah, they are going 80 kilometers an hour. We do have a code 80, a little something to spice up the race at the moment. Robert Paun has confirmed they are under code 80 conditions. I have turned it on the graphic, and we're racing again. Just a very short one. I think I can go ahead and turn it off now. Just a short code 80 to get the car back up and running. Back to yellow flag conditions in Sector 1, and the cars are going again. Lazarus Filipakos, 200 kilometers an hour down the main straight. I know he can go faster than that when he's given the chance, when you don't have to go 80 kilometers an hour for most of the way down the straight. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that may help one of the Speedy Mike cars who have pitted right as the code 80 happened. I'm not sure if they were still in the pit lane at that point. That would be the number 51 Speedy Mike. Andy Dixie has now taken over, and he's about to lap Vinicius Del Vecchio, who's quite a ways down the order. I think 11th in class. So if so, that could be a very big stroke of luck for the 51 Speedy Mike car. Darius Andre whips through. I'm going to check where he is in class. I believe that's a Sim Apex car in the LMP2 class. They may just be having a bad day today. I can't find them. Doesn't say that he's in the car anywhere. Darius Andre. Maybe that's probably a DPI car. Sorry, they look a little bit similar to my eyes. I'm going to try side with Darius Andre for the Sim Apex. Yet the Taichi steering livery, which sponsors Sim Apex, is running in 6th at the moment. They were 5th earlier. I think they were also 4th when I stepped in the commentary booth. So Darius Andre looking to get a bit back up the order, although he is now 2 laps down on the leader. And I think all he can hope to catch is the F1RO car, which is 40 seconds up the road. If F1RO has not made a stop yet, then it could get interesting. But the pit stops are a bit of a mystery to me. I don't have any kind of a graphic that tells me who's pitted, who's not yet. Might be something nice to implement. Studio 397, hint, hint. Darius Andre going off a little bit there. A little touch on the grass never hurt anyone unless you get a penalty for going off track. I think we do have a live steward. I'm not sure who that is, but I'm pretty sure we have a live steward at the moment. We always have done when we raced RF2. In fact, I think the stewards, the stewards are handing out decisions right now. Sim Apex number 64 got a second warning for track limits just 8 minutes ago, and it looks like they exploited it with looks like Darius exploited it once again just a few seconds prior. Sim Apex got a drive-through on number 64, so that may be why they lost 5th position. They got a drive-through for unnecessarily going into the apron and causing contact. Drillers number 27 got a drive-through earlier at about 1:47, so about 30 minutes ago they got a drive-through for losing control of a car in a bad place to pass the circuit class, made contact and created a danger in the most dangerous part of the track. So a bit of a kick in the teeth to them as they were trying to beat their teammates in this race, but now they've been saddled with the drive-through and they're 54 seconds adrift of the guys in P1. Their teammates, Patrick Rusinak, as well as, let's pull the team sheet up once again. I can never find it. That in the 28 car is Sam Bentley and Danny Robbins. Sam Bentley, he's driven ARL Endurance quite a bit. One of the faster guys, and of course they're leading the way now. Although the number 28 car does not have Patrick Rusinak listed, so I'm guessing they swapped out their drivers last time and they just haven't updated the entry sheet. Patrick Ruzinak. I've been saying Rustinak the whole way through the race. Patrick Ruzinak is in the lead. Is in second for the LMP2 class, and it's a no. He's in P1. I'm losing my mind a bit here, and he's got a big gap to Ethan Lim, his teammate, 54 seconds. Here's Ben Gilzinski, still going strong all by himself in the lead. Dylan Tarboton, 2 laps behind, amazingly now. So this DPI field is looking well. The contention for the championship, I should say, is looking less and less like a competition and more of a walkover as we go along in the season. Dylan Tarboton, he's driven well today, and he's still 2 laps behind Ben Gilzinski. Angus Tong, I think that is a Sim Apex car. No, that's a Rookie Monsters car. I think he did drive for Sim Apex at one point, if I'm not mistaken. Angus Tong in P3 for Rookie Monsters. In RSS, they're having a good day, like I said before. Second and third in class, and at this point in the race, I think it's a good temperature for the tires. I don't know what the temperature is on track, but I'm sure it is actually very nice, very easy to keep the tires warm, especially with those embankments. Both tires are having to work. In IndyCar and NASCAR, they shift the weight to the inside of the car so that all 4 tires are working. I don't believe they do so in these road races. Not road races. Indy is a road race, but in things like endurance, I don't think they do that. So they may be struggling with the right side of the car heating up more than the left. Not especially because a lot of the corners are left-handers. For example, turn 1, turn 2 are both left-handers, as well as turn 4. And all the embankments are left. So I'm not sure what the tire situation is like. Maybe a driver we interview in some point in the future will be able to tell us. The Orica Penguins car, number 97, has gone in from 4th in the LP2 field. That's Bertalan Savagna. Yes, it is. Bertalan Savagna has gone into the pit lane. Yanis Orzakowski is 10 seconds drift of Darius Andre, I think. Let's pull up the battle. Battle for 7th. No, they're not gonna pull that up. Yanis is 10 seconds behind Darius. I believe that gap is closing. I think it was a bit more before, but Darius unfortunately had to serve that drive-through, and now they're very close together. Yanis will be looking to make up some nice points to the 99 OPP car. I think they did score last weekend. No, they did not. The number 99 car did not score. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the GTE standings. No, the number 99 did not score at all. The Orica Blue Steel briefly takes 5th, but now they're into the pits. Yellow flag in Sector 1. We're probably not going to see Mika Hakimi for the rest of the race. He drove his allotment. You can only drive about 60% of the race, I think, is the rule. So we probably won't be seeing Mika Hakimi again in the Blue Steel car. It's all going to be down to Ayman, who I know has a lot of pace. In fact, when he was in F3 in Ace Racing League, he was always near the top of the timesheets in the practice sessions, and he even won the debut race of this season. So if he can translate his speed over to rFactor 2, he'll be a force to reckon with today, and he's done a decent job. Unfortunately, that crash earlier that Mika talked about, that put them really on the back foot. Now they're in 5th, and they're in the pit, so we may see the 6th place car overtake them, which is Zdenek Jedlicka, I think is how you say that. No, we won't see them overtake because they are a very long way back from Ayman Hakim. So Ayman Hakim pretty much has 5th locked up for Blue Steel. Zdenek is apparently 5 laps behind Ayman Hakim, if I'm reading that right, which is really weird. You normally don't see a gap that big in class. Premislav, meanwhile, while I've been talking about nonsense, has closed up significantly to Andy Dixie. Andy Dixie got in the car, and Premislav's pace has been quite a bit better. He made up a 10th in Sector 1 and a 10th in Sector 2 so far in this lap, and he is closing down at an alarming rate. 1.8 seconds is the gap now for second in the GTE class, and then it's only 14 seconds to Andy Dixie's teammate Lazarus Filipakos in the 71 car. So it could be a nice little battle brewing here. Petr in the cool Lightning McQueen livery gets by Premislav, and Premislav is surely just staring down the rear of Andy Dixie, waiting to pounce. 2.1 seconds down the gap, so it looks like Andy has pulled out some pace over the last few sectors, but I think it's only a matter of time before Premislav is on the gearbox of Andy Dixie. With 2 hours 42 minutes to go, the ending looks like it could be spicy in the GTE field. You never know at this point how it's going to shape up, but if it all goes to plan for Sim Apex, they're going to be competing for the win. Premislav has driven quite a bit now, and he may show signs of fatigue near the end. We never know. We'll have to wait and see how he just deals with that stress of having to drive for so long. As the two LMP2s, Angus Tong's the DPI, sorry, as Angus Tong and Ethan Lim go around the outside of Premislav. He is, I've noticed, an expert at getting lapped. I haven't noticed him holding anyone up too much, and he never really sacrifices his own pace to let an LMP2 by. I'm sure he's wrong. Some LMP2 or DPI at some point, and they're going to be in the comments saying, no, he's actually a terrible driver. I don't know. From what I've seen, he's done a very good job. I have to go to the bathroom, but Premislav is catching Andy Dixie very quickly. I'm not sure I'm going to make it back in time, but I know that battle's probably going to go on for quite a long time once it happens, so I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to go to the bathroom. By the time I'm back, we should be witnessing Premislav Machika look for an overtake. Stay tuned. We have a good battle brewing. Well, I'm back, and Premi, as the Sim Apex guys call him, has not been able to catch Andy Dixie, but it looks like Andy Dixie's been slowed up by the lapping faster cars, and now it's just a second separating them. Premislav looking to retake second in the GTE class, and he's only got 0.6 of space remaining between him and that illustrious P2 position. Then he'll have to get on with things if he's to catch the leader. He'll need to make up 15 seconds, although he's got 2.5 hours to do it. So I know Premislav sauced. I back him to be able to do it. Lazarus, though, has been very consistent in the lead. Saying that, though, Premislav's made up 3/10 on him through the first sector and another 10th through the second sector. So Premislav is, I think, the fastest man in a GTE car at the moment. And now he's right on the back of Andy Dixie, both in the Ferraris, so it's all down to skill and tires at this point. Premislavs looks around the outside. Andy goes defensive. They're going to turn 1 now, and Andy goes defensive. He's going to keep the position for now, but Premislav dancing around in his mirrors. He's really looking for a way through now, coming through the little tight left-right-hander, and now down into the slow speed turn 5. Premi can't make a move yet. He might have to wait for turn 6 or even wait for the embankment of turn 9, turn 12, or turn 13. Premi just biding his time, right in behind Andy Dixie, who has, granted, driven a good race so far. Hasn't really had the pace of his teammate, I've noticed. Teammate drove a little bit faster, and he was keeping Premislav at bay a lot more. But Andy's only about half a second slower than him, I'd say. Here comes the DPI, or perhaps it's LMP2. I really can't tell the difference sometimes. To lap the two GTEs as they commence battle. Premislav 3/10 away now, and he'll be looking to pounce. He's going to get the slipstream all the way down the backstretch, and he could have a move ready and loaded by the end of it. Now into the bus stop. Premi a little bit slower through there, actually. I think the overspeed had made him slow down a little bit more. Maybe he wasn't used to carrying so much speed into there, and he had to just hop on the brakes. So Andy Dixie looks like he's going to keep his position for at least the end of this lap. Premislav gaining in the slipstream. You can see how much that relative is falling. Now down to just 3.5 seconds as they head into the braking zone for turn 1. Sorry, they go around the embankment. Now they're headed into the braking zone for turn 1. And here comes a DPI down the inside. It's Dylan Tarboton, the 17 rookie monsters. He's going to hold up Andy Dixie. Premislav spots his mark. He can't go up the inside there. Nice defensive move by Andy Dixie. And Premislav has nothing doing, even though the DPI gave him a little bit of help there. So he's going to have to stick it in behind for just a little while longer. Premislav hasn't been able to do it yet, but he's definitely got the pace over Andy Dixie, and I know in endurance you really just want to make that overtake and get on with your race at this point. I bet he doesn't even care about the overtake at this point. I bet he just wants Andy Dixie to really just disappear so he can get on and try to push for P1. But Andy Dixie playing a nice rear gunner role for his teammate and also trying to defend as best he can to keep P2. Now onto the embankment of turn 8, I believe, and this could be the place where Premislav makes his move. Looks like Andy got a bit of a better exit, but the slipstream will all but nullify that. Coming around, I think this is turn 9 now and onto the back straight. It's Premislav making up a lot of ground. He made up a 1/10.5 just in that straight section alone. Premislav a bit later under brakes, but Dixie carries more speed through the corner. And Premislav looks to have a great run on Dixie as they come on to the embankment of turn 12. Premislav with a much better run through the bus stop. He's going to remain in the slipstream till the last second. He's wavering, in, out, can't decide when's the time, Premislav. Now he decides is the time. They're going to be side by side into turn 1. Andy Dixie with his nose in front, so it is technically his corner. They head on to the start-finish line. Andy Dixie starts the lap in front, but will it be his last lap as the P2 car? Perhaps. Premislav around the outside. He's got more grip. And Premislav, they're still side by side. This is a nightmare for the LMP2 and the GTE behind. So the LMP2 and the DPI behind. Premislav down the inside of Andy Dixie. No contact there. Very close racing. Premislav's got him. Premislav into P2. Now the LMP2 gets to go past. The DPI angrily dancing around in the mirrors of both of the cars. Andy Dixie's one out now. Andy Dixie up into P2. A superb battle going on right now. And Andy Dixie gets a little bit squirmy. I think there may have been a bit of contact. Premislav takes P2. I didn't exactly see what happened there, but I think Premislav may have touched the rear end of Andy Dixie, and I think Andy Dixie just repaid the favor there. I can't see. Perhaps there was a bit of lag. It looked like there may have been contact, but Premislav takes P2 after an exciting little battle there throughout that lap. Premislav we may see something in the stewards chat about that. I'm not sure if there was contact or if Andy just got a little bit too overzealous on the power. Nonetheless, the result is the Sim Apex car up into P2. That has helped out the leader Speedy White car quite a bit. The gap is now 16.3 when it was just 13 before the battle commenced, so a little bit more work to do for Premi if he's going to take the win here. Another win, should I say. He's going to be looking to cross the line first in the GT class for the second week in a row. I've got to refresh the overlay because it looks like we've got a pit stop bug again. Bear with me for a second. News out of the DPI section. Cas Rietveld has taken over in the third place JDC Mustang car. He's running in third place now, and Dylan Tarboton is only 6 seconds behind. I can't tell who's lapping faster at the moment because they're in different places on the track. About Dylan Tarboton lapped 4/10 quicker through the first sector, so he could be seeing another podium squabble any minute now as Dylan Tarboton closes up on his rival Cas Rietveld. JDC Mustang looking to get on the board in a big way. Could be 15 points on offer, although I think it's actually scaled up for 8 hours, so it could be something like 23 points. I'm not entirely sure how they're going to dish out the points today. But nonetheless, it is a nice result so far for JDC Mustang. Dylan Tarboton, though, he'll be looking to spoil their day. He's not that far behind. Cas Rietveld did go 4/10 faster through the second sector and 2/10 better through the third. So Cas pulls it out. Could be something to do with the setup. I think Cas Rietveld may be running higher downforce than Dylan, so Dylan's going to make up some time through the loopy bits, the banks corners, but Cas is going to make up time through the corners. Could just be down to the pace of the drivers, could be down to setup, I'm not sure. But it looks like at the moment I'd have to give the edge to Cas Rietveld. Third place, doing a great job for his team. I think I'm a bit too close to the mic. Doing a great job for his team. And he's holding the guy behind that scary rookie Monsters car at bay. And big news. Premislav can't seem to shake his GTE rival. Andy Dixie is still only 5/10 behind. This battle could not be over. I just assumed that Premi would pull away, but absolutely not. Andy Dixie seems to have been spurred on after he was overtaken. Maybe he feels a bit slighted and he wants to make up the time and repass Premi. Andy Dixie now seems to be matching the pace of his Polish rival. Andy Dixie, I don't know where he's from, sounds like a UK name. Andy Dixie set his fastest Sector 3 actually, and he set the fastest lap of the race in the GTE field on the last lap, or maybe he set that before. Nonetheless, Andy Dixie holds, or perhaps it's just the car itself, I'm not entirely sure, but Andy Dixie lapped 3/10 faster than Przemysław Machika on the previous lap. So the battle's definitely not over. Andy's going to put up a fight, it looks like. Exciting times here at the Editors of Daytona. We've got a battle, folks. Andy's not going to give up his P2 easily, and he wants to get back in front, I think, so that he can perhaps try to chase down his teammate in the lead. Speaking of which, the gap has gotten a bit smaller since we last spoke. It was 7/10 more previously, so working together, it looks like the 68 Sim Apex and 51 Speedy Mite are chasing down together the leader. You can go back 20 seconds to the Porsche 74 Seawolf. Inside that car, if I can find it, inside the 74 Seawolf is Ben Crooks and or Linus Lundvall. I think at this point it's Linus Lundvall. I can check definitely on the live timing. It's Michael Wozniak. Okay, so someone who's not listed in the teams is driving. I think they've gone with Michael Wozniak as maybe a reserve driver. Blaine here, who we talked to last week, currently doing quite well. P5 for the OSR team, Omicron Sim Racing. They're currently running in 5th, 56 seconds off the lead, 20 seconds behind 4th place. So they've got every chance in the world to make us in positions in this race. Maybe they could get 4th by the end. I'm sure that's what Blaine's hoping for. He seemed like an ambitious guy last weekend. Or not last weekend. I don't know why I keep saying that because it was quite a long time ago. Speaking of the battle, currently Premi seems to be pulling out a little bit of a gap on Andy Dixie now. It's gone up to 7/10, and he definitely dealt with that traffic better than Andy did, I think. 8/10 now the gap from Matika to Dixie. Gonna ask Robert Paun to go for an interview. He's one of the masterminds behind the Endurance Championship. Maybe he, I think he's got some personal stuff at the moment. Maybe he can spare a minute or two to come talk to you all. Meanwhile, his teammate at Sim Apex, Premislav, is opening up in P2 and beginning to chase down the leader. I'm going to check their timings right now. And who's lapping faster? It's pretty close. 1/10 separated them in the second sector, and the times are almost identical through the third. So it's going to be a long road ahead for Premi, and not only is this war of attrition going to affect him, trying to close down, chip away at what is a pretty large gap in any form of racing. He's also got to drive for a long time. Robert Paun has joined us. Thanks for joining us, Rob. You're not racing today, I don't think, for Sim Apex, but you are managing. You are sitting on the sidelines and taking care of business in the ARL Endurance Championship. Rob, tell us what goes into preparing an event like this.
A lot of work. I mean, we start to prepare right after the other round finishes, so that's one month before. We make forms so everyone can fill them and say what went wrong and what they don't like. Then we look on those forms and yeah, we see what the issues were and we try to fix them. The last two rounds, this is actually the second round, so the last round was very good.
Yep.
Few incidents, skin pack worked perfectly, no issues, same with the server. Yeah, this round, the first 3 or 4 hours were a bit messy, everyone was super aggressive, and yeah, we need to fix this issue. We have very high level of racing here, but it looks like no one is careful. Everyone is just dive bombing and being extremely aggressive. Now things calmed down for the last 2 hours, I think. We barely have any incidents now. So yeah, pretty good.
You're also a team boss at Sim Apex like myself. How do you feel about the team's performance today?
Very good. I mean, we kind of expected a good result for the GT team. They won last round and now they are P2. Even if they had a glitch that costed them like 100 seconds. We were actually very surprised by the DPI team. They had an amazing race, including that pole position qualifying. Unfortunately, they DNF'd. So not exactly the result we were looking for, but still good. We showed our pace, and yeah, I'm proud of Team Apex at this point.
Yeah, I wasn't actually around to see that. I just kind of got in and saw Vlad DNF'd. What exactly happened there?
So we had a wheel failure. His wheel just died.
Ah, no.
Yeah. Very unlucky.
Do you have anything you want to say to the people watching or the drivers?
Nothing special, just keep focus and also subscribe because we are very close to 300 subscribers.
Yes, subscribe.
Yes.
Well, Rob, thanks for joining us. Thanks for giving us a little insight. And anything else you want to add?
Yeah, no, not really. Thanks for having me. Now I'm going back to the steward room, so bye.
Oh, thanks so much, Rob. Robert Paun, organizer for ARL Endurance, also the live steward today. As I mentioned earlier, we had a live steward. I didn't know who it was. Turns out it's Rob. He does so much work for this league, and he's got a lot of pace. He's only 14 years old now. His birthday a few days ago, and he's actually one of the faster drivers that I've ever raced against. So he's not racing today. He's taking care of business for the league, and gotta thank him for his efforts. Also Sandu, Magnus Kunerup. I honestly don't know how to say his name. Apologies, Magnus, and all the staff. Aiden Williams, of course. Good job, guys. You've put together a good event here. Unfortunately, the drivers are being a bit aggressive, but you know, that'll happen. Not much you can do about that. The Orca Drillers number 28 is in the pit lane now. It doesn't look like it'll affect them too much because we know the number 27 car will pit just after them. So maybe in a few laps time we'll see the number 27 come in. And then the 46 Seawolf should follow soon. I think that's a 46 Seawolf. I do have to check. Also, I think I'm too loud on the mic. I've got to sit back a little bit. Sorry if I've been kind of blowing your ears out a little bit. Might have been especially doing so when I was yelling all about the battles. Yeah, that is a 46 Seawolf driven by Santu. He DNF'd last race, doing quite well today. So congrats to him. I know he's a good driver. He also does a lot for the league. I know he did most of the skin pack work. I think if I remember correctly, the Rob telling me he did a lot of the skin pack work, which takes forever. Apparently, it took him like a full week to put together the skin pack for last week's race or last month's race. Luckily, there were not many additions this week, so he didn't have too much work to do. But yeah, it is a lot of work putting this lead together. And once again, I want to say thank you to them before we return to the action. Speaking of action, not that much at the moment. I'm going to check back on that LMP2 gap that we were monitoring earlier. It doesn't look like there is much of one at the moment. They've really extended. Yeah. Dylan Tarboton now 8 seconds adrift of Cass Rietveld. Looks like Rietveld's had the pace since we took a look at them a few minutes ago. He's solidifying his third place. Just lap by lap, he's pulling out time a little bit more, and by the end of the race, he should have a healthy gap. But it all really comes down to keeping it clean, keeping it consistent, and not having technical difficulties, which we heard earlier with Vlad. A very disappointing retirement. If he retired due to a crash, that's something you can kind of live with, I think. But if you retire due to wheel failure, that's something that's really just heartbreaking. 73 Rookie Monsters into the pit lane. As Matt Gallagher would say, into the pits we must go. E-I-E-I-E-I-O. Number 4 into the pits. Angus Tong now taking his pit stop. He's got a lap between him and Petro David, and he's leaving the pit lane now. Dylan Tarboton moves into third. I don't think he was third before. I think he just moved into third. So the 55 now beating the 73 Rookie Monsters, but JDC Mustang sampling with a great race so far. They're now into second. However, you've got to mind that they probably do have a pit stop or two left to make. In fact, they may have a few left with 2 hours and 20 minutes. I'm not entirely sure how long they can go on each set of tires or each set of fuel. If I remember correctly from my own endurance, it was about 48 minutes, so we may see 3 more pit stops from each of the teams. I think now would be a good time to give a formal rundown of the order, notwithstanding what you see on the screen. Just in case you're looking for your teammates or something like that. Ben Gilzinski he's Ben Gilzinski. He's smashing the DPI field. Cass Rietveld, second for the JDC Mustang Sampling Racing Team. Dylan Tarboton, third in the number 55 Rookie Monsters. After the pit stop, Angus Tong is fourth in the 73 Rookie Monsters. Petro David is now in the pit lane. It is number 51 RO Racing Team car. Then it's quite a ways back to the number 99 OPP of Janis Rosakowski. A big crash between Rietveld and Baranyas, and also Ethan Lim. What went on there? I'm sure the stewards will have something to say about that. But I was looking at the standings, and while I was doing so, there was a massive smash up between the LMP2s. Cass Rietveld surely has damage from that collision. Ethan Lim now, he's 2 laps behind Cass. or he's in the LMP actually. I don't know how far exactly it is because it doesn't say. I believe he's 2 laps behind it overall. That because we're following Cass, who's a DPI. Ethan Lim is an LMP2. I don't exactly know what happened there. I think Cass went for the overtake. Unfortunately, we don't have the replay function working. I don't know why it doesn't work, so we can't show you exactly what happened there, but Cass will probably be pretty disappointed with what happened there. Now he may have to pit for repairs. Fortunately, he does have a big gap. Oh no, he doesn't anymore. It's a 5-second gap to Dylan Tarboton, and if Cass Rietveld has damage, things could get spicy. It's only 5 seconds, and you can see how much time Dylan Tarboton's making up in the corners. So I think Cass Rietveld may have a bit of damage from the collision earlier with the, I think it was an LMP2 and another DPI, maybe. Unfortunately, I wasn't fully paying attention to the screen. What happened there? Disappointing to see that, especially as one team is really looking to pull away and consolidate a P2, or what is effectively a podium, because I think that 73 rookie Monsters car is effectively second. Baranyas definitely has damage. He's going wide there on the apex of the corner. Maybe he's letting Tarboton through, but I think he may have got a bit of understeer. Just going for a bit of water because all this action has gotten my throat very dry and very sore. Yellow flag in Sector 1, not sure what that's for. Unfortunately, don't have a Sector 1 cam, so I can't just switch over and check it out. Okay, so I'm told to add gain to my desktop sound. It is a bit quiet, I guess. I'll just set it to around here. Hopefully that's nice. Thanks, Rob, for telling me. Dylan has closed up a second now since the incident, and my mic is picking up way too much. I'm gonna turn my mic down so that I'm not blowing people's ears off. I think I was doing that before. Sorry if I was. Can you guys let me know in the chat if I was way too loud? Toy and Lure says rip Vlad wheel. Oops. Sorry, Vlad. Vlad's a great driver, I know. He is a ARL Formula 3 champion, and I think he had a nice performance last week for some Apex as well. Okay, I'm going to explain why I keep saying last week. It's because I am used to harness racing, which is horse racing, but with a cart, a horse pulling a cart with a driver in it. And they race pretty much once every week. So I'm very used to saying last week when it comes to racing entities. Sorry, last month. I'll make a conscious effort to say that from now on. Tarboton has not made very many inroads to Cass Rietveld. In fact, Cass has pulled out some time, so maybe no damage there. Very lucky for Cass, because damage is a killer in these races. That's one thing you really don't want to run into, and it can really ruin your day. A broken rear wing is the worst because it's going to take you so much time to get back to the pits. I know it happened to me when I was racing with G-Force a long time ago at Spa, I think. I'm going to take a quick water break. Looks like there's not much developing at the moment. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm back. I don't actually see a report for the big incident we saw earlier, unless I'm reading the Stewards Report channel wrong. So I'm not exactly sure what happened. Maybe there's no one available to report that at the moment. I wish I could get a replay of that. It's unfortunate that we can't. We don't have the technology for that right now. I got to go back to running down the teams list, which I was doing before. You can see here the full DPI class list. Seawolf is smashing them. Mustang P2, Rookie Monsters P3 and P4. I think the 73 Rookie Monsters is effectively P2, unless it's been the other way around all along. The number 95 F1RO in 5th place, followed by the number 99 OPP. You down with OPP? Sorry, that's a terrible pun. Janusz Orzechowski and Petr David is the number 95. The number 99 is Janusz Orzechowski. And then it's Calvin Reinert in the 31 Wayland car. The rest have retired. The 64 Simapex DNF'd. I missed that. Sorry, you guys. Yeah, it looks like the 64 Simapex who was running in 4th or 5th just DNF'd. Disappointing for them. Yes, the JDC Mustang is pitted now. The 73 Rookie Monsters is P3, and now it is a Rookie Monsters double podium once again. Let's have a look at the LMP2 standings. How are they shaping up? It's Drillers in the lead, only 8 seconds to the number 46 Seawolf car of Santu, so it could get interesting here. Rusenak leading the way for Drillers. It's been a nice performance by him today, all told. He's driven pretty consistently, but Santu, with the pace, he's closing up on him. That being said, through the first sector, Santu was 2/10 slower, but he was almost a full second faster through the second sector. So Santu driving very well, and he was 4/10 faster through the third sector. Santu is flying. Engqvist is going ham for Drillers, and he could be on the back of Patrick Rusenak before he knows it. It's also pretty close between him and Henry Sinek. Henry Sinek is right behind Santu, and we're gonna see a battle here. If they work together, they could march up the track and take it to Patrick Rusenak. But I'm thinking Henry Sinek will not want to do that. He'll want to distract Santu for as long as possible to allow his teammate to get further up the road. Santu, though, appears to have a bit too much pace for Henry at the moment, and Santu's going to shove on and try to catch the leader of the race. Would be a very nice turnaround for... I'm losing my mind here for... It's the S one, the one that starts with an S. Not Scooter Revenge, it's for Seawolf. Here's Santu. Henry Sinek just in behind. He can't make a move through the embankment. A bunch of traffic to slice through. One of those is that GTE car who we were following earlier. Andy Dixie Premise Lab overtook him earlier. Didn't see a report for that one either. Benche Barañas is in 4th for the 97 Penguins. Then it's Amir Havak, not Imad Hakim, who I said earlier, who is in P5 in class. Santu seems to be losing a bit of time to Henry. Henry is just on the back of him now, headed into turn 1. Henry thought about a move, locked up, nearly lost the rear end there. What a save by Henry. That one is tough to save. When the rear end goes under braking, you're pretty much done, but a very nice save to keep himself in contention. You saw the rear end just kick out. It really wanted to leave him. I guess the tires had enough of being abused, and they were like, goodbye. And Henry said, well, not so fast. He kept it intact. Ben Gilzinski coming up to lap these LMP2s again. I'm not exactly sure how far the gap is. I think it's about 10 laps. 10 laps or so is the overall gap between Santu Engqvist and Ben Gilzinski. Now, it'll be interesting to see how this lapping DPI plays into the battle between these two. If Ben favors one of the cars, it'll be very big in terms of this battle. Haven't checked the chat in a while. Vladdy is in the chat. He gave a little crying face. Sorry to hear about that, Vlad. Disappointed at what happened. Wished I could have seen you on the top step today. Santu looks like he's pulling out a gap finally on the Driller's car behind him. I think the lapping of Gilsinski did in fact help Santu, and if he lets Santu by on the embankment, then it will be very beneficial for Santu. Can't do that though. The DPIs actually don't have that much engine power. There isn't too much difference over the LMP2s. It is really in the corners, I think, where the DPIs make up most of their time. You can see here how much more grip Ben has through this slow left-hander. I think right here Santu's going to let him by, and he is going to take a nice advantage over the other driller's car, who is in the pit lane. I think they had to serve a drive-through there. He was in the pit lane for 18 seconds, and he's out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the 27 drillers had to serve a drive-through. So Santu is now free to go on the attack and chase down the class leader of... I've lost him. I really have to stop doing this. I'm sorry, guys. My memory's so bad. My memory's honestly the worst. 28, currently driven by Patrick Rusinak. It's only 4 seconds now, and Santu is lapping faster last I checked. Let me check the live timing to see and confirm that Santu is closing in. His last lap was 2 seconds faster than Patrick. He should be on the tail of Rusinak within 2 laps. Santu with a stunning drive so far today, and he's already made up close to a second on this lap alone. Santu, I know you're going to watch this, want to congratulate you. He had a disappointing race last out. Ben Gilsinski went straight on. Oh, so Santu's coming into the pits, so I was hyping him up for nothing, really. Not sure if he has a drive-through or if he's going to step into the box. Let's wait and see. It may just be a drive-through. Yep, looks like it. Unless he's going to pull into the pits here. Yep, drive-through for Santu Enqvist, just as he uses it to gain an advantage over Ethan Lim. He's going to come out battling him again. Looks like Ethan may have had a bit of a better in-lap. It's going to be close on the exit. Santu, they emerge side by side. Instant. Oh, that's Dylan Tarboton. I am silly. That's Dylan Tarboton. Sorry, the similar colored liveries got to me there. Dylan Tarboton was the one side by side, and Santu's come out comfortably ahead of Henri. They're not similar colors at all. What am I talking about? Nonetheless, Santu is ahead, and he is still free to chase down the driller's leader, but now a lot of his work's been undone with the drive-through he got. I'm going to take a look at the steward's announcements, see what that might have been for. Drive-through for drillers number 27. Drive-through for Seawolf Net Race Motorsport drove into the back of Penguins Racing number 87. No, sorry, number 97. Didn't see the incident, can't really judge on that, but Robert Paun says that is a drive-through, and they gave a drive-through to the driller's car, hit the Penguins. I think that's the incident we saw earlier with the Penguins 97 car. Got smashed up when the drillers lost control and hit him. And I think it may have been Santu who started the whole thing by going into the back of him. Look at this battle. A very nice shot of these cars flying down the embankment. It's Filipakos, and I think there may be a battle in the GTE class. I should go check that out. Santu makes contact with Dylan Tarboton, didn't let him through, and now Henri Sinek is going to gain a lot of time. He's right on the rear, and he's looking for a way past Santu Enqvist. Santu recovers in time, but a silly little blunder there coming into contact with the DPI. I think the DPI had the right of way there, and Santu tried to turn in for the apex, and instead he found Dylan Tarboton's side pod. So now Henri is just 2 tenths behind. We could see an overtake sooner rather than later. Santu has appeared faster than Henri, but with possible damage or maybe a shaken Santu may be upset about that incident, it may be a bit easier for Henri to make a pass. Be interesting to see. Well, it looks like Santu is going to pull away from Henri Cynic. I am going to go back to checking the leaderboard for you guys. We're going to take a look now at the GTE class, which was very, very hot earlier in the race. Not in that way, but you know what I mean. Switch over to the GTE leaderboard now and see what's going on there. The leader is still Lazarus Filipakos, and Andy Dixie is now back ahead of the 488. Sorry, Filipakos is back ahead. Andy Dixie is back ahead of Premislav after Premislav, I think, either had to make a pit stop or he had a drive-through. But Lazarus is now in the lead, or he's still in the lead of the GTE class. They're doing very well today. The number 71, Speedy Might having a good day, as I've said since I've joined the stream. Andy Dixie is 17th overall, second in class. He's having a drive. Looked a bit sketchy earlier when he was battling with Premislav, but he showed his pace now. And if we look in the live timing, he's lapping. He's not lapping as fast as Premi, but he is keeping pace. Only 0.3 off through the second sector, so it is pretty close between the two. The times are about, well, it is about an 0.8 difference between Dixie and Premi, but he has a very big cushion. Premislav has a lot of work to do, and he's got 2 hours to do it. 2 hours out of the 5 he's already driven today. Fourth is Ben Crooks. He took over, I believe, for someone else in the number 74 car. He took over for Linus. Yeah, Linus was the driver when I watched the stream. Ben Crooks for Seawolf is in fourth. Blaine Harry now in 20th overall, P4 in class. No, sorry, P5 in class with the OSR car. I'm very confused because Linus is in 21st. That's Linus. So I'm guessing Ben Crooks and Linus Lundvall, despite being listed together in the same car, are split up today for Seawolf. Divide and conquer, they say. Well, they're going to get some big points. Colin Maciek. I'm going to say Maciek, even though it may be wrong. Is 22nd overall, 6th in class. Sorry, 7th in class. Royal Blue Racing, not having the best of days considering they finished high up the order in last month's event. Edward Hoekstra, which I think is a Dutch name, is in 8th in class, 2 laps behind the leader. That's for DC Racing. Then it's the Rookie Monsters team, not having a great day for GTEs, and Ed Hoekstra has to use the runoff area. I think it may be a bit of lag, or maybe he just had to do a little loop there and get back on track. I think he outbraked himself going into turn 1, I think that is. Escofil Sanfri for Sanfri Racing is in 10th, the last point scorers of the GTEs, except finishers. Finishers do get 2 points. Ed Hoekstra not having the best of times. Maybe his tires are going off. Anyways, he's really struggling out there at the moment. I hope he can turn it around quite soon. Alex Tunbridge in the Porsche, he's running 11th. 1 lap behind Escofil and 4 laps overall up out of the lead. I think he just came. He's lapping a 21.7, which is a respectable time. In fact, Colin Maciek is going slower than that. A lot of the drivers up the field are going a bit slower than that. So that is a nice time for him. The rest of the field is retired. Darius Andre was the last to retire. Pat Silvazzi retired earlier in the race. There's his car at the sidelines. Not much action going on at the moment. Things have cooled down a bit. Cass Rietveld is overtaking, I believe, Dylan Tarboton, who is coming out of the pit lane now. Cass Rietveld is going to assume his spot on the podium. I think they've been on a bit different strategies now. I think Dylan may have to pit 2 more times, and Cass may have to pit 2 more times as well. So I'm not. Maybe they're on the same strategy. Maybe it's different. I think Cass may have to pit 1 more time. I'm not entirely sure how it's going to work out. We'll have to wait and see how the strategies play out. Yep, yellow flags in Sector 1. It has not been the cleanest afternoon in Ace Racing League history. We've seen quite a few incidents since I've joined, at least. And it's a bit disappointing to see that, but you know, things happen in the heat of the moment. People want to make up positions, and I know I've been guilty of doing some pretty silly things trying to grab track position myself. I've got to switch back now to all. And there you can see a general picture of the running order. Seawolf still way out in front of DPI. Driller's still holding court in LMP2, and Speedy Mite still out in front in GTE. Still, it's a pretty similar dynamic in each of the classes, or at least in LMP2s. We have two teammates that are quite a bit out in front, and then one car fairly down the quite a ways behind them, at least in terms of time, trying to catch. I'm going to take a short break just to rest my voice while the racing goes on. I'm going to set it to maybe a cool shot of Ben Gilzinski's on board, and I'm just going to take a short break. I'll be back in a minute. Just got to rest my voice so I don't run out of juice in my throat just before the cool ending happens. Enjoy the onboard. Ooh, I'm just going to commentate over that. Ben Gilzinski got dangerously close to wrecking with a Porsche who switched to the inside a bit too late there. That I'm sure will scare a driver who's leading by a lap in a race that's well and truly in hand. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm really sorry for this, but I've got to do some real life work. It's kind of time sensitive, so I should start working on it now. I'm gonna be gone for hopefully no more than 30 minutes. I'm gonna be here to switch the camera angle whenever I see something interesting happening, but I just won't be here to commentate over it. Looks like there's a few cars getting pretty close together, like this battle between Hiri and Dixie, and there was one up in the LMP2 class, but that seems to have died down now. So please enjoy the race. Sorry I won't be with you for the next little while, but I should be back for the end. Okay, thank you.
Hello there. Shit. What's up? Oh, you are actually streaming. Interesting.
Hey Santu, you're on the stream now. Sorry about that. I was actually just taking a short break to do some work that I needed to do, but if you want to stop in for an interview, that's okay.
I thought you were not even streaming. Yeah.
No, I had this. I had the stream on, but is it on? It's on, right? Now I'm worried.
I think.
It looks like it's on to me.
Yeah, it is on. I just were chilling out here and doing nothing.
All right. Anything you wanted to tell the nice people that are watching?
Well, I'm sorry for curse words, but yeah, it's a nice day.
Oh.
An interesting with lots of stuff happening.
Yeah, you were pretty far up the field, I saw, which is a nice redemption from last month, where you DNF'd, right?
Yes. Could have won this time, but I got disqualified by the game for spinning, and
yeah.
we lost 2 laps on that. And then the drillers cars, they had slow drivers in, so I was able to make that gap. But as soon as I got past both of them, they put in the fastest drivers, and it's not possible to win at this point.
Yeah, how's the race gone from your perspective so far?
I mean, apart from the fact that I've had a couple of incidents, which I rarely have, and the fact that we got disqualified for a moment for whatever reason, it's been fine. I think I currently hold the fastest lap in the race, which is a 32.9. But
I can verify that.
Apart from, like, I think the pace has been great in our car. For sure, I've been the fastest LMP2 now, but like, we suffered with the damage early on after we got a new car after the disqualification. The car was just much better.
Yeah, you have a 32.9 to your name, so that's pretty good. And Rob's in the car now. What do you expect from him?
Yeah, he's just gonna do his best and go as fast as possible. We are looking to lock down the third position, and if the drillers cars have any incidents or driver swaps or anything at the end, we might go for P2, P1, but it's hard to say. We are a bit behind on pit stops, and as Rob said earlier to me, he's not able to do the same pace as me, and I was just a tiny bit faster than Henry and Jamie, so I don't think we have a chance in the win. Like, if something doesn't happen to them.
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing, but it's still a very nice recovery from last weekend. Almost in disaster again, by the sounds of it, through no fault of your own. But yeah, congrats on what looks like to be a certain podium. It looks to be a certain podium.
Yeah, it seems like it, unless we somehow kill the engine now.
Yeah, which is always like something that's in the back of your mind when you're racing rFactor 2, because no other sim allows you to destroy your engine like that.
Yeah, it was pretty much four stints. Wait, 5 stints. I actually did 5 stints of. It was pretty much like qualifying lap after lap. I was a bit worried that the engine might die, but we have an hour remaining. Let's hope it doesn't.
Yeah, indeed. Let's hope. Let's hope that. What car is it? I don't know what kind of an engine is it, an LMP2 car, but yeah, good luck. I hope the car stays reliable for you, and good luck on bringing home the podium. Maybe even something better.
Thank you. How's the streaming? Have you found the race interesting?
Yeah, there's actually been quite a bit of action, it's good compared to some of the other races that I've done. We've had a few battles. In fact, there's a battle for the lead in LMP2 about to happen, and there's been some interesting GTE fights, so it's been pretty good. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, in ARL we always drive in endurance races like it's the 10 minute sprint. Like,
Yeah.
it's interesting, but as you might see from the driver list, we have had many retirements.
Right. Oh, one thing I wanted to ask you, because I know you're involved with a lot with the organization of the race. Tell us about your experience with that.
Well, I think apart from some issues, it's been fine.
Mhm.
I'm usually not involved on race day because I like to race, and
Yeah.
like I do the behind the scenes stuff mostly and managing the teams. But I'm a bit disappointed. I honestly have to say, we had some issues with the team speak today, so the
Okay.
start was a bit messy with only one green flag compared to the 3 we usually have.
Mhm.
For some reason, the TeamSpeak provider was not taking whispers for some
Oh.
reason, and we've been struggling with that today. And only recently we got it working, so it's been bit tough because of that with some of the cautions and stuff we've had to throw around.
Yeah, that's disappointing. Sorry to hear about your troubles. We had TeamSpeak issues in Le Mans too, but that was just trolls, which sucked. I remember hearing that when I was sitting in the briefing room.
Yeah, it's what it is. Sometimes happens, and next time we do better.
Yeah. Well, from my perspective, it's been an interesting race and pretty smooth on my end at least. So thanks for that. Thanks for all the work you do, and you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you. Anyways, I'm gonna leave you to it.
Thanks, Santu. Good luck with the rest of the race. Santu Engqvist, driver for Seawolf and organizer of the ARL Endurance League. He's done a great job over the past weeks, and today driving, in the past few weeks organizing. So good job to him. I'm gonna go back to break because I still really need to get this work done. I'm so sorry to leave again. I know it's a bit unprofessional, but I'm gonna make sure to switch on to battles when I see them. Speaking of which, very nice battle for the lead of the LMP2 class going on. Not sure if the strategies are in sync, but if they are, could get interesting towards the end. Okay, well, finally, my work is complete, and I'm going to be back with you for the final 50 minutes of the 8-hour session, and it looks like I've returned just in time because Jamie Tatsui and Henri Cynic are going at it for the lead of the LMP2 class. I know there's about 50 minutes to go. I don't know if that means one or two of them have to make another pit stop. I thought the stints were about 45 minutes in length, so it is possible we could see one or two of them pit. However, at the moment, I'm just going to bask in the energy that these two are giving off, very close to each other. The pace is almost equal. Now, there is another battle going on, and while I was away, Premislav has found himself back into the lead of the GTE class. Here he is. He's 16 seconds up the road from Ben Crooks, who's in second. I think Premislav may have to make another stop, in which case I think he'll be fighting with Ollie McGowan. Now, I'm not entirely sure because Ollie McGowan is only 4/10 down on Ben Crooks, who was the leader. I honestly don't know what happened there. I think Premislav may have to make another stop, and in that case, it looks like it will be third for him. It could even be fourth because Jeremy Talbot will be right about where Premislav will come out if he were to make a pit stop at the moment. So, the GTE class, the battle's not finished. Premi may make it all the way, or he may have to make another pit stop. I'll keep my eye on that leaderboard, but right now, what we've got to focus on is that battle in the LMP2 is Henri Cynic and Jamie Tatsui going at it for the lead, and neither of them have been, Henri has not been close enough to make a move yet. He just needs a fraction more pace, and as I'm talking, Ollie McGowan overtook Ben Crooks for second in the GTE class, and now he's free to hunt Premi Matika. I'm very uncomfortable saying that name because I know I'm saying it wrong every time. Matika sounds better. Other than that, it looks like the order is somewhat decided. There's 50 minutes left, but we know in endurance racing it's pretty hard to close even a somewhat small gap like 10 or 15 seconds. So with and Henri collides with a GTE, and that's the battle over. Henri collides with one of the GTEs. I don't know which one that is. I don't have the names up anymore, but that is not the way we wanted to conclude that. Looks like the GT took up a little bit more of the road than he was entitled to. Of course, I'm not a steward. I'm not liable to comment on that, but nonetheless, it's not what you want to see when one car is genuinely in a fight for the lead. Rob Moore for Seawolf goes into the pits from P3 unless that happened before, and I need to refresh the overlay. Let's try a refresh and see what the timing gives me. Yes, Moore is still in the pits. He's under no threat from Barañas, who is four laps behind. And the GTE battle is going to be next up because they're switching places like, well, I can't think of an analogy, but they're switching places a lot is what I'm trying to say. Ben Crooks is ahead at the moment, but Ollie McGowan just in behind, lying in wait. And this is one that I'm sad we've been missing, and I probably should have put it on as soon as Cynic had his little incident with the GTE. Ben Crooks holding on desperately to position 2 and trying to make it a first and a second for Seawolf and cap off an amazing day for them as they're also winning the DPI class. So fantastic to see a great team do well. In the GTE class, they're not really fighting for much. I think their 15 car is either quite far down the order or has retired. So I don't think they're going to be too heartbroken about that because this is still a great team result. Sim Apex was looking good earlier in the season, but now the only hope they're clinging on to is Premi, who is leading the GTE field. Don't know if he has to make another pit stop. Only time will tell. But as it looks like Ben Crooks is pulling away a little bit from Ollie McGowan. Maybe Ben's dispersed with the traffic a little bit better. You see the LMP2 passed him on the embankment there, and Ollie was passed on the corners. So a little bit of advantage for Ben being in front there, and it could help carry him to extend the gap, break the slipstream, and really pull away with second place. Still, it's yet to be decided what position they're fighting over. Is it actually P2? Or does Przemysław Matyka have to make another stop? Would be interesting to get someone from Sim Apex on the interview, or maybe I can just ask in the chat. Let me actually ask in the Sim Apex chat. I can't imagine them going so long without a stop. In fact, the other teams may also have to stop again. I'm not too sure. If Premi does stop, we know he'll have better tires towards the end of the race. But at the same time, I doubt it'll be enough to make up the probably 15-second gap that he'll leave if he were to come in. All in all, I'm guessing this day's a bit of a disappointment for Sim Apex. I see them talking about how Darius Andre racing for them got pole, and he eventually DNF'd. So, you know, it's sad for them. They're trying to make their way up the ladder in motorsport. Sorry, virtual motorsport. Not real motorsport. That would be super cool. But the team's trying to make its way up the ladder in virtual motorsport, and unfortunate retirements aren't helping their cause. Vladdy retiring earlier due to a wheel connection issue, and a retirement for Darius Andre means that Przemysław is the only one left, and it looks like Ben Crooks is actually faster than him at this point in the race. I'm guessing that Matyka has more worn tires, and that he actually may have to come in again. No one's answered me this far, but let's get something from those guys. Let's give a little race update, because you can't see some of the action that's going on below the top 5 in each field, so it will be nice to just take a look at what the standings are in each class. So, leading DPI, as it's been for the entirety of the 8 hours pretty much, Ben Gilzinski. He's up by 2 laps at Simon Marshall. It's in the bag for Seawolf. Fantastic performance once again from Ben Gilzinski. He is alien, as we say in sim racing. Simon Marshall, it's been a good performance from him. He's in P2, and I got to applaud a consistent performance from Marshall. He's racing for the 73 Rookie Monsters, and Chris Tarboton, after his earlier spin, is 12 seconds behind. I can't really see him catching his teammate at this point after that incident. It is a bit of a confidence breaker, especially if you're trying to catch. And if he's got damage, that's all the worse for him. Cam Roger, he was battling earlier. He's actually right behind Chris Tarboton at the moment. We saw him in an incident, if I remember correctly, a few hours ago, and he has recovered. He has recovered somewhat, and he is trying to find the final spot of the podium. Petra Davids, he's 2 laps behind Cam Roger. He should be coming home with P5 because he's got a lap gap over Enes Kuyunzic. And then the final DPI that is still running is Martin Terbrake's number 36 Cadillac 360. He will come home with some points if he finishes the race. And I think there was just an overtake, if I'm not mistaken. Cam Roger has gotten past Chris Tarboton. And no, that's because Chris Tarboton has entered the pit. So could Cam Roger be the final podium getter? Or does he have to pit again? We'll see. I think he will have to pit again. I don't think he can go for as long as left in the race. Now over to the LMP2 field. Oh, where is it? Now down to the LMP2 field. Jamie Tatsui leads it. He held off Henri Cynic earlier. It's been a nice drive from him and his teammate. If I could find it. Jamie Tatsui, who is his teammate? Racing for the 28 Seawolf. It was, it was supposed to be either Sam. It was Sam Bentley, I believe. We saw Sam Bentley in the car earlier. Sam and Jamie are both pretty fast guys, and they've shown it today. They're leading the race with only 41 minutes to go. 9-second cushion to Henri Cynic. Henri Cynic for the 27 LMP2 car of drillers. Supposed to be Joey Frolic and Blake Checketts today, but it looks like they've called an audible. Those two have a big gap to Mr. Rob Moore. That is the teammate of Santu Enquist, who we spoke to earlier. They're having a good race today. Unfortunately, they got the little incident earlier with the game. Happens sometimes, and it's unfortunate they're having bad luck 2 weeks in a row. But still, I think they'll be quite satisfied with the podium. Benche Barañas is 4 laps down on Moore, but it looks like he'll be taking 4th place today. That's a solid haul of points for the number 97. What team is that again? That is Penguins Endurance. Yeah, after the earlier incident, I think P4 will make them quite happy. Then it's Amir Havok, who is into the pit lane now. I think, well, he's 5 laps ahead of the next car of Jedlicka, who has been driving for quite some time now. He's 2 laps behind Amir Havok, lapping pretty decently, I would say, a 35.9 on his last lap, so pretty good from him. Unfortunately, I don't think any amount of pace will allow him to make up 2 laps in 40 minutes, but nice drive from Zdenek for the number 900 car, which is not listed. Ben Fenema has done okay himself. He's in 7th in class, although I say that, and he's picking himself out of the grass. That's the Stratos Racing number 14. Oh, sorry, no, that is the number 85, UGX Virenga. His teammate is Brain Templars, who did an okay job earlier today. The number 14 car, that's the Stratos Racing team. Luis Saiz is in there. Alain Martinez and Juan Carlos Martinez were his teammates. They're going to pick up some decent points, but 13 laps off the leader, so a bit off the pace. Still, I think they'll be happy with the championship points. And then Vlad Mochilenko, I don't think he'll pick any points for finishing, for not finishing, even though he finished 9th. Then the GTE class, where a lot of the action's been so far today. We're going to check on Premislav Matika, who is still in the lead, and yes, he is now in the pit lane, and he is going to make his final stop of the race, hopefully. Crooks and McGowan, I'm not sure if they'll have to make another stop. I think they pitted early enough so that they can carry on. It may very well be 3rd place for Premi in this race. Disappointing for Sim Apex, but he's driven very well, especially for the length that he's had to go. Ben Crooks is now the inherited leader. He's got a 4.8 second gap on Ollie McGowan. These two have been pretty close all race. Ben Crooks has done an amazing job for Seawolf today, and they're about to cap off a great day if they can win in 2 classes. Ben Crooks will be trying to will hopefully bring it home for them. The number 71, which is not listed as a GTE, that's Ollie McGowan. I don't know what team he's actually driving for, but he's had solid pace today. Premi, gotta applaud him. It's unfortunate that he's gonna have the result he had due to a bad pit stop earlier in the day, but he's been uber consistent so far, and yeah, nice drive by Premi today. Jeremy Talbot, they were in the lead earlier, I believe. That's the Drillers car, number 51. Also not listed. I forget who he said his teammate was, but it was a pretty fast dude, and I don't know exactly what caused their race to fall apart and drop to 4th, but yeah, I'm sure they won't be exactly thrilled with this result. Bruno Soren for the number 80 car. Oh, I've got the wrong list out. Apologies. The 71 is Speedy Might Racing. I'm sorry, I got a little bit lost there. Funnily enough, they also don't have Ollie McGowan listed, so I'm guessing they brought him in last minute. Number 51, Talbot for Speedy Might. Yes, it was Sean Jacobs and Andy Dixie were the previous drivers. Now Talbot's going to come back in to finish off the day. Number 80, Omicron Sim Racing's Bruno Soren. He's brought the car home. It's going to be a solid haul for them today, assuming they finish where they do. They could still catch Talbot if they pick up the pace. Linus Lundvall, two laps behind the leader, and the number 15 Seawolf. Again, not the best result for them considering they were leading 2 categories, but I'm sure they'll be pretty satisfied with adding to their tally. I think that's a glitch when it says yellow in Sector 1, because there's no way there's a yellow flag in Sector 1 every 2 minutes. Or maybe I'm underestimating the drivers. Number 91, Royal Blue Racing, is running 7th in the GT class. That's Colin Matschetz, teammate of Edgar de Rijk and Gonzalo Almeida. They look like they're going to come home in 7th. Let's take a look at them. He's got a 32-second gap to Linus Lundvall, so pretty improbable to close it at this point. Matt Beavis running in 23rd overall, 8th in class. I think it'll be a bit of a disappointment to them considering they were fighting for a higher position last month. If I remember correctly, I might be thinking of a different guy, or I may be thinking of it wrong. But yeah, 8th place it looks like it's going to be. They've got a 1 lap gap to Van Doren in the 335 DC Racing. His teammates are Jan Frinsta and Edward Hoekstra. We saw them earlier. I think they were a bit further up the field, so maybe a bit of an incident. And running in 10th is Ferenc Christian Kabay. He's been in the car for a long time, if I can remember correctly. DDoS Racing representing. He's got Alex Twinbridge as his teammate, who we haven't seen for quite a while, so I can't help but feel Christian Kabay might be getting a bit tired at this point. Escafil Sanfree in the 118. I think he just races under Sanfree Racing. They haven't had the best of days, and there you see him going off again. Breaks himself and almost collides with one of the LMP2s. I think those are for positions. We're going to check on them in a second. David Martin is still going. He's 27th overall. I think 12th in class. 5 laps behind the next car. Then we have Darius Andre, who was the most recent retirement. Let's take a look now and see if I can find any battles going up or down the order. Nope, nothing doing. Let's go to Ollie McGowan and ride on board with him as he tries to chase down Ben Crooks for the lead. It's for all the marbles now. I don't think there's any pit stops to make anymore. If there is, I think Premislav's eyes turn to dinner plates. He has I think he's been gaining a little bit since he's been in the car, since he's made his pit stop on fresh tires. 28 seconds. I think the gap was 30-something when he first got in. So Premislav may have a bit of a shot. He gained 1 second. He gained a full second on Ollie McGowan last lap. Lost time to the overall leader, Ben Crooks. But he has a lot of work to do if he's going to improve his position today. I think he may just focus on consolidating his position, not making any mistakes, and not handing third to Talbot. It'll still be a nice result for Sim Apex to come third here, and it'll keep them in the hunt for the championship. Just a half an hour left now, almost 33 minutes to go, and well, what can I say? It's been an exciting one. I missed a lot of the cool parts at the start with the incidents and the accidents, as the song goes, and of course all the squabbles for the lead, which has now calmed down. The GTs haven't actually spread out that much, crucially. It's always been a somewhat small gap. The top 5 have always been separated by, I think, less than a lap. And there is still a chance we could see the number 71 car catch his teammate. The number 74 Seawolf catch the 71 Speedy Might. Well, with half an hour to go, there isn't that much to commentate over at the moment. I think, hopefully, there's going to be some battles brewing as we head towards the checkered flag. But one more time, I'm going to play our sponsors' little videos that they've made. Thank them. Lift Esports, our title sponsor, Simplymod and Sadler Computers. So thanks to them. I'm going to play their video one more time. I'm going to turn the volume way down because I know it's extremely loud. And then we'll get back to racing. Should have a good final 30 minutes to go. Okay. So, here they are.
Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable, fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
Apologies for that. I don't really know why it started playing again. I guess I forgot to shut it off. Welcome back. It's the final 30 minutes of the 8 hours of Daytona. It's been an exciting race, if not a little bit messy at the start. I think we got to scrape some carbon fiber off the apron, but that's no harm, no foul. It's been a good one to watch. I wish I was here watching the start, but I made plans with a friend, so apologies for that. It's been a lot of fun commentating over it for you guys, and I'm pretty happy with the way the race has turned out. So thank you from ARL for tuning in. And I'll get the standings back up for you guys. With we've got a pit from the driller's car number 28 in the LMP2 class. Looks like he's going to come out ahead of the Seawolf number 46. So looks like that Seawolf team will have to settle for third today unless they can really pick up the pace. Big news out of the GTE field: the Seawolf number 74 has entered the pit lane, so could be an opportunity for Sim Apex to steal second place, and it could indicate that the 488 GTE car, the Speedy Mite in the lead, may have to pit again. Przemysław Matyka is now taking second position, and I think I'm almost certain he does not have to pit again, so all he now has to do is chase down the leader. Now that looks unlikely unless the leader has to pit again. That's all we need to, that's what this race has essentially come down to. Is the leader of the GTE field going to pit one more time? I'm thinking they're gonna try as best they can to stick it out to the end and keep their win, but if they're struggling for the tires and Przemysław keeps up his pace, they may have to pit. Either way, it's looking possible that the 68 Sim Apex, which has been a thorn in the sides of the leaders of the GTE all race long, may finally come back into the lead in the final seconds of the race. It'll all come down to the final minutes. You'll have to wait and see. Otherwise, not much going down the field. I want to take a look at the championship implications now, because some have extended their lead and there's been some shakeup. So Seawolf, of course, is going to extend their lead by 27 points, or I think the scaling is different, so they are going to extend their lead by some amount for winning this race, and it's already looking like a runaway 2 races in. Someone will really have to step up if they want to challenge. The second place car, number 55, Rookie Monsters, will pick up some points. I don't exactly know how much they will pick up. I think it may be 20 points for finishing 4th, times 1.5 for an 8-hour race, and then 2 points for finishing. That will move them up significantly, but the 73 Rookie Monsters are going to overtake them, finishing second. I think they'll receive around 29 points, so it will be the 73 car will be taking second place, it looks like. unless something crazy happens in the final few minutes. JDC Mustang Sampling will be headed onto the leaderboard for the first time in the championship so far. F1RO seems to be a fan favorite. They're going to score some nice points with a 5th place finish. I believe their final haul will be 17, all things considered. Further down the DPI field, we have Anes Kujundžić driving for the 99 car, which is, I think it's a Omicron or something like that. Oh gosh, I'm a Racing OPP. Sorry, I get the O teams confused. F1RO, OPP, ORS. Sorry about that. Anes Kujundžić will score some nice points for number 99, and I think they will move up above both AC Sim Sports cars. So I think they could be 5th in the championship after today. Then Martin Terbraque is still plugging along in 7th in class. Gotta respect the drive to finish the race by him. He's gonna pick up, I think, I can't exactly tell how many points, but they will get on the board at least. In the LMP2s, it's pretty much decided. Even if the 27 pits again, they won't fall behind the next 2 cars, and I don't think they'll fall back once they've actually pitted. It's the 27 drillers. Looks like they're going to come away with the win today. Henri Cynic and who is his teammate again? Henri Cynic and let's find out. Henri Cynic and Ethan Lim. He drove a very good race today for his first race in RF2, and he is going to be rewarded, it looks like, with a victory. Unless he was in the 28, it looks like there were some changes to the lineups as the light is fading. Now you can see the headlights are turning on, and the sun is starting to set. The nighttime won't come into effect in this one, but when we go to the longer 12-hour race at Le Mans, it certainly will. The number 46 Seawolf has moved into 2nd place. I'm pretty sure all the pit stops are said and done now. So the 2nd place Orica has to hold off the number 27 Drillers car with a 4-second gap for another 23 minutes. Could be a challenge because we know that 28 Drillers car is very fast. It had Pat Rusinak and Samuel Bentley and Nico Wierzbicki, all pretty quick drivers. Now we see the leading Drillers actually is coming to the pit lane. So, crucially, I think he missed his pit box. No, he did not. Just got it in there. I think the pit boxes may be more stacked than where the lines show, so that may actually be pretty nicely at his pit box. So, will he come out ahead of the Seawolf and the other Driller's car? I think he probably will. Pit stops should only take about 30 to 40 seconds, depending on what you've gotten changed. Be interesting to see where he comes out. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I think he did just go and take some more fuel. I don't think there was even a tire change there, so it'll be the Drillers number 27 after a superb performance to take the win, unless something crazy happens. Of course, I don't think that'll be the case. The 46 Seawolf is going to pick up some nice points in the standings. They didn't score. They scored 0. They failed to finish at Silverstone, so it'll be nice for them to pick up some solid red meat to add to their stash. Although the stash was looking a bit empty before now. The other Drillers car, number 28, was leading the championship. They're going to be overtaken by their rivals for Drillers. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken, it could be close on the tally. It really depends on how the race finishes. If the 28 Drillers car overtakes the 46, then it's certainly going to be number 28 keeping the lead. Not exactly sure how it's going to shake up at the moment. The Penguins Racing is going to be taking P4. They're 4 laps up on their next closest rival and 4 laps down on 3rd place. So P4 for Penguins. It looks like that'll be a nice turnaround from last week where they also didn't finish. They're gonna pick up some nice points. I think 20 points for Penguins. Blue Steel also they're running 4th in the championship. I'm pretty sure they're going to be overtaken by somebody. Maybe not. Yeah, they're going to be overtaken by the 27 drillers, but they will end up P5, and they will add a nice cushion over the Scuderia Ventus team, which did not race today. Looking down the rest of the order, there's a few LMP2s left running. A lot of incidents, a lot of DNFs today. So we pick up with Zdenek Jedlicka, the last guy not shown on the first guy not shown in the leaderboard. He's driving for the 900 car. They haven't appeared on the leaderboard yet, so it'll be nice for him to take home a sixth place haul. Ben Fenema for the 85. They scored 6 points last weekend. They were the last of the finishers. This weekend he's picked up a few more positions, and he'll score nicely. Luis Saiz for the 14. They finished just above Virenga Team Red last month, and this week they'll finish just behind. I think that will be Virenga overtaking the Stratos team. Then we find ourselves looking at the GTEs, which is where I've been focused all race long. Premi is making consistent little tiny dents into the lead of that number 71 car that's been solid all weekend long, but it looks like it won't be enough unless the 71 car's tires go off, or he does indeed have to take fuel one more time. I don't think that's the case, though. I'm pretty sure they can go to the end, and it will just be a case of holding on. So that number 71 car did not actually score. I don't think they even raced in the opener. They're going to take home 27 points. The car that's really going to benefit is the number 74, taking home a podium position. They're in second place to Sim Apex, and they're going to keep that gap real nice and close. I think Sim Apex will only extend their gap by maybe 5 or 6 points, something like that. So it's still all up for grabs in the GTE class. Then we have the 71 Seawolf, like I said, didn't score. The 51 of Speedy Might, which was in contention earlier for the top step, isn't so much anymore. It's looking like fourth is well and truly consolidated for them. They're gonna score their first points in the championship so far. So nice start for them. Nice little race. The OSR, Omicron Sim Racing Team, they were third last weekend. A bit of a step down from that. Probably a little disappointing for Blaine Heary. Who knows, he might have been able to do more, especially with the gaps so close and battling early on in the race. I didn't know what happened. Maybe something happened earlier on in the race, but it's going to be a nice haul for the 80 team, and it'll keep them in the hunt as well for a nice championship position. Then going further down, we find Linus Lundvall 1 lap down on Bruno Soren, who's driving the OSR car. The number 15 in the GTE class also doesn't have any points yet. They have 2 points. They finished last weekend in the last driving weekend in 16, and they took home 2 points. So it'll be a lot better, a lot healthier looking in the old points column. Colin Matchats is the number 91. They scored 2 for Royal Blue last weekend. I think Royal Blue was hoping maybe for a little bit more, but yep, they should pick up some decent points. I'm gonna check where he is in the class. Actually, should show on the bottom right. He's 7th, so that's a nice haul. Maybe they would have liked to do a little bit better, but with so many talented drivers in front of you, it's a lot harder to take a nice result. Matt Beavis is in 8th. They've driven well. That's the 37 car for the rookie monsters. They're doing a bit better, well, quite a bit better in DPI than they are doing in GTE, but it's still a decent result for Matt Beavis. And that team, Johan Van Doren is in 24th for the 335 DC racing car. They are in 6th in the championship, but they may slide a little bit now with a bit of a disappointing result, I have to say, for them. Maybe there were a few incidents earlier on that we didn't see. I don't think Johan Van Doren would be happy finishing down in 9th. Ferenc Christian Kabay, will be taking home the final points paying position. Well, they're all points paying if you finish, but the final extra points paying position. He's driving the 75. This is their first entry into the championship. They have not scored yet, so I'm guessing they didn't race last week. That's DDoS Racing, Alex Stonebridge, and Ferenc, a decent debut for them. They're going to pick up 10th. Escofil Sanfri, he's probably going to get 2 points for finishing, assuming that he does. And David Martin follows him quite a ways behind. The rest are retired. Premislav has made up time on the leading car. It was 16, it was 15, and now it's down to 14, but he's running short on time. If the race were an hour longer, I'd back the Sim Apex car to get past the leader. But with 15 minutes to go, it's looking very unlikely. There'd have to be something special happen or something disastrous happen to Ollie McGowan, who's driven a very nice stint to close out the race. Let's follow on board with him as he goes through his lap. He knows Premislav is ready to capitalize on any mistake he makes, but I don't see a mistake coming from what seems to be a quite polished driver. He's looks like he's on the limit here, or maybe just a bit below. You don't want to just hand away a win, especially when you fought so hard for. So I think he might be driving at about 90% now. He's allowing Matika to catch a little bit, but not enough so that it's a worry towards the checkered flag. So there's how the championship is looking after the 8 hours of Daytona. There will be a shakeup in the order, but mostly it's a case of the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, and there's an LMP2 off the road. I think that may have scared Ollie McGowan just a bit as he got wiggly on the exit of that corner. I think you saw that GT kind of hit the wall, and he was like, oh, please, God, no. The Seawolf number 74 is surprisingly closing down Premislav. That could be a battle we see by the end of the race. Let's take a look at their lap times. Last lap, Ben Crooks drove quite a bit faster than Premislav, 9/10ths better, in fact, and he's doing even better throughout the course of this lap. So P2 could be up for grabs if the Seawolf gets there in time. 13 minutes left. It's got to be a mad dash to grab P2. Otherwise, the order looks pretty much settled. I stand corrected. Jamie Tatsui in the 28 car is only 7/10ths away from Rob Moore, so 2 possible battles as we wind to a close today. He's got to chase down Rob Moore for P2. It would be very nice for the 28 car to solidify their place in first in the championship, but he's got Rob Moore standing in front of him, and they're both going to take the grass. I think that's why it keeps giving us a yellow flag in Sector 1. I think just because the cars keep taking the grass and the game recognizes it as a yellow flag. So apologies for that. Don't worry too much about it. If you see yellow in Sector 1, don't get your hopes up if you're cheering for one of the teams that's chasing someone right now, such as Sim Apex or Drillers. Drillers, I'm sure, would love to make it a 1-2. I think Rob Moore is driving just a bit too quickly at the moment. He's pulled out a second gap since we've been watching him, but he messed up this corner. Looks like he locked the brakes a bit and got all out of shape, and now the gap's down to only 7/10ths. This could get close. Rob Moore showing signs of wear coming into the final few minutes of the race. 12 minutes to go now, and Jamie Tatsui does well and truly have a shot at P7 overall, P2 in class. It'll be a hard-fought race if he can do so. And both drivers deserve it. And another lockup from Rob Moore. You can't help but feel he might be getting a little bit desperate in the cockpit. I think the tires are going off now, and he doesn't have very much to fight with. So this is going to be dramatic. 12 minutes to go, and Rob Moore, on what appear to be dead tires, has to hold off Jamie Tatsui to keep P2 and keep Seawolf looking healthy in the championship. He wants to get as many points as possible because they're lagging behind due to not scoring last weekend. If I'm thinking of the right team. Yeah, they didn't score last weekend, so they're really going to be hoping for the best tally possible. However, this Drillers car is not giving up. Drillers have been very solid today, as they are often. And this LMP2 field, they're just very good. I'm going to refresh the overlay because I realize some cars have been in the pits for about 20 minutes now. Let's refresh the overlays page. Should get a more accurate view of the timings. And oh wow, so Rob Moore couldn't handle the tires anymore. He has to pit. Very unfortunate for him. I was hoping we would see some kind of a battle for P2, but Rob just throws in the towel. He knew he couldn't hold off Jamie Tatui, I think, and he needed the fresh tires. Sad end to what looked like a promising battle, and it is going to be a Drillers 1-2 in the LMP2 field. After 8 hours and 50 minutes, it's going to be a Drillers 1-2, pretty much guaranteed. Let's take a look at what could be the only battle still going. Yep, a lot of the gaps have just increased too much. The only battle remaining appears to be the brewing one between Premi and Ben Crooks fighting over P2 in the GTE class. I think it's I think it's a bit hopeless for Premi to try to get P1 now. He has made a small dent in the lead of Ollie McGowan, but not enough to brag about. Nothing to get your hopes up. All he has to do now is hold off Ben Crooks for second place after a grueling stint by Medica. Ben Crooks too, I think, has been in the car for quite some time. Both drivers really putting the name endurance in endurance racing. Just gonna pause for a water break before the final 10 minutes. Stand by, please. I return, and I'm back, ready to commentate the final 10 minutes of the 8 hours of endurance. Everything looks pretty settled, except P2 could be up in the air. The Seawolf, number 74, needs to pick up the pace. Who's that being driven by? I'm going to switch to the driver overlay so you can see the guys that will be contesting the final few minutes. Huey Tatsui is in the pit lane once again, so maybe Moore has a chance, but I don't think his pit stop will be taking 60 seconds. Yeah, I think he actually just had to serve a drive-through. 13 seconds is just about a drive-through. Premi 1 second ahead of Ben Crooks, and he's lost a lot of time going to this corner. Ben Crooks made up a lot of time in the braking zone, and he has a great run on Premislav. Here comes Ben Crooks around the outside, now down the inside, and Ben Crooks has him. Ben Crooks into P2. All of a sudden, Premislav all out of shape. Now he's gone down the inside, and Premislav has spun out. That was a mistake by Premi. That's just a bit of frustration, I think, showing he stuck his nose on the inside. He wanted desperately to keep P2 after fighting for so long, and I feel horrible for him. A great move by Ben Crooks, though. Premislav made a mistake on the earlier corner, and he really didn't want to let P2 pass him by. Unfortunately, it's happened, and Ben Crooks looks like he'll be taking P2 in this Ace Racing League 8 hours of Daytona, and that, I believe, is the final position settled Nothing much else going on right now. I can check for some kind of a battle, but yeah, nothing really happening all the times. Oh, that's completely untrue because Cameron Roger is attacking Simon Marshall. It's going to be very close in the DPI class for the second position. My apologies for not realizing that earlier. Cameron Roger is putting Simon Marshall under immense pressure coming into the final 5 minutes of the race. It should be about 3 laps to go now, and Cam Roger having one last gasp at the 73 Rookie Monsters car. JDC Mustang could take home P2 on debut. That would be huge for them. And I'm sure Cameron Roger will be pulling out all the stops to make it happen. Meanwhile, Simon Marshall has to stay cool for another 5 minutes and 20 seconds to take home a great P2 for Rookie Monsters. If they want any chance of challenging Ben Kielczynski, well, they'll have to, first of all, somehow speed up a lot to catch him, but also they'll have to make sure they stay in contention on the standings. In fact, I don't know, yeah, the 73 Rookie Monsters looking to make it a better day than previously. It was looking like a Rookie Monsters double podium earlier, but not so as the 55 cars dropped back to 5th. Still a good points total for the RM team, but not as great as it could have been. It'll be even better though if Simon Marshall can hold off Cam Roger. 2 great liveries, I must say, as they fly through the left-hander. And Cam Roger staying in the slipstream as long as possible now. He's going to pull out onto the outside path, and he's going to make a move into turn 1. Looks like Simon Marshall just has the advantage under brakes, and Simon Marshall's going to stick ahead for the S section here as they head down towards the horseshoe. And Simon Marshall has a lot more apex speed than Cam Roger has a lot more apex speed than Simon Marshall. He closed up very much right on his gearbox, had to slow down a bit, I think, on the exit to not hit Simon Marshall. Simon Marshall under immense duress, and he locks up, starting to show cracks just as Premislav did a few minutes ago, and just as Rob Moore did earlier in the race. It's Cam Roger trying everything he can to get by Simon Marshall. It's do or die time with 5 minutes to go in the race, and Cam Roger wants something to shoot for. So we're even 3.5 minutes, so we could be on one of the final laps here. I think 2 or 3 laps remaining. The laps go, I think, about 2:30, 2 minutes and 30 seconds to a lap, I think, depending on what class you're in. These DPIs, no, these DPIs can lap in about 1:30, and now they're side by side. Cam Rogers got the better run, and he takes P2. Cam Roger into P2. Simon Marshall's not heard the end of it. He's gonna bump draft him down on the front straight, and now headed into turn 1. Can Simon Marshall have a look? No, he doesn't have the speed to go around the outside, or does he? Here's the switcheroo. Simon Marshall going to the outside. Into turn 1 they go. Cam Rogers gonna keep the P2. I'm gonna have to switch to. I'm going to switch to the onboard of Simon Marshall, get a look at what he's looking at right now, and Cam Roger scrubbing the tires through the right-hander, and his tires may be in a bit worse condition than Simon Marshall. Simon Marshall is now on the attack. I can't see Cam Roger pulling away with what's left in this race, taking a nice wide line into, I think this is actually the horseshoe, apologies, and now they come out, they flatten out onto this short straight and get ready to enter the embankment. Cameron Roger holding P2. He got squirmy on the exit, and that may help Simon Marshall as he's going to have the slipstream all the way around this very, very long left-hand embankment. We've got a visitor just as the soup comes to a boil. Who's this in the chat?
It's me. Sorry to interrupt your fun, but Cameron Roger just got a drive-through for exceeding track limits in the bus stop for a lot of laps.
Oh, heartbreak. So yes, Rob has come to interrupt my fun. Cam Roger, who just made the overtake for P2, has been given a drive-through penalty for exploiting the track limits at the bus stop chicane many laps in a row, and that's going to spell the end of this battle. Cam Rogers going into the pit lane, and Simon Marshall's going to be handed P2 by the stewards. Thanks for the update, Rob.
Yeah, no worries.
not really the way you want to see a battle end, but if one guy's gaining time unfairly, you really have to... if one guy's gaining time unfairly, you do have to punish him, and that's what happened here. So that's the final position, well and truly done with. 1 minute to go. I just want to thank the guys that helped organize it one more time. Robert Paun, Santu Engqvist, Magnus Konnerup, and oh my gosh, Aiden McCollum, I think is his name. Apologies, Aiden, if it's not your name. Lowe, who I think, oh, we've got almost a collision there between Simon Marshall and a GT, but yeah, I think Tyler, who commentated for quite a while earlier, and Chimal Karach, who is basically the big boss for the whole league. Thank you guys, all of you, for your help in organizing. Thanks for everyone who drove today and who watched the stream. We do it for you guys. 22 seconds to go now. Let's cut on to Ben Gielzinski and watch him cross the line for the final time. If I can find the control panel. Ben Gielzinski. He's been the man today. Pretty much untouchable from start to finish. Just too good, and he's saying, catch me if you can. It's gonna be almost impossible to catch him now in the driver's standings. At this pace, it looks like he'll be gone. I don't know if he's crossed the line yet. No, he's got I think he's got to go around the track one more time. This is coming down the back straight. No, that is it. Checkered flag. Ben Gielzinski, amazing performance. He's going to come away with P1 once again in the DPI class. Amazing result for Ben Gielzinski. Is there anything he can do? Well, I don't think he can lose is what he can do. Simon Marshall, we're going to have to wait 2 laps for him to cross the line. No, sorry. We're not going to have to wait 2 laps. Simon Marshall comes home in second. Cam Rogers is going to be third. He's going to do his donuts, celebrate his podium. Could have been P2, but I think, judging by what we're seeing on screen, he is happy with a podium for the Mustang. Chris Tarboton is, I don't know if he's crossed the line. I think he's about to cross the line for P4. Decent effort for him today. Petro David is going to come home in 5th for the DPI class. Not a bad performance. F1 RO guys in the chat, congratulations. Anis Kujundžić, decent points for finishing 6th. And Martin Tabrake, props for finishing off what must have been a tough race. LMP2s, it's Henri Sinek who's about to cross the line, I think, to win the LMP2 class. It's been a bit of a roller coaster for the prototypes. Here he comes across the line. Congrats to him on a great drive and a great victory. JB Tatsui finishing second. It was close between him and Anis for quite some time. It was close between him and... oh my gosh, I'm losing my train of thought. It was close between him and... People keep leaving the server, which is disappointing. Close between him and the guy he was fighting earlier for P2. Unfortunately, the battle was ended prematurely. Rob Moore, nice race from him. Ben Barañas, he was quite a bit behind, but he's going to come home in 6 laps behind Henri Sinek. So it really shows you the pace of those lead LMP2s and how hard they actually are to drive, because I know Bench is actually a pretty good driver. But yeah, the pace of those top level GTs is just so great. Amir Havok going to come home 5th. Loose Steel Racing, a solid day for them. Zdenek Jedlicka, which I love to say, that's a fantastic name, is going to come home in 6th in the LMP2s. Ben Fenema 7th. Louis Saiz, a nice effort on what I think is a good recovery for them. He's going to be 8th. Ollie McGowan, your GTE winner. Ben Crooks got 2nd just at the end. He overtook a struggling Premislav Matka, and he's going to take P2, but you can't fault Premislav or his drive. He did pretty well, and he fought for his podium. Jeremy Talbot, probably a bit disappointed about what happened today, and a bit of a collision in the pit lane there just at the end. But yeah, I'm sure he's not entirely happy with the way the race shook out. I'm sure we'll see him back with a vengeance later in the season. Bruno Soren, he drove well today, as did his teammate. That's the 80. I think that's the Omicron Sim Racing car. Blaine Heary was solid today. Linus Lundvall, he's going to take 6th. Props to him. A nice race by Linus and the team over at... Oh, what was number 15 again? The team over at Seawolf. Seawolf, a nice day. Speedy Might, it could have been a better day, but it was still an overall good day. Seawolf, yeah, Seawolf, I would say, are the winners today. I have to give my driver of the day to Ben Gielzinski. Again, super untouchable all race long. It was never in doubt, and I think he's the hot favorite to win the DPI championship, along with his teammate. I keep saying Ben Gilzinski. I apologize to his teammate Jan Katau. He's, I believe, did the middle stint, and he drove incredibly. Jan Katau was very good today as well. Congratulations to him on a great drive. Colin Matsietz will be, I forget, he'll be 7th in the GTs. I think that might be off because some people left the server, but he drove well in the 91 car, along with Gonzalo and Edgar for Royal Blue. Not the best, not the effort I'm sure they were looking for, but it is still something to work with for next week, for next month. Matt Beavis in the 37, he did okay for the Rookie Monsters, but I think they would have preferred something different considering that they were 1-2 in the LMP2 class. Johan Van Doren, after finishing pretty far up the order last weekend, might be disappointed with 24th overall, and what is that, 9th or 10th in class? I think it's 9th in class for Johan Van Doren and the 335 car. Ferenc Christian Kabay, 10th place on debut for him. Good job. I appreciate what a nice job he's done. Gonna go over the rest of the order just real quick so you guys know exactly how it finished. It was then Escafil Santri. And we're hearing a little bit of game audio. The standings have disappeared, so unfortunately I can't go over the latter half of the GTEs. That wasn't the latter half, but the final few GTEs. This is it. I don't think we have any interviews. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for joining us, and thank you so much to the drivers for an entertaining race. We appreciate everyone who races here at ARL. We want to provide a good experience, and I hope we've done that today. Hope everyone had fun out there. Thank you again for joining us. This has been Nicholas Barnsdale for Ace Racing League and everyone associated with it. The 8 Hours of Daytona, it was a cracking race. Please join us in a month for Sebring. Sebring, another classic American endurance track. Pretty challenging technical circuit, and I'm sure that one will throw up an interesting spectacle too. Again, thanks so much for joining us. Please enjoy your weekend. Stay safe, stay healthy. Goodbye.